remains insufficient.
Senator Paul.
Secretary Blinken, on your recent trip to China, news reports came back and said that you reserved your strongest language for China and its dealings with Russia, castigating Beijing for allowing the war to continue in Ukraine. The report went on to describe the exchange as such a blatant dressing down in the Chinese capital. Do you think publicly scolding China will make it more or less likely that they continue selling dual-use parts to Russia?
Senator, we've tried it both ways. We've had these conversations with China from some time in private, hoping to see a change. We haven't seen that, and it's important.
I would argue that we've only tried it one way. We've got the stick, and almost the majority of people who work for you, everybody wants to use the stick. Nobody's really considering that there's a carrot. So really, for the last, let's say, 5 years or more, your administration, the previous administration, not a lot different, really, that you put impediments to trade, you add sanctions, and then you scold them. And I mean, there is a school of philosophy or school of diplomacy that believes that public scolding, particularly in another country, can have the opposite effects, that actually you've either completely given up on this, nothing's working, so why don't we just read them the riot act? And that's kind of what it looked like. Yellen was also there recently, and she's described and told the Chinese government how it should run its economy, what sectors of its economy that they should or should not subsidize, and told them as well who they can conduct business with. And then she threatened to impose sanctions, you know, more or less likely to actually get them to do. I mean, I think it's a misunderstanding of diplomacy in general to think that you going and scolding the Chinese, Yellen going and scolding the Chinese, that somehow they're going to let go, oh my goodness, we've been wrong all along, and because they've yelled at us and treated us like school children, we're now going to change. I would think that the opposite might be true, that there might be a certain amount of child psychology to criticizing people, and that like a rebellious teenager, they actually might end up doing more. In addition to the threat of sanctions, in addition to the scolding, we now have the administration talking about more tariffs. So in June of 2019, then presidential candidate Joe Biden tweeted, "Trump doesn't get the basics. He thinks his tariffs are being paid for by China. Any freshman econ student would tell you that the American people are paying his tariffs." Remarkably accurate and true at that time, but now he's become jumping on the Trump train. But the thing about tariffs, regardless of who pays them, American consumers will pay for these. Tariffs are not good for the economic well-being of all Americans in general. But the question would become, when you add tariffs, so you're going to threaten sanctions, you're going to scold them, now you're going to add tariffs. More or less likely that they'll do what you want? I think less likely. Everything we're doing, everything the previous administration did, as well as this administration, is heading towards less tradement, disengagement from China. Part of diplomacy might be offering, well, I tell you what if you quit selling the dual-use parts to Russia? Maybe we could consider removing some sanctions on trade and actually trade more with you. So the threat of sanctions, the threat of tariffs, actually have some effects if you're willing to remove them. The history of sanctions is more, and then you're not doing enough, and people on the right here will say you got to do even more, we're going to pass legislative sanctions. Nobody talks about removing them, but that's the only way you'd get behavior to change. And so I really think that it's a fundamental misunderstanding sort of what's going on. The final point I would like to make, and I'll let you respond to this, is the Ukrainians still claim that victory includes the reclamation of all of its territory. Many NATO allies are beginning to question this. Czech President Peter Pavel, who once served as the chairman of NATO's military committee, recently stated that he believes it's naive to think that Ukraine will be able to regain the occupied territories from Russia. The commander-in-general of the Ukrainian army, until he was fired by Zelensky, had the same sort of comments. I think that it's not an unreasonable thing to believe that this war may well end in stalemate with people in place. Some say similar to the way Korea was. Nobody likes it, nobody wanted it, nobody agrees the Russians should be there, but they're there and they have a bigger army and more might than their neighbor. So if President Pavel is correct in his assessment that Ukraine's war aims are naive, one of the few negotiating items Ukraine possesses is a promise to remain a neutral country, not aligned militarily, yet you have repeatedly ruled out Ukraine remaining outside of NATO. If you take this off the table, you're taking off one of the things that actually is a negotiating item. My question to you is, are there any circumstances under which neutrality of Ukraine would be a negotiating item?
Thank you, Senator. Let me try to respond to both questions. First, if you want to look at hectoring or haranguing, I would invite you to look at the website of the Chinese Foreign Ministry on a daily basis in terms of what they say about us. Second, I'm not going to apologize to anyone for standing up for American workers and American companies, because here's what we're dealing with. And by the way, of course, you're right, we always try, and as a diplomat, I always try to engage our partners or adversaries diplomatically, quietly, to see if we can get the result. If we don't, then we have to use every means at our disposal, including calling them out. Let me, if I may, please address the question. So on this, what we've seen and what we're seeing now, and this goes to the tariff question, is China very deliberately using overcapacity in critical sectors to export its way out of its current economic troubles, and to do that in a way that undercuts and indeed could gut our own workers and industries. All of that is true,
but my question to you is there an offer ever that you would undo things in exchange for behavior?
Of course, and that goes...
So you want to argue tariffs are good and sanctions are good.
Yeah.
The offer would have to be to say to the government, quietly or otherwise, that we would be willing to go in the opposite direction.
Of course.
There's no public, I hear no public discussion, not from Congress and not from anyone in the administration.
Senator,
we would undo this if this.
Senator, on their own terms, it's clear that if the conduct that we object to and that risks terrible damage to our workers, to our communities, to our companies, if they change that conduct, of course.
Did you specifically discuss not having tariffs or undoing sanctions in exchange for the Chinese to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia?
In the context, sure, if their companies don't engage in that practice, we're not going to sanction them.
I didn't hear any public statements of that. Did you make private statements to President Xi that you would undo trade sanctions and not put on tariffs in exchange for better behavior towards Russia?
By definition, if they don't engage in the conduct that we object to, then we're not going to be using those tariffs or using those sanctions.
But this sounds like me drawing this out of you. It doesn't sound to me like this is the kind of diplomacy that's occurring. If you want it to occur, you have to have a little different conception of you've got the stick. The whole problem with diplomacy in this country, not just your administration, but the previous, is all you see is the stick, all you see is more sanctions. And if I ask you to tell me what has China done to change its behavior based on your sanctions, to change their behavior for the better, I would say you can't come up with anything China's doing. Everything seems to be the wrong direction. That's your interpretation. Everything's the wrong direction.
No, we've actually
so the sanctions really are not having a value unless you want to negotiate removing sanctions to get better behavior.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Thank you.
Senator Merkley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I applaud your and the President's efforts to condemn Hamas's invasion on October 7th, to secure a ceasefire, and to secure the release of hostages. President Biden has also recognized, however, that the campaign carried out by the Netanyahu government in Gaza has included what the President's called indiscriminate bombing, resulted in a massive number of civilian casualties. The NSM 20 report concluded, and I quote, "Given Israel's significant reliance on U.S.-made defense articles, it's reasonable to assess that Israel has used U.S.-provided weapons in instances inconsistent with international humanitarian law." Given this assessment, why did the State Department conclude that Israel's assurances that it was not using weapons in a manner inconsistent with international law are in fact credible and reliable?
Thank you, Senator. We've said two things from day one since October 7th. One, that Israel not only has the right, it has the obligation to defend itself and to try to make sure that October 7th never happens again. And the United States is committed to doing everything we can to support it in those efforts. We've also said that the way Israel does it matters, particularly with regard to civilian protection in Gaza and the provision of humanitarian assistance to Gazans who need it. And we have been working every single day since then, not only to provide Israel with what it needs, but also to do our best to help see that Palestinians get what they need in Gaza. And we see the horrific suffering of children, women, and men who've been caught in a crossfire of Hamas's making for 8 months now. And we are working every day to try to alleviate that. When it comes to the NSM, and the use of our weapons. Here's what the report said. It said exactly as you quoted. Given the totality of the damage that's been done, and given the fact that we are a major provider of weapons to Israel, it is reasonable to assess that in some instances, Israel has acted in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. And indeed, we are investigating a number of instances, some of which are alluded to in the report, others that are not, to make those determinations. Israel itself is investigating hundreds of incidents to make its own determinations. And indeed, there are criminal investigations underway in Israel in this area. It's very difficult to make final determinations in the midst of a war when we do not have access on the ground, and when you have a almost totally unique battlefield where an enemy, a terrorist organization, Hamas, is hiding behind and underneath civilians in apartment buildings, in mosques, in schools, and firing at the Israeli forces. So we're determined to make every appropriate determination. We're determined that there be no double standard. We have processes at the State Department, including our conventional arms transfer policy, including our
thank you for your
process that we're
explanation.
engaged in.
I know that it's so complicated that you could go on for a while, but I think you've pointed out the challenge and the fact that assessments are ongoing. I do feel it's important that we approach these questions in NSM 20 with as much integrity as possible. On May 7th, President Biden announced his decision to pause the shipment of the 502,000 bombs, and the following day he drew a red line stating that, quote, if Israel goes into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities. And you, Mr. Secretary, reinforced this point when you said, if Israel launches a major military operation into Rafah, then there are systems we're not going to be supporting and supplying for that operation. We are already seeing significant action in Rafah. About 1 million people have fled the city. Is the President going to stand by his red line?
First, the President stands behind the proposition that we will always make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. No one has done more, not only throughout his career, but over the last 8 or so months to make sure that that's the case, and that will continue. At the same time, when it comes to Rafah, we've been very clear in many conversations with Israeli leadership over the past months about our deep concerns about a major military operation in Rafah and the impact that that would have on civilians in Gaza. We insisted that if anything is to go forward, we see a clear, credible plan to get civilians out of harm's way, but not only to get them out of harm's way, to make sure that they're provided for when they're out of harm's way. Now, you mentioned we've seen a very large exodus of people from Rafah, but they are now in places where they don't have the support that they need and that we believe is critical to provide. We also remain very concerned about any major military operation and the impact it would have on the remaining population, given the dense urban environment in Rafah and what we've seen in other places. And so the President's been clear about this with Israel, in public as well as in conversations with others, about the fact that we will not support a major military operation.
Thank you, and that's helpful to understand. I wanted to turn to the issue of providing aid in the situation of the challenge of food and water and medical supplies and so forth. The NSM 20 report noted that action and inaction by Israel contributed significantly to a lack of sustained and predictable delivery of needed assistance at scale, and that the level reaching Palestinian civilians remains insufficient. Insufficient is a very polite way, given that we now have what Cindy McCain has described as full-blown famine in the north, and we're all very aware of the highly stressed conditions in the south as well. As a result of the restrictions that Israel has had in place, we have been urging them, you all have been urging them, and I applaud that, to open more gates, to have a more systematic inspection process so far more trucks per day can get in, to make sure that once the trucks are through the gate that they can actually get to the warehouses without being attacked or so forth. You've also supported air deliveries by ourselves and by other nations. You've also built a dock. All these things are in response to the restriction of aid. And thus, I was somewhat puzzled that the report concludes we do not assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport and delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance, because it seems like all those actions we're taking, the urging of Israel to do more, and all the other air delivery and docks and so forth, are all a response to the restrictions preventing sufficient aid to get in and creating famine conditions affecting a couple million people.
If you could respond briefly.
Yes. First, Senator, there is no doubt that the people of Gaza, children, women, men, are experiencing an acute humanitarian crisis. And food, water, medicine, shelter, all of these things are in severe short supply. And we've been working every single day as well since October 7th to try to make sure that they could get what they need. And we have impressed upon Israel time and again the imperative of really bringing a determined focus to this, not making it an afterthought in the conduct of the war against Hamas, but an absolute priority. They've taken steps over these many months to open access points, going back to October, to have aid go in, but it has not been sufficient by far to meet the need. We saw much more significant progress over the last month or 6 weeks, particularly in the wake of a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu in early April, where we saw more access points opening. We saw a land route from Jordan being activated. We saw openings in the north, which was critical because aid to North Gaza was particularly deficient. That's improved. But now we've seen, unfortunately, the reverse. Because of the actions in and around Rafah, we see the critical transit points in the south, Rafah Gate itself, as well as Kerem Shalom, until recently being stopped or disrupted, so that the situation in the south now risks being even more egregious. But the restrictions that have been in place, in some cases, it's because of concerns about dual-use items and making sure that Israel could see and verify what was going in, given the history of dual use. In some instances, it's because of the war conditions that make it incredibly difficult. But there are also things that Israel can, should, and must do to further facilitate the distribution of aid, including much more effective deconfliction with those who are providing it. So convoys that are bringing the aid in can go about their work safely and securely. That remains insufficient.
Senator Paul.
Secretary Blinken, on your recent trip to China, a news report.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. You know, yesterday the State Department issued a statement mourning the death of the Iranian president. Now, I assume as Secretary you share that sentiment?
We expressed official condolences, as we've done when countries, adversaries, enemies or not, have lost leaders. It changes nothing about the fact that Mr. Raisi was engaged in reprehensible conduct, including repressing his own people for many years as a judge and that as president. It changes not a whit about our policy, but it's something that we've done many times in the past, going back many administrations and many decades, and we do as a normal course of business.
Well, I don't think it should be a normal course of business. I think it's shocking that this administration would mourn the death of the butcher of Tehran. I don't. He's responsible for death, rape, torture, a sworn enemy of the free world. So I think it's a terrible mistake, Mr. Secretary. I want to move on to another issue in terms of some of the evacuations and retreats that are happening around the world. Since the deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021, the administration has urgently evacuated Americans at several embassies across the globe. I hadn't expected to hear about this in Wyoming, but I heard about it again in Wyoming just this past weekend. Whether it's in Burma, Belarus, Sudan, Haiti, there seems to be a dangerous growing trend of the U.S. in retreat. The United States has been forced to draw down, evacuate, and close numerous diplomatic posts. It used to be rare to see images of U.S. troops flying to the rescue to evacuate our embassies, but it's becoming a more common sight under this administration. 2023, U.S. troops and 3 helicopters airlifted 70 American employees from Sudan. 2024, in Haiti, U.S. military airlifted over 30 stranded Americans. It appears the administration has become the administration of evacuations. During your leadership as Secretary of State, how many embassies have we had to close or evacuate?
Senator, we are operating and living in a very dangerous world. We have Americans all over the world. We have embassies all over the world. It's important that wherever we can, we be represented and our diplomacy is able to move forward, as has been the case many times in the past, whether it was in Venezuela in 2019, whether it was in Yemen in 2015, in Libya in 2014, in Syria in 2012, in Libya again in 2011, in Lebanon in 2006. I could go down the list. Sometimes you run into crises where either an embassy has to shut down for some period of time, or you have Americans who are in harm's way. And in the past, we have, as a country, not often engaged in the evacuation of Americans, but we see it as our responsibility when Americans are in harm's way to try to do that. In the instances that you've cited, that's exactly what we did. You have a crisis, you have some kind of situation that runs the risk of putting at harm either our own embassy employees or Americans who may be there. We're going to make sure that job number one is protecting our people.
Do you see a unifying underlying factor for this terrible trend, and how are you addressing that?
I don't. I think each of these situations is distinct. And what I do see is a country that over the last 3 years has renewed its alliances, has revitalized its alliances, has created new ones, so that whether it's with our core allies in Europe, in Asia, or beyond, we don't have to face these situations alone. And I see American leadership that has brought these alliances and partnerships together in ways that were not the case in recent history. And that is a great source of strength for us as we have to deal with a very challenging world.
So the administrations following the withdrawal from Afghanistan left behind weapons, ammunition, and equipment that ultimately armed the Taliban. Now we've announced a withdrawal from Niger. State Department efforts to reestablish relations and engage in diplomacy there have failed. The government there is demanding that we leave. Our nation is withdrawing 1,000 troops from 2 air bases where we conducted important counterterrorism missions for decades. Media reports already indicate that Russian troops have already been deployed to these air bases where American soldiers are located. Do you know how much American taxpayer money has the United States spent on building these bases and training the military there?
We've seen, as you know, Senator, in the case of Niger, a coup that took place. We sought to find a mutually acceptable way to keep our forces there so that they could pursue the counterterrorism mission that they were engaged in. We couldn't reach such an agreement with the current government in Niger, and so we are, pursuant to conversations with them, pulling back our forces. If they're not wanted there, then they won't be there. We will make, as we have, other arrangements in other places to make sure that we can conduct the necessary missions to ensure our security.
Do you not see risk, though, of the American taxpayer-funded bases ultimately ending up in the hands of the Russians? And now we're seeing the Russia's, Wagner mercenary group providing military training and support, Burkina Faso, Mali, and in addition to where you mentioned. How are we countering Russia's newly created foothold in Africa?
Well, there's 2 things. One, of course, is the military element to this, and of course I defer to the Pentagon on the specifics of that, including what they pull out as any forces leave. But second, I think we know that unless you have a comprehensive approach that works to try to shore up these countries economically, democratically, socially, the military piece is necessary, but it's insufficient. And we have, thanks to the work of Congress, in countries adjacent to the Sahel, the Global Fragility Act, which gives us 10-year plans to help countries get on their feet in a sustainable way. And that creates partnerships that allow us to sustain, as necessary, a military presence. But You have very fragile countries in the Sahel. And yes, there have been a series of non-democratic transitions or coups in these countries, and that's simply a fact of life. Now, I believe that we can bring much more to the table than the Russians can, for example. And when countries experience what the Russians bring to the table in terms of the exploitation of their resources, the brutalization of their people, actually more violence and more extremism, more terrorism, they tend to change their minds and have a different perspective on this. It's unfortunate that some countries have to find out the hard way that that is not the recipe to their security or their success.
Well, thank you. I would add that once they find out the hard way, it may be very difficult for them to extract themselves from the domination of the Russians and come back to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Ricketts. Secretary Blinken, thanks for your superb service and for being here today. I have three quick items, then I want to get back to Israel-Gaza on the humanitarian dimension. First, I really believe that Congress should lift its hold on the support to the multinational security force in Haiti, and I worry that the refusal to do that is really complicating our maybe small ability to push this in the right direction. If Congress does not release the hold on appropriated funds to fund this security force, what's going to happen?
Well, if we don't have those funds available, then it's going to be very hard to move forward with the security force. And look, again, I understand and respect those who express concerns about the success given the history, but I think we have a very clearly defined and achievable mission for the security force, which is to bolster the police and put them in a position where they can reassert effective control.
It was hard. It was hard work for you guys to get Kenya to agree to lead this. If we don't come through on our financial commitment, isn't it pretty likely that they'll back?
They will. They certainly will.
And then who would take up the mantle if the U.S. is not providing?
No, I think that's
support?
exactly right. The Kenyan president will be in Washington this week for a state visit. It would be good if we could fully deliver on our commitment. But second, I just say too, here's an instance where I know some people have concerns about the United States being the quote-unquote policeman of the world. Well. Here's a situation where Kenya and a number of other countries have stepped up and are willing to take this on, but they need support.
Absolutely. Let me ask you a second one. This is very parochial. The State Department requested medical providers in Northern Virginia to snap together to provide medical services to Afghans coming into Dulles Airport. When Afghans came in the summer of 2021, they largely came into Dulles. 3 of the 8 resettlement sites were in Virginia, and we now have more Afghans than any other state from that initial wave, and we're proud of it. Our Afghans are doing great work. I've met some training to be shipbuilders. They worked with us in Kabul, and now they're training to be shipbuilders and help our industrial base. But the healthcare providers that responded to the State Department haven't been paid. They did all this medical service. It was about $630,000. It's not that big an amount. We've been asking over and over and over again that they be paid. We sent a letter to the State Department. It was bicameral in January. Haven't gotten a response back. Will you work with me to make sure that these folks who jumped to attention when the State Department asked are treated fairly so that if you ask, they may do it again?
Happy to work with you on this. We have looked into this, and we have some further information that we can share with you. But the initial bottom line is that we had our procurement executive investigate this. We learned that the company in question acted apparently on its own, maybe out of very good motivation, but without any contractual agreement with the Department of State or with the Cherokee Nation in this case.
Well,
So
I
we
want
need
to follow up because the ones that I'm talking about are folks who are directly requested
I'm
by the
happy to
State
follow up with
Department.
you on that.
And then third, this is really for Senator Haggerty and me. We have a company, Vulcan, that's U.S.-based firm that's got presence in Virginia, Tennessee, and other U.S. states. They own a port and land in Mexico. AMLO has tried to appropriate that land twice, even with police and military invasions of the property. I'd rather not get into that now, but I would love your commitment to work with me to make clear to the Mexican government that appropriating the private property of American companies would be very bad for this important relationship that we have with Mexico.
Yeah, I believe that's subject to a proceeding in arbitration right now, but we've certainly made the generic point to the government of Mexico, including to the president, that yes, seizure of private companies is not a good way to attract investment.
On Israel-Gaza, I think my colleagues, Senator Merkley and Senator Van Hollen, have dug into this, but I want to particularly focus on what I call Pillar 2 of NSM 20, which is a certification that a nation receiving U.S. military assistance is cooperating with U.S.-supported humanitarian efforts. I think the Pillar 1, making a determination about whether Israel is or is not using these weapons in accord with international law is more complex. But on the humanitarian side, look, World Central Kitchen aid workers killed, other UN aid workers killed, settlers attacking humanitarian aid convoys on the West Bank, throwing stuff off the truck, setting the aid on fire, setting the trucks on fire. The U.S. having to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build a pier in Gaza. Virginians from Fort Eustis are building that pier and deployed to do it. All of that, to me, says you wouldn't have, none of that would be happening if Israel was fully cooperating. It took too long to open Kerem Shalom. It took way too long to open Erez. I think, my editorial opinion, you've already answered questions about this, certifying that on that record, the humanitarian efforts of Israel to help Gazans who are non-combatants, who aren't part of Hamas, is sufficient. I think that's grading on a curve that if that's sufficient, then anything's sufficient. I don't think it's anywhere near sufficient. I don't think it's in the time zone of sufficient. I agree it's more than was started. I mean, at the beginning, members of the Israeli cabinet said it was going to be a complete siege against Gaza, and I know that President Biden was able to get an agreement finally to open up the Erez crossing, but I think calling this state of affairs sufficient cooperation with U.S. humanitarian effort, I just think that demeans the credibility of the administration. And I think you should have said, you're not getting a passing grade on this, and then laid out what more needs to be done. The number of trucks going in. When Cindy McCain, the widow of a former member of this committee, talks about the famine that's resulting, I mean, I just don't see how the U.S. can say that's enough. I mean, I credit my colleagues of saying, let Israel defeat Hamas. Let Israel, with our help, knock down Iranian drones and missiles. I'm all for that. But the punishment of non-combatant civilians, the killing of aid workers, the ransacking of humanitarian aid convoys with the idea of doing very little to stop it, how can that be sufficient?
Well, we have, as you know, Senator, from day one, been working on this every single day. And that includes going back to October, getting the initial crossings open, including in October, Rafah, then later Kerem Shalom.
In December, 2 months later.
In December, yes. So this is
Erez in March or April.
Erez, crossing 96, the Jordanian route, et cetera. At the time of the report, the NSM, which, by the way, I applaud as, I think, an effective and helpful vehicle in terms of concentrating minds and focusing minds on this. I think we've seen that the assurances that we received in March, the question was, from the time we received those assurances to the time that the report was issued, did we judge them to be credible and reliable when it came to humanitarian assistance? And we saw during that period Israel take overdue but important steps to actually expand significantly the provision of humanitarian assistance.
On that statement, I don't disagree. They took steps between March and May, but I think the steps were still
and I think the report itself, if you read the report, as I know you did carefully, I think the report lays that out very clearly.
Well, I'm gonna call on Senator Scott because he's next, but I just think on the factual record, yeah, improvement since March, yes. I still think it falls so far below the hurdle that I don't think that warranted a passing grade. With that, I'm going to go to Senator Scott.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I believe the money in this account is about 1% of all federal spending. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And out of that pot of money, we provide security for personnel, State Department officials all over the world, right?
That's right.
Have you ever seen more threats to us than you do today?
Senator, we're operating in an incredibly dangerous world.
So,
we want to be out there.
Right. So it's hard to get out there if you can't get off the compound.
That's correct.
So this is 1% of the federal budget. If you eliminated the entire account, you're not doing anything to balance the budget. We need OCO, in my view, for the Navy, and we need OCO for this account to deal with the threats we face, because the top line numbers, hats off to Senator Murray and Collins, is just insufficient to the threats we face. Do you generally agree with that the amount of money we're dealing with is insufficient to the threats we face?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk about money. In the supplemental, which I supported, there was a provision that allowed, it's called repo, allowing us to go after Russian sovereign wealth funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you having good luck in doing that?
We're starting to, and first of all, I want to thank you for that. I think that was a very important initiative. Just today, the European Union came to an agreement to use the interest from these sovereign assets and to just be able to use it for Ukraine.
What about the principle?
So the principle is the next challenge, and we're working hard on that. I think here's where we are. My hope is that we can come to agreement at the very least on an arrangement by which the principal would in effect serve as collateral against a significant loan or bond that would free up a lot of money for the Ukrainians.
Count me in, and I think all of us pushing our European allies to go after Russian assets, to open up another front, to hit Putin and his cronies in the pocketbook. So I want to help you there. Do you support Russia being designated as state sponsor of terror?
So this is, I know, an ongoing conversation we've had, and one that...
well, I just got a few minutes, so...
Yeah, so very quickly, look, I think my perspective is this. We have and we're using many other authorities that I think are more clearly applicable.
We'll talk offline. I would
happy
urge
to-
you to do this. We need to send a signal to Russia. We're serious at every level, and they deserve to be a state sponsor of terrorism. I got a list of people that died that's too long for me to run off, and I can't say half their names, so it's time for Putin to be labeled a state sponsor of terrorism. They've just wreaked havoc. Now let's get to the ICC. Did you reach out to the prosecutor's office about your concerns of bringing a case against Israel?
Yes.
Did you talk about the concept of complementarity?
That's exactly what I talked about, because it's exactly as you said. My understanding of the court's intent.
So I want to, we have a lot of different, I want to thank you. I want to thank President Biden for issuing a strong statement. Your statement was terrific, Mr. Secretary. Senator Schumer was very, very good. I, along with many others, engaged the ICC to engage Israel before you made a final decision. At least listen to them and see if you could find common ground. Again, I want to repeat, they were supposed to be on the ground yesterday. Is that correct, the ICC?
That's my understanding, yes.
And they informed the Israelis basically after the flight left, they were not coming. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And there was a CNN interview with a prosecutor general announcing the arrest warrant. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, too.
Which was filmed before the flight was due to leave.
I believe that's...
I think that's bad faith, folks. So I want to take actions, not just words. Will you support bipartisan effort to sanction the ICC, not only for the outrage against Israel, but to protect in the future our own interest?
I welcome working with you on that.
Okay. Let it be said that we're going to work together to send a signal to the ICC. What you did was not only outrageous, you destroyed the rule of law as we know it, and you've given, like, Venezuela 9 months. And I've never been more disappointed. We work together to help the ICC against Russia. Ungoverned spaces and rogue nations are the point of ICC, not Israel. So let's talk about the deal. Are you optimistic that the normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel is still possible?
I am, and I have to first of all applaud the work that you've done on this over many, many months in helping carry this forward. And I think we're at a point where the necessary agreements between the United States and Saudi Arabia are very well within reach. And of course, we would bring all of this before Congress. But then the question will be, if those agreements are able to be concluded, it still requires Israel to do certain things in order to proceed with normalization.
I've heard the statement, the ball is about to be in Israel's court. Is that fair to say?
That's my assessment, yes.
Okay, so as I understand it, here's what's non-negotiable. Nobody expects Hamas to be standing militarily when this war is over, right? We share Israel's view. They must go militarily.
We share Israel's view that Hamas cannot be governing Gaza.
Right, and they cannot be a military threat to Israel. We all agree with that. Okay, now, as to the Palestinian future, we were on television last week, and I thought you laid out a pretty eloquent, what's going to happen once the battalions are destroyed? What does the day after look like? Do you believe a military occupation of Gaza by Israel is sustainable?
No.
You know, I have real doubts about that myself. Do you believe that Saudi Arabia and the UAE have the capability, if they have the will, to turn Gaza and West Bank around?
I believe a number of countries could play an instrumental role in, at least on an interim basis if necessary, helping to provide security, helping to provide governance or governance
It could be a
oversight.
coalition of people. Do you believe MBS is sincere in wanting to normalize with Israel?
Yes.
Do you believe that the Palestinian component is not the establishment of a Palestinian state on day one, but a process that may get to there?
There has to be a clear, credible pathway to a
Right,
state.
but not the establishment of state on day one.
Well, day one is virtually impossible, but
right.
getting to a state
Okay.
in a
That's one of the
time-bound
things
way
he
with
wants. That's one of the things he wants to
But
recognize
it has to
Israel.
be credible, it has to be clear. In my judgment, we need to have something that's time-bound, and of course, it has to have the necessary security guarantees for Israel.
So you're not advocating any agreement between normalization that would compromise Israel's security regarding the Palestinian file?
No, and the whole point of normalization, but also the whole point of the establishment of a Palestinian state is to make sure that Israel's security is better ensured.
I've been over there several times. Senator Collins went. A lot of people here went. I know my time's up. I cannot see a better time than now. The need to come up with a plan for Gaza and the West Bank after Hamas falls, and it will, is real. The opportunity is historic. Do not let this moment pass. To my friends in Israel, I will never abandon your security, but we're going to have to sit down as a world and make some hard decisions. So, Mr. Secretary, I've enjoyed working with you and Mr. Sullivan and the President. I have said publicly, I think this needs to be done on your watch. And I want to say again publicly, as a Republican, I think most of my colleagues would embrace a security agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia if it would lead to normalization and a brighter future for Israel and the Palestinian people. I believe that is the position of most people on my side of the aisle, and we want to help you.
Thank you, Senator.
Also on AI. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Blinken, before I start, I just want to acknowledge the medical and humanitarian workers who need to secure safe access to provide badly needed care, Israeli Americans, including Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who remains hostages of Hamas, the over 100 other hostages who remain unaccounted for or trapped by terrorists in Gaza, and the tens of thousands of lives, Palestinians, Israeli, American, Jordanian, Thai, the list is long and overwhelming, already lost to the latest tragic conflict in the Middle East. My staff and I have relied heavily on the department's close support and collaboration to advocate for Illinoisans and others in Gaza, and I expect we'll need to continue to work closely together to provide assistance and ensure oversight and accountability of the situation. So I want to express my appreciation for all of the department staff for working around the clock with me and my team. My first question has to do with ASEAN. It goes to something we've discussed here last year, the need for sustained, strong investments in our relationships with allies and partners in Southeast Asia. And I applaud the elevation of the U.S.-ASEAN relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership last year and the increases in resources for the U.S. mission to ASEAN. But as I said at the opening of the new U.S.-ASEAN Center in December, China continues to increase its engagement and gain in popularity in the region, and there is so much more that we can do. And that includes showing up. High-level participation at ASEAN summits and ministerial meetings is no longer a nice-to-have option. It's a must-do. I'm still hearing about Indonesia's deep disappointment over last year's ASEAN summit, and I'm sure you are as well. In this chair year for Laos, are we doing enough to support Embassy Vientiane and through them the host government in carrying out successful ASEAN meetings? And can you commit to high-level participation in the upcoming ministerial and ASEAN summit?
Thank you very much, Senator. And I fully agree with you, and I believe the answers to both questions are yes and yes. We're determined to build on what has already been a deeply strengthened partnership and relationship between the United States and ASEAN, including the President hosting, as you know, a special summit with ASEAN here in Washington. My own engagement with ASEAN, and going forward, our support both for Laos as it's in the chair, to do what we can to help it succeed in its chairmanship, and also, yes, be present.
Thank you. I also want to touch on internal reforms you've led at state. Every year, and especially in an election year, the strength of our republic depends on resilient institutions. So I want to commend the critical work of modernizing and strengthening the State Department itself. Important progress has been made, but when it comes to physical accessibility at department facilities, it's been my experience that there is still a lot of work to do. The lack of basic accommodations like ramps and working buttons to open heavy security doors are still serious obstacles to the full participation of persons with disabilities, whether they're employees who need accommodations for themselves or for family members who would join them abroad, or our counterparts and guests. So in last year's state authorization, I included a requirement for the Bureau of Overseas Buildings Operations to report on accessibility at overseas diplomatic missions and estimate the cost of making our facilities usable by persons with disabilities. Will that report be delivered on time next month? And do you have any insight into what has been learned through the assessment so far? And can you speak more broadly to what the department is doing to ensure employees receive the accommodations they need when they need them through a streamlined and common sense process?
In short, Senator, I'm committed to that. We're committed to that. I want to come back to you on the timing of the report to make sure that it's on time, or if it's not, why not? So I'll come back to you on that. We have a request for an additional $11.5 million in the budget for bolstering accessibility in the department and in our facilities. It's something that I take very seriously, and of course there is physical accessibility, which is critical. We're also doubling down on efforts with technology to make sure that we have the right technology in the right hands. I think we've made real progress on that, but as always, more can and should be done.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, staffing and retention continue to be challenges, so I'd like to use the rest of my time to speak in more detail about that, including what you've done to address the perennial challenge of employment for foreign service employees. Last year, late last year, I helped introduce the Readiness Act to support federal employees who are relocating to join their spouse on an official assignment. It would require federal government agencies to make the maximum effort to retain them by simply allowing telework or transfer, or as a last resort, a period of leave without pay status. Would you say that current policies at states support this type of common sense flexibility so that a civil servant isn't needlessly faced with the choice of either stay with their family on an overseas deployment when the spouse is being sent to represent our nation overseas, or keep their job and continue their public service career?
We're very much working in that direction, and I think we've made progress. Again, still more to do. We also have the Family Service, the Foreign Service Families Act, that we're working to implement to create greater flexibilities, greater opportunities for family members. We have more and more people who are now serving as eligible family members. We have greater flexibilities for people to make sure that they are able to continue their employment as a spouse or partner when they're overseas. And I think that's part of an ongoing effort to improve those opportunities and to support families, because we know that if we want to not only attract but retain the best people in the department, we have to make sure that we're also providing the support they need for their families. Otherwise, they'll do something else, go somewhere else.
Thank you. Can you speak to the importance of being able to pay competitive rates to local nationals who work at embassies? I've heard this at many of our embassies as I've traveled, and it's not limited to a particular region. I heard it in Europe. I've heard it in Asia, where it is often very hard to maintain quality local staff because they can't be paid at a rate that is competitive, and even though they want to stay with us and they're very loyal. Can you speak to the challenges in your budget?
Yes, that's correct, and I think it's important to start with this. Literally the heart of our enterprise, the State Department, are locally employed staff. About 2/3 of the State Department employees are locally engaged staff. Our embassies can't function without them. And not only do they fill vital functions in the embassies, they're also the most extraordinary connectivity between our embassies and the countries in which we're engaged. In so many countries, the local staff has borne the brunt of global inflation, and trying to keep pace with that in countries around the world that are not doing as well as the United States has been a challenge. And you're right, it's in many regions. It's not in any one place. We've taken steps to address this. First, for a number of people, to try to deal with the impact of that, and then just coming out of COVID, which was so devastating for so many. One-time increases in their compensation. Second, we've looked at the way we assess compensation, and we've tried to bring in more criteria so that we better take into account what the actual cost of living is in a given country, not simply you know, a sort of equation to someone in a similarly situated job. So that's now coming into effect. We have worked to budget in, including in this budget, a guaranteed 2% increase every year so people can see that they will have sustained support. And of course, there are other one-time measures that we're looking at to help people. But the bottom line is we have to do this. We need to do this if we're going to sustain our missions, and the budget reflects that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Assistance, which
When
is
you became
very important to defense.
when you became Secretary of State, how much oil was Iran selling a day?
I'll have to come back to you on any numbers. I don't have the numbers.
You don't know. It doesn't surprise me you don't know. It was about 300,000. How much oil is Iran selling today?
We've applied sanctions against more than 200 entities that are engaged in petrochemicals.
How much oil?
You can tell me. I'm sure.
Don't
I'm sure you know.
filibuster.
I'm not filibustering.
How
Go ahead, please
much
tell me.
oil are they selling today? Do you
tell
know?
me. You tell me.
Apparently you don't know. So you don't know how much they were selling. It was 300,000. Today they're selling about 2 million barrels a day. Let me ask you.
And given the sanctions, given the export controls, given the other controls we put on, the cost of doing that, the evasion that they have to engage in, which we're trying to cut
They've
off,
made about $80 billion. Let me ask you another
revenues
question.
from
I'm
that are
running out of time, so
significantly
I'm not interested in speeches. Let me ask you this. How many ghost fleet ships did Iran have in November 2020?
We have sanctioned more than 200
It's a question.
of those.
I'm not. How many did they have?
The total number, I can't tell you what it had in 2021. I'll come back to you with that, but we have...
The number was about 70.
yeah,
How many did they have today?
We blocked about 50 of them.
Okay, let's see how effective you are. How many do they have today?
As I said, we blocked about 50
How
of them.
many do they have today?
You tell me, I'm sure you...
They have about over 400. Look, this administration desperately wants a new Iran deal. You have been showering cash on Iran from day one. And understand, the $6 billion you were asked about is the tip of the iceberg. By refusing to enforce oil sanctions, we have seen Iran's oil sales go from 300,000 barrels a day when you got into office to over 2 million barrels a day today. That's $80 billion. 90% of Hamas's funding comes from Iran in a very real sense. This administration, you and President Biden, funded the October 7th attacks by flowing $100 billion to a homicidal, genocidal regime that funded those attacks.
That statement is profoundly wrong.
Why?
I'm not even going to humor it. I think it's a disgraceful statement.
Why?
We have gone at Iran repeatedly with more than 600 sanctions applied against different persons.
Then why are they
entities.
selling 2 million barrels a
200.
day as compared to 300,000?
They are working hard to do what they can to get around the sanctions.
So just the prior administration had tools you didn't have, they were more effective, or maybe they just weren't desperate to cut a deal with Iran.
And we continue every single day to go at them.
You are refusing to address the facts.
I'm not.
Then why are they selling 2 million barrels a day?
Because they're determined to try to do that. We're determined to cut them off.
They weren't determined when Trump was president?
They were determined, and of course, unfortunately, we also had their nuclear program in a box. No fissile material being produced.
Okay, you're not answering the question. You're filibustering another topic.
Senator Cruz, you get the last word. You get the last word. Really.
You funded our enemies and you undermine our friends, and the world is much, much more dangerous as a result, and Americans are at greater jeopardy because of it.
It's difficult for them to extract themselves from the domination of the Russians and come back to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for being with us today. I've appreciated your commentary on everything from the situation in Gaza to the situation in Haiti. I want to pick up where Senator Barrasso did on issues regarding Africa. You know, I've been traveling across the continent, and the thing that always affects me is the enormity of the potential. And I know we're dealing with the crises of today. The truth of the matter is, by 2050, as you know, 1 out of every 4 human beings on the planet will be on the African continent. 1 out of every 3 working age humans will be on the African continent. It is a continent with vast resources, vast human potential, and it is, in many ways, the investments we make today will help to deal with a lot of the challenges when it comes to democracy and, unfortunately, the global competition with countries like China and Russia that do not share the world order's rules, clearly. And I was appreciating what you said to the senator about what it is how we're trying to deal with the democratic threats. Obviously, the backsliding in Burkina Faso, in Niger, in Mali, all in the Sahel region has me very, very concerned. And seeing the challenges that are now in Togo, Benin, Ghana, in the north of those countries, including Nigeria, it's very sobering to me when it comes to the challenges of democracy. I was very affirmed by your fiscal year 2025 budget request that includes $411 million for democracy, rights, and governance programs in Africa. It's a sizable increase from the $284 million allocated in fiscal year 2023. Could you just talk a little bit to how the administration is adjusting regional assistance programs and priorities in response to the democratic backsliding that I've discussed and clearly others?
Thank you very much. And look, exactly as you've said, Senator, and as I know you've been deeply engaged on, we see the extraordinary positive potential in Africa, not just the challenges of the moment. And for us, when we have a continent that's going to have 1 out of every 4 people on Earth on that continent, when we see the fastest growing populations on Earth, before COVID, actually, the fastest growing economies, as you know, we want to make sure that we are supporting that positive evolution, and particularly making sure that young people with growing populations have positive outlets and positive opportunities. But you're right, we also see this democratic backsliding, particularly in the Sahel, and that's where we've had these recent coups. So we have to be, and our budget reflects this, committed to longer-term stability, opportunity, human development, making the investments in health, in education, in economic empowerment, in democratic governance in these countries. We're working to do that. Obviously, in the countries that have been on the receiving end of coups, there's some limits that we have to abide by when it comes to the assistance we can continue to provide, but we're trying to make sure that when it comes to what's vital, we're providing it. But then on democracy more broadly, we just came from our 3rd Summit for Democracy that Korea hosted, and this was not exclusive to Africa, but I think there's a very positive, affirmative agenda for the kinds of things that we can do and are doing to try to shore up democratic governance, to try to shore up the institutions, to try to combat corruption, which saps at...
Absolutely, and I'm encouraged by that, the focus on corruption. A lot of people are focusing just on elections. It seems that the administration is making such a significant investment in anti-corruption efforts, as well as other things that make for a vibrant democracy, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to, obviously, as you can imagine, talk about Sudan. It was perhaps one of the most... the enormity of what I saw when I was at the Chad-Sudan border is like nothing I've seen before, and I've traveled to refugee camps from the Syrian-Jordanian border to even the camps at the border in Mexico right now, but I've just never seen a scale of human suffering like that. I'm grateful for Tom Perriello and the President's appointment of a special envoy. But is the department providing that special envoy the kind of budget they need or the authority over any Sudan program funds to support his work?
The short answer is I believe we are, and Tom Perriello has done an extraordinary job getting out of the gate fast and moving to do what we can to tackle this crisis. I agree with you. I think, unfortunately, it's something that's not gotten the visibility that that it deserves, given the amount of suffering that's going on. You've got 8.5 million displaced people. You have 18 million people in desperate need of food aid. And of course, you have the violence and atrocities that are being committed by both sides against innocent civilians. So, Senior Envoy Perriello is fully authorized and, by the way, reports directly to me and works in close collaboration with our Assistant Secretary for Africa to work to press for an end to the war, to make sure that we have unhindered access for humanitarian assistance, to stop the violence, to try to get a return to the democratic transition, to get a unified civilian approach to this. We think the best vehicle for trying to move forward on that is through the Jeddah process or Jeddah negotiations.
And getting all the players.
And getting everyone around the table.
Same table.
Exactly.
I want to just jump in with my final minute. First of all, thank you for your comments on the ICC recent actions. I think you called it wrong-headed. I would completely agree with the administration's comments on it. It seems to violate common sense that you have a negotiation going on. It could really undermine the resolution of this when you have a terrorist leader like Sinwar being put in, it's sort of equating them to a leader of a duly elected leader who actually has regular elections. But more importantly, we know that Sinwar is doing everything he can to isolate Israel, to put themselves on the same footing. The jurisdictional issues, the challenges we have right now with trying to bring this conflict to a resolution, it seems stunning to me that they would take this action. I want to just, though, ask you is how is the Biden administration working with Israeli, Egyptian, and humanitarian counterparts to implement a deconfliction mechanism to protect humanitarian workers and civilians, even if or when a ceasefire is reached, without really a mechanism the suffering is going to continue. We need a humanitarian assistance at a large scale. One of the biggest concerns any caring American should have right now is the scale of the humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza. This is not counter to dealing with Hamas, but it is urgent right now at levels that have been mentioned by some of my colleagues who are just, the scale of the human suffering there is stunning. The lack of medical provisions, the lack of food. And so there has to be a more coordinated effort amongst the administration to work with Israel, Egypt, and other humanitarian counterparts to make sure that, ceasefire or not, we have the mechanisms to get aid there.
I would ask that you give a brief response.
Simply put, there is, Senator, an intensely coordinated effort to work to do just that. And we have a senior envoy. It had been Ambassador David Satterfield. Now it's Lise Grande, deeply experienced in these matters, working this every single day to do three things. To make sure that we have the aid that is getting in and the appropriate crossings, land, sea, air, to get it in. Second, to make sure that once it gets in, it's effectively distributed to the places and people who need it. And third, and related to that, having effective deconfliction so that the humanitarians who have to move things around aren't endangered as we've seen. And there, I think progress has been made on having this deconfliction and coordination at a sort of 10,000-foot level, but where we continue to have problems is at the tactical or unit level. That is, individual military units that have not adequately gotten the instructions that they need to have a convoy go through. So we're working intensely to get clear, protected corridors, clear times where there's no doubt, no ambiguity about people moving humanitarian assistance to the people who need it, among other things, as well as better real-time communications between those who are providing the assistance and those who are on the ground engaged in combat.
Senator Young.
Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you before the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Last Sunday, the British Foreign Secretary, Lord David Cameron, was asked if the UK would follow President Biden's lead on withholding weapons to Israel. He responded that when he last came under pressure to announce an arms embargo, quote, "A few days later, there was a massive Iranian attack on Israel, so I don't think it would have been a wise path." He continued, "If I announced today, it might help me get through this television interview, but actually it would strengthen Hamas, it would weaken Israel. I think it probably makes a hostage deal less likely," end quote. Hamas hasn't released a hostage since the end of November. And shockingly, this administration, starting in December, has been ratcheting up the pressure against Israel. Now, according to Arab mediators dealing with Hamas, Hamas Gaza chief Yahya Sinwar believes that he's already won the war, whether or not he survives it. He's indicated to mediators that time is on his side and that the longer he waits, the more international pressure builds on Israel and the more damage is done to the relationship between the United States and Israel. Secretary Blinken, please explain why a bunch of 20-somethings on liberal college campuses are right, and the administration thinks they're right by pursuing this policy, and Lord Cameron, who is the foreign minister of one of our closest allies, is wrong when he says that blocking weapons to Israel would strengthen Hamas's hand.
Thank you, Senator. Let me be clear about two things. First, no one has, no one will do more to defend Israel than President Biden. He was there days after. October 7th, we deployed significant assets to the region to make sure that we could deter any further aggression and a widening of the war against Israel. When Iran unleashed an unprecedented attack on Israel, the first attack, as you know, from Iran directly onto Israel, for the first time, the United States actively participated in Israel's defense. We brought together a coalition of countries to do the same thing, and what could have been a devastating attack by Iran was thwarted, and thwarted very effectively. In terms of what we provided to Israel, again, no one has done more than Joe Biden, going back to when he was vice president, including getting the MOU that led to a 10-year agreement to provide Israel with the assistance that it needs to defend itself. We have one weapon system that we have been holding back pending discussions with Israel about how and where it would be used because of the concerns that we've clearly expressed over many months about the possibility of a full-on military assault on Rafah, a dense urban environment where using something like a 2,000-pound bomb could have terrible consequences for the civilians. This is something that needed to be discussed. It's deeply unfortunate that that discussion leaked to the press when it was a private discussion between us and Israel. It did, and when the president was asked about it, he responded forthrightly. But there's no final decision, and it remains subject to discussion. But when it comes to making sure that Israel has everything it needs to defend itself, no one has. No one will do more than President Biden.
So you agree with Lord Cameron's assessment, though, that you're strengthening Hamas's hand by having this leak get out?
No, again, leaks are an unfortunate part of the business that we're all engaged in. It's really regrettable, but it happens. But it's also something that's not a leak is the fact that we've been both public and private about the fact that we have deep concerns about a major military operation in Rafah. And by the way, we've been working closely with the Israelis on other ways to achieve what we agree needs to be the result.
How is putting more pressure on Israel helping? How is that helping them win this conflict against what you described yourself as a terrorist organization and an enemy?
Not a question of putting pressure on them. It's a question when your close friend is going down a path that you think may be counter to its interests and potentially our own as well, then, of course, we have conversations with them. That's what we're supposed to do. That's the nature of the relationship. We have a better way of dealing with the ongoing problem that Hamas represents in Gaza and in Rafah specifically.
So what kind of pressure are you putting on Hamas?
Oh, what kind of pressure are we putting on Hamas?
When's the last time you called for Hamas to surrender?
Virtually every day.
Virtually every day?
Yes,
you called
virtually every day. I have said, Senator, that the single quickest way to end this is for Hamas to surrender, to give up its weapons, to release the hostages, to stop hiding behind civilians. I've said that from day one, and I continue to say it. And I agree with you. One of the things that's deeply regrettable is, not by us, but just across the board, the extent to which Hamas has disappeared from the conversation, as if they have nothing to do with anything, when they could. And I think you're 100% right. They could end this tomorrow by, yes, giving up, surrendering. We've called for that repeatedly. I wish more countries around the world were doing that.
Well, I agree with you 100% on what you just said there, because you're absolutely right. This all ends tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, and then the civilians would be able to get the aid. There wouldn't be any war there. I mean, Hamas is using the civilians as human shields. You told yourself about how they're hiding in hospitals and schools and stuff to fight the Israelis. Hamas is the problem here. Hamas is the one who started this on October 7th when they broke the ceasefire and committed the atrocities. They have to be rooted out. They have to be destroyed. We have to have Israel be successful. What do you think of Sinwar's words when he said that he's already won by this delay? I mean,
well, first of all, I haven't seen those words. Second, I would take with more than a grain of salt anything that Mr. Sinwar says about anything. So the fact of the matter is, he is under, and Hamas is under unrelenting pressure. When you're a nihilist, as Sinwar is, it's not entirely clear what effectively will move you. If he believes that there is victory in death, that's a different thing. We can't, we can't necessarily deal with that in the same terms.
Right. Well, here's the deal. We need to make sure Israel is successful. Hamas started this war. Wars are horrible. This is why you don't start them. But now that it's started, Israel has to be successful. During World War II, We had to go into urban areas to be able to root out the Nazis. Israel must be allowed to be able to root out Hamas. Certainly after October 7th, Hamas said they would continue to commit these atrocities, continue to attack Israel. They cannot be allowed to survive. That's why we need to continue to support Israel. And my concern here is that when you start putting conditions on our allies on how they have to win these conflicts, such as you're also doing in Ukraine with saying, hey, you can't go after long-range Russian stuff, blah, blah, blah. When we start doing that, our allies around the world wonder if these so-called ironclad commitments are going to be ironclad in the future. We've got to support our allies to win, and when we send mixed messages, then our allies start questioning our commitment, and that leads to a more dangerous world, Mr. Secretary. So we've got to continue to support Israel. Please make sure you are doing that and stop strengthening the Hamas's hand by somehow signaling that somehow we are showing any weakness. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chance. Mr. Secretary, welcome. I look forward to our hearing later today on the budget for the State Department. And I just was going to speak to one thing first before I move to some substantive questions. It's been posited that the world's on fire because of weakness. And I'm simply going to assert that the greatest strength that you and our president have shown is in building our alliances in the Indo-Pacific, the Quad, AUKUS, a strengthened and renewed partnership between Japan, Korea, and the United States. Really remarkable successes in stabilizing and strengthening the Indo-Pacific through alliances. In the response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine, an incredible global alliance of 50 different countries coming to Ukraine's defense, providing financing, imposing and enforcing sanctions. Really remarkable. And in the defense of Israel against 300 missiles and drones fired by Iran, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the UK, France would not have joined us in the defense of Israel but for President Biden's leadership. So I'm just simply going to assert that. Can I ask you whether it in any way weakens us to have country after country, year after year, have no ambassador confirmed by the Senate? Is it important that we confirm nominees to serve as ambassadors?
Thank you, Senator. It does hurt us, and it is imperative that we get ambassadors confirmed. And here's why. We're in, as we've talked about already today, in a global competition, notably with China, when we don't have an ambassador in place, a Senate-confirmed ambassador. Yep. But the Chinese have a fully accredited ambassador in place in a given country. Mm-hmm. Their ambassador may get in to see the president and the prime minister on a given issue. Mm-hmm. Ours, no matter how good our charge may be, mm-hmm. May not. And that puts us right there, just in that one example, at a competitive disadvantage.
As you know well, economic competition with China and with other actors is a key priority for this administration and for many of us. I recently had a chance to go to Angola and to see the impact of the Lobito corridor. I'll soon be traveling to the Philippines and get a chance to see the Luzon corridor. How important is it that we utilize new tools like the Development Finance Corporation and leverage multilateral resources to give our partners the opportunity to have more transparent, more sustainable, higher quality investment opportunities for key infrastructure?
Look, it's vital that we provide a better choice. And we do that by doing a few things. Using all the tools of government to be able to leverage private sector investment, because our comparative advantage is bringing the private sector to these projects. We're never going to outcompete China or anyone else on state dollars, dollar to dollar. That's not how we do things. But we can use these instruments to facilitate the private sector playing the role. And yes, it's to marshal the resources of other countries in a coordinated way so that together we can have a greater impact and have a better offer.
Exactly.
And we do it in a way that becomes a race to the top, whether it's dealing with corruption, environmental standards, worker rights, making sure countries don't get loaded down with debt. All of those things are part of the offer that we bring to this. And I know that when we're able to make that offer, there's no question the countries around the world prefer to work with us.
This week, President Ruto of Kenya is here for an important state visit. You'll have a chance to meet with some congressional leaders, to obviously meet with our president. You are hosting him at the State Department. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is having, I think, a very positive meeting with the Secretary of Commerce. We have a very talented ambassador there who comes out of the private sector and has applied a lot of her insights and talents. This is just another reminder that we need to show up. We need to have confirmed ambassadors. We need to have robust and innovative financing tools. Kenya has really suffered through massive floods, record drought, and locusts. And one of the things I'm concerned about is food security and how food insecurity leads to instability. Because hungry people move, and hungry people engage in conflict, and hungry people, more than anything, suffer. And as Cindy McCain at the World Food Program and others have recently said publicly, 330 million people globally are food insecure, and something like 800 million people will go to bed tonight. Senator Graham and I have introduced a bill to create the Foundation for Food Security that would use blended finance tools, risk insurance, first loss guarantees to help catalyze programs that many of us worked together for many years, like Feed the Future, to have more of a transformational impact on national agricultural systems. Do you think this is a wise and appropriate investment?
I do, and obviously I need to look more at the specifics of the bill, but the basic idea, the basic approach, I think is a very good one, because it's exactly as you just said. It's having that transformational impact. Look, we're the lead provider of emergency food assistance to people around the world. We're overwhelmingly the #1 funder of the World Food Program. We provide about 1/3 of its budget. I hear tremendous gratitude around the world for the work the United States does on an emergency basis. But what I hear even more than that is a desire for the investments to be made that have a transformational impact so that countries have the productive capacity to effectively feed themselves and feed others. And so I think doing that, bringing public-private together in a focused way, can make a big difference. I'll add one very quick thing. Feed the Future that USAID runs is one of the most important programs that we have in the government. It's making a difference in lives around the world. We've added to it something called the Vision for Adopted Crops and Soil, because one thing that we've understood, if you have nutritious and resilient seeds that can resist the ravages of climate change, extreme weather, et cetera, and we have them, we know what they are, we know how to make them, and you have the abilities we now do to actually monitor the quality of soil anywhere, and to remediate where it's necessary. You put those two things together, and that's the foundation for sustainable productive capacity. So part of our budget is to make sure that that program, starting in Africa, but now also in our own hemisphere, including in Guatemala, is appropriately resourced.
I look forward to talking with you further this afternoon about how we could sustain Carrie Fowler's work and how we can continue to fund innovation and sustain the work of our diplomats and development professionals around the world. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you and appreciate the extraordinary commitment that you have made over the last years to continue to foster American interests around the world. I'm sure we don't agree on all the topics, but your devotion to American interests is noteworthy and certainly something that I applaud. You know I'm going to want to talk about China. China is a disappointment for those of us who followed the Second World War and then followed the collapse of the Soviet Union. We're hoping that China would align with us in some way and see more modernization and liberalization and democracy. Unfortunately, it's taken a different turn. Its ambition is to lead the world, dominate the world militarily, economically, geopolitically. I just, on a piece of paper while we were here, I just wrote down some of the tactics that I see that they're employing in their grand strategy in no particular order. Monopolizing key industries, with TikTok being able to gather information about Americans, Confucius Institutes to be able to promote their policies in our campuses, inserting themselves through cyber systems in our critical infrastructure, buying ports around the world so that they can foster their naval commitments or naval ambition, putting in place graduate students in our universities, particularly in STEM subjects, to be able to steal technology, the 1,000 Scholars Program to do the same, inserting themselves into leadership positions in international organizations, purchasing farmland around our military installations, selling drones, Chinese drones to our police forces, spy cranes in the seaport we heard about more recently, monopolizing key raw materials around the world, stealing technology from our companies, spreading dissension in the U.S. and through the West. I mean, it's an extraordinary list, and it goes on and on and on. That is why the former chairman and I of this committee proposed and actually got signed into law a commitment to put together a group of people, Republican, Democrat, inside government, outside government, to develop a comprehensive strategy to deal with China's ambition. Part of this legislation said that by last July, the administration would be required to submit to Congress in a classified form and with an unclassified summary the results of this strategic development. Now, I've been offered the chance to review in camera what has been prepared. I've tried to schedule that, and that has not been responded to by the department. But does the State Department intend to submit to the law as signed by the President to actually put in place and to submit to Congress the strategy in a classified form?
Senator, first of all, I agree wholeheartedly with the short litany of items that you listed in terms of what China is doing to try to pursue its military, economic, diplomatic preeminence or dominance in the world. And across the board, we have worked in new and effective ways to deal with that, to push back against that. And I just say very quickly before coming to your question, two fundamental things have changed in our approach to China that allows us to approach it from a position of strength. One, what's happened here at home, the investments that we've made in ourselves with the leadership of Congress, particularly when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to the CHIPS and Science Act, when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act. In each of these ways, we put ourselves in a position to make sure that we are leading when it comes to the industries of the future. And what I see around the world is people taking note of those investments and wanting to partner with us. Second, we have aligned in ways that we have not before with key partners in Europe, in Asia, and beyond in the approach to China. And you see that now in convergence of the approach, the tools that we're using, both individually and collectively, whether it's investment screening mechanisms, whether it's controls on outbound investment to make sure that it's not going to help industries in China that could come back and hurt us, export controls that we're doing in a much more coordinated way, working across the board to deal with some of the economic non-market practices that China engages in that unfairly penalize not only our workers and companies, but workers and companies around the world. I can go on down the list, but we see that convergence in very powerful ways. Now, on the strategy and advisory board, first, we applaud everything that you've done and your leadership on this for many years. We announced the public strategy back in the spring of 22, and you were very gracious in actually being there when I put that out. But yes, the NSC, I know, and this is what the White House has made available, the classified strategy for in-camera review. I'm going to make sure if there's some problem in scheduling that happens. And I'll also go back to them about what more we can do. I know we've provided classified briefings to members and to staff on the approach that's in the strategy. But let me come back to you on making sure that you can see and other members can see the full strategy in the classified setting.
Well, the law that was passed called not just for a classified setting, which is certainly appropriate, but also to submit to Congress in a public setting what the summary of those strategic moves would be. And as I went through that long list of Chinese steps, those are the kinds of things I'm looking for. To say, look, our strategy is invest and align and compete sounds great. That may be an objective, but the tactical steps of what we're going to do country by country, industry by industry, port by port, spyware by spyware, et cetera, that's the kind of detail that really creates a comprehensive strategy that can be effective. And I guess I'm concerned that as we go potentially from one administration to the next, whether that's in 1 year or in 5 years, that we have a strategy that lasts. Following the Second World War, George Kennan and others came together to develop a strategy that was very successful in confronting the Soviet Union. We're looking to do the same thing here, but we haven't seen anything of that nature yet. And in the law required that be submitted to Congress in a public setting, but also in a classified setting. And I would ask that you honor that commitment made in law and provide that information both to Congress and to those of us that would want to attend a classified setting.
Thank you, and I'll come back to you on that.
Thank you.
Senator Merkley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Graham, and thank you for your dedicated and persistent pursuit of a path forward that would actually deliver the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict, recognition of Israel by Saudi Arabia, and a path towards self-governance for Palestinians. That is something so many of us hope we can see. And thank you, Mr. Secretary. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you, and thank you for your tireless efforts on behalf of this nation. I appreciate it. I'd like to mention two political prisoners in different parts of the world that we have reached out to and been in contact with. A Cambodian-American Democrat activist, Terry Singh, who's serving 6-year sentence on nonsense charges, and Gulshan Abbas, a Chinese Uyghur doctor languishing in a Chinese prison on a 20-year dubious charge. I hope you'll continue to advocate for these two.
Short answer is yes. We will and we are.
I want to reiterate something I said on the floor last week, specifically supporting President Biden in suspending key weapons deliveries to Israel that could be used for a full assault on Gaza and Rafah. Our president has stood in solidarity with the Israeli people since the horrific October 7th Hamas attack, which I might add included taking hostage someone with ties to my state, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. There's recent evidence of life and survival, so we're anxious to see his return. But like President Biden and like many of us, I've had enough with Prime Minister Netanyahu's strategy in Gaza that has caused the deaths of thousands of innocent Palestinians, many of whom are women and children. How can we, in good conscience, continue to supply Netanyahu with weapons for a war where he restricts access to humanitarian aid like food, medicine, and fuel at the expense of women and children?
Senator, we've been determined from day one to do two things. One, to make sure that Israel had what it needs to defend itself, to make sure that October 7th couldn't happen again, but also, in so doing, to look out for the protection of civilians and their needs, their humanitarian needs. And from day one, we've been pushing, pressing Israel to make sure that access was there, supplies were there, distribution was there, deconfliction was there, and that's been virtually every single day of the last 8 months, working on that to try to improve the conditions for those who are caught in this horrific crossfire of Hamas's making, and particularly the children, the women, the innocent men who are suffering terribly every single minute of every single day.
We have heard over and over that there is an Israeli strategy to restrict access to humanitarian aid in Gaza. And as a consequence, children are starving to death and people are in desperate situations. I have personal friends of mine who've been there, medical doctors. The reports are horrific of what deprivation has been caused there. Is that at the hands of Israel's strategy, or is that a part of it?
In our judgment, this is not and has not been a deliberate attempt to deny people what they need, but this has not been the priority that it should have been and needs to be in terms of what Israel is doing in Gaza. It's, as we know, an incredibly complicated terrain in which to operate, given the nature of the enemy and what it does. But we have said for some time, for a long time, that in our judgment, the needs of the civilian population need to be put front and center, and to design everything else around that, not the other way around. Over these many months, as we've gotten different access points open, starting with Rafah back in October, to Kerem Shalom some weeks later, to other crossing points, whether it was Erez or the 96th crossing, the route from Jordan with trucks, now our own maritime pier. All of this has been designed, and with Israel's cooperation, to get assistance to people who desperately need it. But it has not been enough. It has not been effectively distributed, and people continue to suffer grievously. So we're working to do everything we can to maximize what they get. So deconfliction remains a real problem as well.
So I understand the administration's position and agree with it, that when it comes to denying them, for example, access to 2,000-pound bombs, which may destroy the lives of innocent people and certainly would in those confined circumstances. That is an express statement by the United States that any policy of the Israelis that includes those bombs, we are not going to be complicit. Is that true?
To be clear about what the President said, and we've shared this for some time, we have deep concerns and, in fact, cannot support a major military operation going into Rafah absent a credible plan to protect civilians. We haven't seen such a plan. We have deep concerns in a dense urban environment like Rafah with the use of something like a 2,000-pound bomb. That's why we've been engaged in a discussion with the Israelis about it.
So the point I'm getting to, though, is when you look at the interdiction or denial of humanitarian aid and the deaths of innocent people, particularly women and children, what are we doing to put the pressure on Israel to stop that?
Oh, I think that's there every single day. The President's been very clear with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that. I've done the same with my various counterparts. We have commitments from Israel, including in writing, about the steps that haven't been taken that need to be taken, that they say they will take and are taking, and we're working to hold them to those steps. We have to make sure that more aid gets into more people more effectively.
When I see this television coverage of miles and miles of trucks waiting to bring humanitarian aid, and I'm thinking, while there at the same time that these children are starving and being denied basic medical assistance, it strikes me that we're building extraordinary piers, temporary piers, at cost of millions of dollars because the Israelis will not open up the gates to let the trucks in. Is that, am I drawing?
No, the pier which is now functional was designed to be a complement to, not a substitute for, these gates. And
so the gates are open?
So in the north, we have Erez and Zakim, which were recently opened. We have routes in the south, though, and this is what's happened in the last couple of weeks, with the operations now taking place in the area of Rafah, and particularly the Rafah Gate, that was shut down. Kerem Shalom was operating at much less capacity than before because of the military operations that Israel's engaged in the last few weeks.
Well,
so what we don't want to see is a reversal. We had terrible problems, particularly in the north, in getting aid in, and the north was a particularly acute disaster area for the people that were still there. That's been improved, again, not sufficiently, in opening these crossings from the north. We have convoys coming in from Jordan as well that are going directly to the north, Ashdod port. But now the situation in the south is deeply, deeply, deeply concerning because these gates have either been shut down or they're not operating as efficiently as they should.
I hope that the United States, through the President, will take the same resolute, determined stand when it comes to the interdiction of humanitarian aid. We have been briefed by credible sources that there is little or no smuggling taking place into Hamas and that the basic foodstuffs and medicine and fuel that are needed for these families that are struggling to survive there is being stopped and it trickles in instead of coming in at full force. I hope we show the same level of determination for that as we did with these 2,000-pound bombs.
We do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here today, for your years of faithful service, for your testimony, for your budget requests that I support. I wanted to just start with Ukraine. So much of the focus has been on what's the needs of today. What does Ukraine need today? And I was just there in February with other members. But I want to clear up something by way of a simple comparison and contrast. There's been a lot of criticism today about Israel and the pause by the administration on the single shipment, 1,800, 2,000-pound dumb bombs. Does that pause put Israel at any risk of not being able to defend itself, of being short of the military equipment it requires?
It does not.
Not at all?
No.
Israel has what it needs.
Yes.
By contrast, as I said, I went to Ukraine in February. Right after we passed the supplemental, I could see in President Zelensky's eyes, in the generals and military members' eyes, that look of we're off the edge of desperation. Did the majority 6-month waiting to get the supplemental across, did that jeopardize Ukraine's ability to defend itself?
Well, I think for whatever the reason, the 6-month delay in getting the supplemental
did have real consequences on the battlefield in terms of creating an environment in which Russia could do more damage to Ukraine. Now, happily, the supplemental is there. It was approved on an overwhelming bipartisan basis. That's a very good thing. And we're working every single day to move that assistance out to the Ukrainians who need it.
Absolutely, and I thank you for your leadership. I thank the Chairman McCall for his leadership in pushing the supplemental across. I'd like to look to the future. And you from day one, and the administration from day one has said, for example, in Ukraine, what does the future look like? And rebuilding. President Zelensky in our meeting thanked us for the Repo Act, for the freezing of Russian assets with a future of using those assets for rebuilding. Mm-hmm. We met with the American Chamber. They see the extraordinary need and opportunity. You said in your remarks in Kyiv just last week, I think it was, quote, "There is one more crucial step we can take, making Russia pay for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. What Putin destroyed, Russia should and must pay to rebuild. It's what international law demands. It's what the Ukrainian people deserve. Our Congress has given us the power to seize Russian assets in the United States. We intend to use it," end quote. Yes. What steps has the State Department taken toward making Russia pay for reconstruction in Ukraine? What plans does State have to use those authorities granted to it? How are you working with partner nations to unlock more money? And Zelensky the President spoke directly about this, that we are a model in use of the Repo Act, but we have $5 or $6 billion, whereas Europe is sitting on hundreds of billions.
That's right.
Can you tell us?
That's exactly right. First of all, I applaud the Repo Act and appreciate the leadership in getting that done. Second, we've been using that and using our diplomacy to rally other countries, particularly the countries where these assets are located. They're the ones who ultimately have to agree to this, to enable their use. Now, we've had, I think, one initial important step forward just a couple of days ago. The European Union has now agreed that the interest generated by the sovereign assets in Europe can be used and given to Ukraine to support and to rebuild. But what we'd like to see happen now is to find a way to, in one way or another, in effect, use the principle. And one of the things that we're looking at, and I hope that by the G7 meeting that the President will attend, we can make progress on that, is to, in effect, use the principle as collateral for a loan, a bond, that would generate significant monies now for Ukraine to help it get started on the rebuild.
I certainly hope so also. The principle must be used. Russia must pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine. And I know my colleague, Ms. Manning, asked you about the hostages. And I wear this. It was given to me by hostage family. We all have met with many of the hostage families. I think of them every single day. I can't understand how the world has not come around and said, Hamas, you must release all of the hostages, living and dead. What's the clearest statement of where we stand with the hostage negotiations now?
Like you, I am determined every single day to get them back home, to get them with their families. And I know the families. I've met with them many times here in the United States and Israel, as is President Biden. And we have come close, I think, to reaching agreements that would get a ceasefire and the hostages released and hopefully start a process that moves to a more enduring peace and security for Israel, for the Palestinians. But in the most recent go-around on this, Hamas did not say yes to what I thought was a very generous and appropriate proposal coming from Israel. So we continue to be at it. CIA Director Bill Burns, myself, other White House officials, working on this, working with Qatar and Egypt. We continue to have officials who are talking about this, and we will continue to make the hardest possible run at it. But in this moment, unfortunately, we do not have the agreement that we should.
I thank you for your work. Godspeed, and bring home the hostages. Thank you.
I think when yields, chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Secretary Blinken, earlier this week, I was grateful to achieve a phone call with the very dynamic and dedicated daughters of the late Maj Kamalmaz, who was identified as having been murdered by the Assad regime. Dr. Kamalmaz, an American psychologist, was kidnapped by the Assad dictatorship in 2017 while visiting an elderly family member. He was a devoted person to counseling people who have suffered from extreme danger. He was the father of 4 children. Dr. Kamalmaz is a Syrian American. Can you explain the refusal of the administration to say his name or condemn his murder at the hands of the Assad regime? Will there be a criminal investigation into his murder?
I'm happy to pursue that with you, and I need to make sure that I know the full facts of the case.
And hey, we're going to get them to you because
happy to
Dr.
pursue that.
Kamal was a great American, a Syrian American who was flat out murdered. Additionally, as so accurately exposed by Chairman Mike McCall, the war criminal Putin is attacking Ukrainian citizens from Russian territory. It's just 30 miles to the second largest city of Kharkiv with a population of 1.4 million. And I'm really grateful we see with Congressman Bill Keating that our concern is bipartisan. Hey, we want you to do good. We want to succeed. War criminal Putin is murdering Ukrainian civilians as we speak, sacrificing Ukrainian lives to satisfy the false escalation narratives that has been repeatedly being seen as false is also immoral. When will the administration allow Ukraine to use the equipment to end the war and save lives? This is important. To delay equipment could lead to the legacy of Biden-Blinken with a never-ending war, as has been warned by the Washington Post even.
Thank you, Congressman. And every step along the way, we've endeavored to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs, when it needs it, can use it effectively, can maintain it effectively. As I said to Congressman Keating, we're always open to listening to our partners and, as necessary, making adjustments.
And hey, this is so clear. This is response to an illegal invasion. This should be to deter mass murder that's being conducted, and to not allow the people of Ukraine to respond properly is putting so many people at risk. And then we have dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. And our enemies are clear. War criminal Putin claims Ukraine does not exist. The murderous regime in Tehran and its puppets claim Israel does not exist. And the Chinese Communist Party says that Taiwan does not exist. Sadly, Taiwan has paid for defensive weapons which are being delayed. And there must be a deterrence or to save millions of lives of the people of Taiwan. It's crucial for anti-ship missiles, air defense, and F-16 advances. I particularly appreciate the people of Chinese heritage as the only son of a person serving in Congress of a World War II flying tiger who liberated China. And so we liberated China, but now the people of Taiwan are subject to a potential invasion, and the way to deter it is to provide the equipment. They paid for the equipment. We authorized funding for the equipment. What is your commitment to expedite the delivery to deter a murderous catastrophe?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We've notified more than $6 billion in foreign military sales during this administration, 13 proposed sales in 22 that I went forward with, another 7 in 23. That's by far the largest single and two-year notifications that we've made of weapon sales. The challenge that we have, as you know, in terms of moving forward on them is with our production timelines. And we are doing everything we can for a whole variety of reasons, including Taiwan, to make sure that those production lines are moving more quickly, more efficiently to be able to deliver on the weapons that we're providing to those who need them for their self-defense. We're committed to Taiwan's defense. We're committed to making sure that it has what it needs to defend itself, commensurate with the threat it faces. But the challenge that we have, as I think many members of this committee know, is with production and making sure that moves as quickly and efficiently as possible.
And time is of the essence. There must be deterrence to avoid an invasion, and it can be done if we provide the equipment and with the pre-positioned equipment that we have around the world. That there should be expedited to the people of Taiwan to avoid what will be the most catastrophic world incident after, sadly, the abandonment of the people of Afghanistan with 13 dead Americans. And so
indeed,
every effort must be made to prevent an invasion. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr.
Okay. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick.
Thank you so
5
much.
minutes.
Thank you so much for being here, Secretary Blinken. I have a few questions for you about what's going on in Haiti. We've heard a lot of conversation during this hearing about holding back funds, partisan stalling tactics. But as we see right now with the MSS program, the U.S. has pledged over $300 million, of which $80 million is being withheld by Republicans who are sitting on this committee right now. And it's unfortunate that I haven't heard of anyone on the Republican side actually mention what's going on in Haiti, where we have more than 1.4 million people who are actually facing a famine. We have close to 400,000 people who have been displaced, and then we have gross acts of violence against women, girls, and boys every single day. And so my question to you really has to go down to, now what is going to be the cause, the impact of the delay of the funding to Haiti's MSS program?
Well, the delay of the funding would mean that potentially the program can't go forward, and that we have, I think, a very important opportunity to turn things around and help the Haitian people turn things around by giving the Haitian National Police the support they need to fully and finally regain control of Port-au-Prince, the capital city, to deal more effectively with the gangs, to allow democracy to move forward in terms of an election, to allow humanitarian assistance and development aid to move forward, because in the absence of having control over the basic transportation hubs and infrastructure, none of that can happen. And we have countries that have stood up that are willing to take on this mission of supporting the police in a time-limited fashion, starting with Kenya, and President Ruto's here right now. But if we don't have that funding, we won't be able to support the program. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not America policing the world, because we don't have Americans on the ground doing this. We have others who stepped up to do it, but we need to give them the support that they need to do this mission.
I don't mean to interrupt, but talking about President Ruto, I spoke to him today, and he spoke about Kenya's commitment to helping Haiti and making sure that the Kenyan forces and the other forces have everything they need, which brings me to my next observation. When I speak to the leaders of other countries who have pledged their troops, who have pledged their dollars, they're questioning our commitment to this commitment to Haiti, who is our ally, which is another concern that I have, is that no one on the Republican side talked about our commitment and responsibility to Haiti, which is in our backyard, and who is actually our ally also, and how we're making, I mean, their actions by holding back funds is actually putting us in a position of weakness. And we see this playing out. Have you heard concerns from other countries about the ambivalence of the Republicans releasing the funds?
Well, I don't think they talk about it in terms of parties, but they are concerned with our ability to come forward with the funds that we've committed to this effort, because we have a good number of countries who've come forward to make their own pledges, about $100 million, close to $100 million. And if they see that we're not moving forward with ours, they may pull back on theirs.
And has it been clear what they're asking for before they release the funding?
Because yes, they'd like to make sure that the funds that we've committed, including the funds that are currently with Congress, actually go forward.
Has the funds that the Republicans are withholding, have they made clear what they're looking for before they actually release the funds?
Well, I don't want to speak for anyone else. That wouldn't be appropriate. But we've had many briefings, discussions, conversations going over the plans. And of course, it's totally appropriate for Congress to want to make sure that it sees and understands the plans and what the program is, and we've brought forward that information.
So to my understanding, we've had over 80 briefings on the situation in Haiti and what's going to happen with the MSS, the goals,
sounds right.
And we've outlined the safeguards and what's going on in Haiti. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
So do you feel like 80 briefing is sufficient for you to be confident to actually release the
funding? I would hope so.
So would you infer that the real reason they're holding back the funding is because of political gains that they're playing?
I don't want to infer anything.
But a reasonable
I think it's
person
important
could infer
that again we move forward with this. I understand.
And so what is the timing? So if they're holding back funding, how much time do you think we have before the funds have to be released?
The timing is now. The mission is ready to go forward. The Kenyans are ready to proceed. So the timing is now. We really need to move forward on this in the coming weeks.
And so before I run out of time, could you articulate the administration's position on Hope Help and how it can help Haiti, especially in this economic downturn?
I think this is a vital program in terms of giving an appropriate trade preference to the apparel sector in Haiti, which is the leading sector. We've already seen employment in that sector because of the downturn, the crisis that Haiti has faced, go from about 50,000 to 30,000 people. This is a huge opportunity to give young people an opportunity.
I'm sorry, for my last 3 seconds, could you please articulate how soon do you need the money to be released to actually save Haitian lives?
Really in the coming days or weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman, time's expired. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to recognize one more.
Secretary, it's great to have you before the committee. I recognize that there are many pressing concerns that require your attention, your time. these days. At the same time, I believe that we have the wherewithal, we have the resources to pursue our national interests globally, including in Burma, and that's what I'd like to ask you about. It's been concerning to read and hear reports of bureaucratic delays to American support to opponents of the junta in Burma, support authorized and, in fact, required by Congress in the Burma Act. Secretary Blinken, you have broad authority and sufficient funds, by my reckoning, to distribute non-lethal aid to armed groups and to Burmese society. Items like drones and communications equipment, for example, that could save countless innocent lives. Why has this aid not been fully allocated and dispersed?
Senator, I'd welcome sort of coming back to you on that in detail because I'm not aware of particular delays. Certainly our intent and my intent is to make sure that we're taking advantage of the Act and taking advantage of it in a way that allows us to robustly support both the Democratic opposition and ethnic groups, to bring them together in a unified program, to provide them the assistance that they need and the support that they need, even as we're putting pressure on the regime through sanctions. So if there's specific things, I welcome learning them and working with you on that.
Okay. And I'm grateful for that. I will take you up on that, myself, my team, and we'll stay in touch with the committee more broadly. One concern I have is that the department has perhaps made a legal determination that because some non-lethal assistance could conceivably be considered dual use, it couldn't be provided. I would want to know if that were indeed the case, how we'd square that with the enormous military assistance that Russia and China have been giving the junta. Why don't I move on to some AI discussions that have made news recently. Last week, U.S. officials, including States Acting Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology, met with Chinese officials to discuss international or artificial intelligence governance. Where do you see China's goals for AI governance differing from our own, and how are we confronting the difference in our diplomacy?
So when it comes to AI and when it comes to China and AI, a couple of things worth citing. First, as you may have noted, we got the first resolution through the UN General Assembly with wide support, including even China, on questions of AI governance, and in particular the importance of trying to use AI to advance sustainable development goals to meet the needs of people around the world. And in that, certain basic principles about how AI should be used that very much reflect our views. And to the extent that we can get other countries signed on to those principles to maximize the benefits, minimize any of the potential harms of AI, that's a good thing. We've also gotten strong support around the world on how to think about the use of AI in autonomous weapons. I think those are very important guidelines that hopefully countries will be bound by, including China. And then more specifically, Senator, on China, we thought it's important, irrespective of our profound differences across the board, to at least be talking about how we each respectively see AI, particularly when it comes to questions of safety and security, because we know the extent to which this can be used for grievous ill, not just for benefit. And so this is a good way of at least getting a better understanding of how China is looking at this and sees this, sharing the way that we see it, and seeing if, as you know, in the past, we've had, when it came, for example, to arms control during the Cold War, maybe there are avenues for getting agreements on use and not misuse of artificial intelligence. But right now, this is just a very broad conversation about how we respectively see AI and its development.
Yeah. I'll just state and then move on with an additional question or two. I think it's fine to talk and engage in these sorts of broad discussions, and we may indeed come to terms on something we didn't expect to come to. I think it's equally as important to work with our closest allies and partners to see how we can harmonize our existing standards or evolving standards, and then since we share certain core values, that will give us leverage at the negotiating table.
You're 100% right, and that is what we've done. We've been working through the G7 in particular to try to move out on basic principles and hopefully build out from there.
Relatedly, today South Korea hosts the second AI Safety Summit after last year's summit at Bletchley Park. What role do you see the safety summits playing in the overall AI governance debate?
Look, I think these summits can help establish norms, rules, understandings when it comes to safety that could prove invaluable. The more we can develop a consensus around what these norms and standards and rules should be, the more we or like-minded countries are in the driver's seat, the more effective we're going to be in making sure that AI is used for good and we minimize its use for bad.
And for those who are watching, trying to get clarity on the division of labor within our own government on this topic, what is the diplomatic role that you see the department taking in consultation with Commerce following Secretary Raimondo's announcement of an international network of AI safety institutes?
We're working in very close coordination with Commerce on this, and we both have leadership roles to play, and we've organized our department accordingly. And as you know, and I appreciate supported, we established for the first time a bureau in the department for cyber and digital policy, as well as having an envoy for emerging technology. And we've got the talent at the department to make sure that we have the necessary expertise so that we can play the necessary diplomatic role around the world in trying to align other countries with our vision for the way forward on AI. But of course, Commerce has an absolutely vital role to play, a lead role to play, particularly when it comes to engaging the private sector, and we're fully partnered on that.
Well, I anticipate a lot of future conversation and focus from this committee as it relates to the harmonization of standards development, and ensuring that the standards that prevail and predominate around the world are standards that embed our values on privacy and openness and transparency and human rights and so forth. So thank you for your work in the early stages of what might be characterized as a revolution in AI technology.
And can I just add one quick thing to this,
Yes.
Senator? I just want to really applaud your leadership broadly in this area, because the work that you've done, the leadership that you showed, particularly on the CHIPS and Science Act, has given us a much stronger hand to play around the world as the United States makes sure that we continue to have the leading technology, the leading industries, and thus are in a stronger position to actually shape those norms, rules, and understandings. A lot of that does go to CHIPS and Science.
Thank you.
We all thank Senator Young for his leadership. He's educated.
Has expired. I now recognize Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here and presenting your budget request, which I strongly support. Dr. Afridi did more for America than any other foreigner in the last 200 years. Yet he remains in jail in Pakistan. All Americans are dedicated to his release, but some not dedicated enough to agree with Pakistan for a Afridi-Siddiqui trade. And I would hope that you would urge the administration to make such a trade. I'm confident the Pakistanis would accept it. Obviously, the Pakistanis should release him without conditions. But no, it's very hard to ask any other non-American to cooperate with the United States when the person who did the most for us remains in jail. I hope you would also direct the U.S. ambassador to Albania to visit Camp Ashraf and demonstrate our continued concern for those who fled Iran and then fled Iraq. This is particularly relevant because President Raisi of Iran died, and while some mourn his passing, he was personally responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Iranians, including many who are the family members of those who are in Camp Ashraf. 30,000 people apparently have died in Gaza. Perhaps half or more are civilians. Congress has provided you with $9.1 billion in humanitarian aid. But there's other things going on around the world. 300,000 died in Darfur 2 decades ago, and now we see a new genocide in Darfur where tens of thousands have been killed. Looking at the rest of Sudan, 18 million people face acute food insecurity. 600,000 Tigrayans have died just in the last few years, and now millions of people face food insecurity in Ethiopia. In eastern Congo, we see 7.1 million people displaced. 1.2 million Rohingya are in camps in Bangladesh, where countries have not contributed enough for their food, and therefore the World Food Program has reduced rations by 30%. The entire population of the Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, has been ethnically cleansed and now lives as refugees in Armenia. Can you commit that, and hopefully this is just a yes-no answer, can you commit that when you allocate that $9.1 billion of humanitarian aid, you will do so on the basis of where is the greatest need rather than which conflicts get the most publicity?
Yes.
Thank you. People think that the Middle East is as bad as it can possibly be. That's not true. Iran has a nuclear weapons program I'm sure my colleagues will ask you about. I want to focus on Saudi Arabia. Some think Ben Salman's going to be a good friend of the United States, but even they must take the examples from the 1970s, where the Shah was a friend of the United States, and every weapon system that he had was in the hands of the Ayatollahs by the end of that decade. Saudi Arabia will want a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United States. Can you commit to us that you will not send up to Congress a nuclear agreement with Saudi Arabia that does not include the additional protocol and does not meet the gold standard that we saw in the UAE nuclear cooperation agreement?
Any nuclear cooperation agreement that we reach will have to address all of our nonproliferation goals, and we want to make sure that, of course, we have gold standard agreements with whomever we reach these agreements.
Thank you. Hamas had allied organizations. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad is the better known, but there is also the Popular Resistance Committees, the third biggest terrorist organization based in Gaza, which has not been designated a foreign terrorist organization. And I wonder if you can commit to either designating them as either an FTO or otherwise as a terrorist organization, such as a specially designated global terrorist, or at least come back to this committee in 30 days and tell us why you haven't done so.
Happy to come back to you. We're always looking to see appropriate designations to use whatever tools we can against terrorist organizations.
They are proud participants in the killing of 1,200 of Israelis on October 7th, and they've killed Americans. They meet more than all the standards.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Smith for 5 minutes, then we will recess.
Mr. Secretary, members, as usual, I'll call members based on seniority of those present when the hearing was called to order, and alternating between each side. Each member will have 5 minutes for questions and responses, and I anticipate that we should have enough time for 2 rounds of questions. Mr. Secretary, I will start in the Western Hemisphere. Just ask you, you're aware, right, that in Cuba, the FBI's top 10 most wanted terrorist, Joan Chesimard, is harbored, right, by the regime. Mm-hmm. You're aware of that?
Yes.
You're aware that bombmaker William Morales of the FALN, responsible for the murder of 4 Americans, injuring 50 in New York, is also harbored by the regime in Cuba. Mm-hmm. You're aware as well that the ELN and FARC terrorists are harbored there? Mm-hmm. Yes. You're aware that the regime did not cooperate in the investigation regarding the so-called anomalous health incidents, the sonic health attacks against U.S. personnel. Mm-hmm. You're aware of that, right? You're aware that the Cuban dictatorship has a very extensive espionage network. The most recent case that was very public was the State Department's Victor Manuel Rocha, who pled guilty of spying for decades on Cuba's behalf. And you're aware of that, I'm assuming, as well, Mr. Mm-hmm. Secretary. You're aware that the Cuban regime recently signed a military agreement with Belarus to train Cuban nationals, and then Cuban nationals are traveling to Russia to fight, traveling to Russia to fight for Russia against Ukraine, correct, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then, this is what caught me not by surprise, but as you know, the State Department failed to designate Cuba as a not fully cooperating country when it comes to terrorism. The rationale was that Colombia's, frankly, how do I describe him, pro-Hamas, pro-communist, former M19 guerrilla president decided to no longer wants to extradite Marxist terrorists from Cuba. And then the Biden administration decided to resume law enforcement cooperation with the regime. Again, not to mention the fact that Cuba has thousands of intelligence agents in Venezuela, keeping Maduro in power. It is a terrorist regime. And so how does this coddling to a dangerous anti-American dictatorship with all of those issues that I just mentioned that I know you're aware of, and so many others, how does that protect U.S. national security interests?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the not fully cooperating statute requires an annual review, and the basis for the designation by the previous administration was the presence of these National Liberation Army members from Colombia in Cuba. The demand at the time by the Colombian government that they be returned to Colombia, the refusal of the Cuban government to do so, hence harboring terrorists. The change this year has been that the Colombian government no longer seeks their extradition, and as you noted, we've resumed law enforcement cooperation with Cuba in the national interest, and thus the basis for the designation was no longer there. There are other designations, as you well know, for Cuba that remain on the books, and of course, all of the acts that you rightly cited, we continue to push back against, take steps against, wherever and whenever we can. But in this particular case, given the annual requirement, given the basis for the designation, given the changing facts, that's the determination we made.
And Mr. Secretary, but again, as we mentioned in the beginning of this, my question, those are not the only terrorists that are harbored there, including folks who have murdered Americans.
And in many cases, we have fugitives for justice who are being accused, indicted, convicted of crimes different from terrorism.
Absolutely, absolutely. So again, I just found it hard to understand that the fact that a country decided to not ask for a group of terrorists to be sent back doesn't change the fact that there are other terrorists that are there, including ones who have killed Americans, who, by the way, the regime has refused to send back to the United States, for God's sake. But anyways, again, we'll continue the conversation, because I'm frankly taken back by that aspect. I am going to keep to the clock. I'm going to ask the rest of you to do the same. So with that, let me recognize the distinguished ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Lee.
I'm going to ask 2 or 3 more questions.
Please.
I don't know if any of the other remaining members have any additional questions they'd like to ask before we conclude. In terms of economic statecraft, the PRC is the world's largest creditor just by raw volume and has grown its influence through the Belt and Road and lots of other ways of giving loans, but often behind a very opaque and needlessly coercive set of terms. It's increasingly important we work with like-minded governments to create alternatives. And last week, this committee held a hearing with DFC, XIM, and MCC. And I just welcome your thoughts on what more we could be doing to strengthen our efforts to provide alternatives to PRC lending and the work we're doing together and the whole of government is doing together. I will soon go to the Philippines in part to talk about the Luzon corridor.
Great.
And Chair Murray recently led a trip to Angola where we were largely looking at the Lobito corridor. What more could we be doing?
Yeah, so I think, Senator, what you're putting the spotlight on, Senator Murray's putting the spotlight on, are extraordinarily positive examples of what we can do when we effectively marshal our resources, both the resources of the U.S. government so that everyone is rowing together in the same direction, notably DFC, along with USAID, along with the State Department, along with Commerce, Treasury, you name it. Also, our ability to catalyze private sector investment, because as we were discussing earlier, that really is for us the comparative advantage that we bring to the table. But government is critical in particularly challenging investment environments to be able to do things to secure
investments in ways that bring the private sector in, and then to also do this in a way where we're working with allies and partners so that we can take advantage of their own investments and focus. So the President put together PGI at a G7 meeting at the beginning of the administration, where we are mobilizing together resources with G7 partners to direct them at specific investment opportunities. Similarly, we have this mineral securities partnership, where we now have 14 countries that are prepared to make coordinated investments in developing critical minerals, rare earths, and to match them up with countries that have these things, and to do that in a coordinated way where we get a much bigger impact because we're managing to get other governments, other countries working with us. I think Luzon's a really good example of what we're doing, in this case, mostly bilaterally with the Philippines, where it's the first PGI project in the Indo-Pacific. We have Subic Bay, we have Clark, we have Manila, we have Balangas. These are economic hubs that are all being joined with, in effect, an infrastructure corridor, rail, port modernization, agribusiness, semiconductor supply chains. And then the project, the Libido Corridor, which I saw as well, is truly extraordinary, where you now have the infrastructure starting to come in place, linking Angola, Zambia, the DRC, right across the continent in ways that are creating tremendous efficiencies, but that are in the same corridor, bringing together the transportation, primarily rail, the communications, the agribusiness, all of that coming together in ways that are benefiting the communities along that corridor, and that are moving things much more efficiently and more effectively than ever before when it's fully realized. So for us, having the tools to start these projects, obviously the diplomatic resources to go around and about, identify them, bring countries together on them, bring the private sector in, the tools then to finance not the full projects, but, for example, the feasibility studies, delivering government capacity to the host governments to be able to manage them on their side. All of these things are critical to their actual realization, and that's where things like our own budget, DFC, is essential.
Thank you. You've been doing this work a lot longer than I have, but one of the things I've noticed in, I guess, 14 years now of going and visiting posts and asking foreign service officers about their work-life balance, their experience, their career, knowledge transfer. It's completely understandable that there's a structure whereby, partly because of needing to move on to the next post, partly because of family and school schedules, often someone will be at a post 2 or even 3 years, build a lot of relationships, connections, and have the best of intentions to write a very long and detailed memo and leave behind all sorts of numbers and pictures, but they end up leaving, and then their successor at post arrives weeks later, and there is not a warm handoff, and particularly in cultures where personal relationships matter, and saying the sorts of things that you might not want to write down about you can really trust this person, you really can't trust that person. I'd just be interested in what you think we might be able to do together to provide more resources and strengthen the ability within the department for there to be engagement from the departing officer to the incoming officer. I would think in the age of Zoom and social media platforms and iPhones, it would be easier than it may have been in decades past. But as we're about to take up the state authorization bill, I wondered what your thoughts were on this topic generally and what we might be able to do.
Yeah, it's a great point, and one of the things that we hate to see is reinventing the wheel, because someone's been at something for a while, they leave, the knowledge doesn't get shared effectively, and then someone has to pick up from where they started. So we do try to correct for that, and so, for example, we try to make sure that in a given embassy, if someone from one unit is leaving, it's staggered with other people in that unit so that, to the extent we actually have all those resources, which is another question, that there is some continuity, and that if there's not overlap between the incoming and the outgoing, that at least the outgoing has shared a lot of that with other folks, or maybe his or her boss, in ways that get passed on as effectively as possible to whoever's coming in. But you raise a really interesting question, which I think we should look at, about whether there's more we can or should do to have some kind of more sustained connections between someone who's left and has built up tremendous expertise and maybe somewhere else, but whose knowledge is still essential to whoever's coming in. And I want to go back and look at that because it's an interesting idea.
I think it would help both with the effectiveness of the incoming officer in terms of how quickly they get up to speed, but also improve work satisfaction, career satisfaction for the outgoing, because you spent years building these relationships, and then to feel like you now have to go on. And maybe it's because I visit more posts in Africa than anywhere else, and they tend to be understaffed. They tend to be stretched a little thin.
And this is another challenge that we're facing, which is understaffing. And by the way, it's interesting. It's not just in Africa. We have the critical mid-level positions, including, for example, in our European Affairs Bureau, that are open and understaffed. We've had two of the largest incoming classes of foreign service officers in a decade, which is very gratifying. But it takes a while for people to work their way through to a point where they're taking on these very important positions. And we do have real gaps that we're trying to rectify. Now, we've gotten new authorities also to bring in people mid-career. That's helped. But ultimately, we have to have a department that not only continues to attract the talent, but that retains it and supports it as it goes up the ladder in these jobs.
That's something I'm passionate about, supporting you and helping you achieve. Last question, promise. The Global Fragility Act, we've talked about it a number of times. It was signed into law back in 2019. I've talked to the Secretary of Defense about it. Earlier today, I talked to the Secretary of the Army and Chief of Staff about it. You know, bluntly, it's a lack of involvement by the Department of Defense that concerns me most. State Department has the lead. AID's been a good partner. There's a number of identified countries for implementation that I think are outside the mandate of the Act, but at the very least, Papua New Guinea, Mozambique, coastal West Africa strike me as great examples of where we should be able to demonstrate a strategy that is state-led, AID partner, DoD partner with a common agenda, common priority to prevent fragile states from becoming failed states. I just would be interested in how you see the State Department's efforts in ensuring we actually can move ahead with meaningful implementation.
Yeah, look, I think, I've got to tell you, I think the importance of the Act and actually implementing it effectively has only been reinforced by what we've seen in the Sahel, which is, the countries, of course, are not part of the Act, but countries adjacent to the Sahel, the ones in some cases, the ones you've cited, are. And it just reinforces the fact that whatever we're doing in terms of security assistance to countries, that may be necessary, but it is certainly not sufficient in allowing these countries not only to remain stable, but actually to move forward. And in the absence of that, then you're likely to see what we've seen in the Sahel, which is coup after coup. And at the same time, when these coups happen, and our military, which may have been helping deal with violent extremism and terrorism, leave, we know what comes in typically afterward, including, for example, Russian proxy forces, make things worse, not better. And so countries find out the hard way that this is not a good development. But I think it just places an emphasis on trying to make this work and work effectively. We are reviewing on a yearly basis how this is working. We're assessing the different commitments that partners have made to it, the availability of resources, the actual status of the program, so that we are in real time judging whether are we actually doing this? Is it being implemented or not effectively? Is it, even though these are, of course, 10-year programs, are we starting to see, movement and progress? And we'll be sharing our own thoughts on that. I think it has helped us leverage multi-donor mechanisms to some extent. We need to do more of that. I think it has helped us start, at least, to more effectively align assistance across the government, which was one of the big intents, but it's not yet where it needs to be in terms of implementation. So here again, given your leadership on this is something we should really work on, and I think the Sahel has just reinforced the importance of it.
My core concern is that DoD doesn't really focus or respond until there's a profound security crisis, and then when they do, they tend to respond massively. And Coastal West Africa, their national leadership has been here repeatedly. Some of our leaders have been there, and they are calling and calling and calling for more significant partnership. And I think if we fail to deliver on that, we'll be disappointed at the choices they may make.
Yeah.
I am, in closing, grateful that we are hosting President Ruto this week for what I think is an important state visit. You and the Vice President, obviously the President, and many other cabinet officials, some congressional leaders. I think it's important for us to highlight the centrality of partners that are democracies that share both economic and public health and climate and security goals. So thank you for everything.
Thank you,
Mr. Secretary, thank you for what has been a very full day for you of testimony before 2 committees. I appreciate your service. And with that, the record will stay open 1 week for any member of the committee who wants to submit a question for the record. Otherwise, this hearing is hereby adjourned. Senator Moran, my apologies.
Thank you, Senator Bozeman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, introduction of Russian troops into Niger, same bases where American personnel, including Kansas members of the National Guard, are stationed. What's being communicated to the junta in Niamey to make certain our service members are protected? And what can you assure me about our pending withdrawal, that it will be safe and responsible?
Thank you, Senator. My number one priority, the number one priority of the Secretary of Defense, in this case, is force protection or personnel protection. And particularly in a situation like Niger, where, yes, we had a coup, we sought to reach an agreement with the junta or the government that exists now about staying. We haven't been able to reach an agreement that meets our needs, but we've been absolutely clear with them about the imperative of making sure that as we pull forces out, we do it in a way that is safe and secure for those forces, just as our embassy personnel needs to be protected. We have assurances from that government about that, but my number one priority is making sure that whatever happens as we proceed with bringing forces out, it's done in a way that protects them.
I think I read in the general press about a September 15th date for departure.
That's correct.
What's that based on? Why from now until then?
Basically, the amount of time it takes to do it safely, securely, to retrograde all of the material that's there. Again, to your point, we also want to make sure that we not only bring our people home, we bring all of the equipment home, technology home, because we certainly don't want Russians or Russian proxies getting a hold of that.
Related but concerning is we've spent billions of dollars in security assistance for countries across the Sahel, including training their militaries. I think we've seen 5 coups by the very military that the U.S. is training since 2020, and the numbers I've seen suggest that terrorism-related activities grow by 2,000% in the last 15 years. What is it that we need to do to change our policies, and where do we go? Emphasis on security assistance versus governance, peace building, conflict resolution.
Yeah, I think you put your finger on something critical, which is that as necessary as the security and military assistance is, it's not sufficient. And a more comprehensive approach that gets at trying to build government capacity, institutions, transparency, economic development, social needs, all of those things are imperative if we're actually going to have something that's sustainable. So we have some comprehensive plans in place to do that. With some of the countries surrounding the Sahel, we have the Global Fragility Act, thanks to Congress and indeed many members of this committee, that gives us both the means and the long-term approach to try to help build that up. Because I think if we don't, all the security assistance in the world is probably not going to work, and we're going to be on the wrong end of what you've just described.
Mr. Secretary, I think in last year's hearing I raised this topic and asked this question. There's lots of reasons that this is important, but we have an average 400-day wait time to receive a visitor's visa to the United States. Senator Klobuchar and I have introduced the Visa Process Improvement Act. I'm reminding you that we have the Olympics coming to the United States, FIFA World Cup in 2026, 11 cities, including Kansas City, are hosting these events. It's expected to attract 8 million international visitors. What's the plan? Is there changes that we've not yet seen that improve the situation for the visa processing system to address this 400-day average wait?
Yes, in short, yes, and we've been on this relentlessly. And the fact is, right now, more visitors can travel to the United States than ever before as a result of visas. For FY23, we issued 10.5 million non-immigrant visas, and that exceeds what we issued before the pandemic, which is when we got into a great deal of difficulty. Exceeds it by 20%. We have, with the highest standards for security and vetting, which of course remains critical in what we're doing. We have reduced interview wait times across the board. They are now at pre-pandemic levels in every single category, except for first-time visitors to the United States from non-visa waiver countries. So this is an area that we're putting particular focus on, because every other wait time is actually below now pre-pandemic wait times. The processing times that are most impactful to our economy, whether it's students, temporary workers, business travelers, all of those wait times are actually down. So we have to focus on, and we are focused on, the first-time travelers who are not coming from visa waiver countries. We have dedicated extensive resources to this to make sure that both in our embassies and back home, we can do what's necessary to process people, process them quickly.
Is there any evidence, Mr. Secretary, that China has taken steps, tangible steps, to reduce the flow of fentanyl and precursor chemicals into the United States?
Yes, a good start, but not enough. By a good start, I mean this. After the meeting between President Biden and President Xi, President Biden secured an agreement by China to act more effectively on this. And what we've seen since then is the promulgation of new regulations to their chemical-producing companies. We've seen them take down some companies that were engaged in the illicit transfer of chemical precursors. And in addition, they established with us a working group so that we are working on this regularly, and we can bring information to them about things that we're seeing. Having said that, we believe that to really have an impact on the flow of these precursors that typically would go to Mexico, synthesized into fentanyl, come to the United States, there are a few things that we really need to see. One is very public law enforcement with prosecutions and convictions of people or enterprises that are engaged in this. Two, there are a number of chemical precursors that should be scheduled, that China at least theoretically has agreed to schedule, that they still haven't, thus making it more difficult for companies to divert them. And third, there is a financial nexus between some actors and entities in China and criminal organizations in Mexico in particular that they need to act on.
Is China ambivalent, or it actually gains benefit from supporting the trade?
I think from what we've seen, they saw it before as principally a problem for us and a demand problem that we were not addressing effectively. We have made it clear to them that, one, this is a #1 priority for us. As you know well, Americans between the ages of 18 and 49, #1 killer is fentanyl, synthetic opioid. So this is a national emergency. Second, what we've seen is that even as our markets have become saturated, these criminal enterprises are making markets elsewhere around the world, in our own hemisphere, in Europe, in Asia. And we've made it clear to China, there's going to be a growing demand signal on you to act responsibly in dealing with this. You may not care so much if it's coming from us. You're probably going to care more if it's coming from a lot of other countries. We put together a coalition now of almost 150 countries and organizations to deal globally with the synthetic drug crisis. And I think China is hearing those demand signals, and we're seeing action. But again, it's a start, but it's not enough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here before this committee. Thank you for your continued willingness to be in an open dialogue with the Senate and Senate Foreign Relations Committee on these important matters. Press reports suggest that the United States and Saudi Arabia are close to finalizing the bilateral elements of a regional security deal. The Saudis themselves called the existing draft semi-final. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the status of these talks to the extent that you can tell us. The first is this: it seems as if the administration has really put their foot on the accelerator to try to get the U.S.-Saudi elements of this agreement wrapped up. But our committee's understanding has always been that this would be in the context of an agreement that included Israel, and critically would include real commitments for a Palestinian state. Unfortunately and regrettably, right now, there's not seemed to be the willingness or the room inside the Israeli politic to make those commitments. And so my first question is, why the rush to get a deal done with Saudi Arabia when we don't even know the shape of the commitments that Israel may ever be willing to make? And two, why do we have confidence that Saudi Arabia would ever live up to the commitments that it is making? In the national security world, a mutual defense or a security treaty is a sacred trust. This is a country that 4 years ago chopped to pieces an American resident journalist. This is a country that 2 years ago turned its back on us when we asked them to side with us at OPEC Plus and instead chose Russia. And so I'd ask you to answer those two questions. Why the rush, given that we don't really understand the potential for the full agreement to come into effect? And what gives you confidence that Saudi Arabia will live up to any of the commitments it's making?
Thank you, Senator. A few things here. First, yes, we have sought to move forward in negotiating the bilateral U.S.-Saudi aspects of a normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But even if we were to conclude those agreements, and I believe we actually can conclude them relatively quickly, given all the work that's been done, they could not go forward, and the overall package could not go forward, absent other things that have to happen for normalization to proceed. And in particular, the Saudis have been very clear that would require calm in Gaza, and it would require a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. And it may well be, as you said, that in this moment, Israel is not able or willing to proceed down that pathway. But to the extent that the agreements are finalized in principle between the United States and Saudi Arabia, that in effect calls the question. And Israel will have to decide whether it wants to proceed and take advantage of the opportunity to achieve something that it has sought from its founding, which is normal relations with the countries in its region. And we see the possibilities for the future in that agreement. We saw them starkly, powerfully, on April 13th and April 14th, when Iran engaged in an unprecedented attack, and a direct attack by Iran in Israel. And countries come together, led by the United States, to defend Israel from that attack and defend it very successfully. There's an opportunity for Israel to become integrated in the region, to get the security, fundamental security it needs and wants, to have the relationships that it sought going back to its founding. But in order for that to actually go forward, there has to be an end to Gaza. There has to be a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. So I think one advantage of completing the work, at least in principle, with the Saudis, is that the question then becomes one that's no longer theoretical or hypothetical, but one that needs to be answered. And we'll see what the answer is. Look, these agreements, like any agreements, whether it's with Saudi Arabia or anyone else, you count on the other party to live up to the agreement, and if they don't, there are consequences, including the agreements being, in effect, abrogated. So I think it's profoundly in Saudi Arabia's interests to fulfill the commitments that they would make in the context of these agreements. And by the way, none of this will go forward before Congress has its say.
Let me just express worry at the phrase credible pathway to a Palestinian state, right? A credible pathway to a Palestinian state is very different than a Palestinian state. We have had numerous credible pathways to Palestinian states that neither side has made real upon. This is a unique and perhaps final opportunity to actually cement a Palestinian state, which many of us believe is the necessary predicate to peace in the region and the long-term survival of a Jewish state in the Middle East. Look forward to continued conversations about this really important topic. Wanted to touch one other subject with you. You've got $169 million in this request to counter fentanyl and other synthetic drug production around the world. Thank you for that commitment. Later this week, the Senate is going to vote on a bipartisan border security measure negotiated with Republicans that would dedicate $20 billion to border security, including substantial, unprecedented new resources to stop fentanyl from coming into the country. This amount that you've requested in the underlying budget stands on top of the commitments that you secured at the recent summit in San Francisco from the Chinese to do some really important, dramatic things to stop the movement of precursor into Mexico and into the United States. Just in the remaining 30 seconds to a minute, the importance of the achievement at the summit and how that dovetails with the requests that you're making. You've made substantial progress on stopping the flow of fentanyl into the United States. You're to be commended for that, but this money seems critical.
First of all, I commend the efforts being made here to dedicate these resources to what is arguably the #1 challenge we face in terms of public health and in terms of the security of the American people. #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 49, not heart attacks, not car accidents, not guns, fentanyl, a synthetic opioid. So this has to be, and it is for us, a #1 priority. It requires a lot of work at home. It also requires a lot of work around the world, given the global nature of the threat. With regard to China, President Biden achieved important agreements with President Xi when they met at the end of last year outside of San Francisco. And China moved ahead in publishing new regulations, in cracking down on some of the companies that were engaged in producing and then transferring the precursors, the ingredients that go into making fentanyl, as well as to establishing a working group with us so that we could track this. Now, when I was just there a few weeks ago, I made the case that while this was a good start and important, more needs to happen in order for it to be truly effective in reducing the flows that are coming to Mexico, the precursors, and then synthesized into fentanyl and coming into the United States, including very public enforcements of the law with prosecutions and convictions, including scheduling some precursors that China has agreed to schedule but has not yet done to make it their use more restrictive, and also going at the financial networks where we've seen connections between some Chinese entities and criminal cartels in our own hemisphere, and working from their end to sever those. So we'll be watching to see whether that happens. It's a start, but a lot more needs to happen.
Senator Romney.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Blinken, I share your relief that the National Security Supplemental Appropriations Bill that provides aid to Ukraine, Israel, and our allies in the Indo-Pacific region is finally law. Unfortunately, this is not the first time since Russia's invasion of Ukraine that Ukraine has had to wait for vital security assistance from the United States. On numerous occasions, President Biden's administration has blocked transfer of weapons and equipment to Ukraine until sufficient pressure from Congress and our NATO allies led to a change in course. In some cases, after the point in the war when those weapons would have made the most difference. For example, the Ukrainians requested Abrams tanks in early 2022. The administration did not approve that transfer until January of 2023, and the first tanks didn't arrive in Ukraine until October of last year. Long-range attack missiles are another critical capacity that was requested early in 2022. It took more than 18 months for the administration to approve a shorter range version of ATACMS, and the longer range version was approved only last month, nearly 2 years after the request. F-16s are another example. My point is, had the administration acted when Ukraine first requested these weapon systems, Ukraine would have been able to benefit sooner from the technological advantage these weapon systems provide. What I am seeking from you is a commitment to speed up the delivery of weapons, of munitions, of other technology at this very critical time during Ukraine's war with the aggressor, Russia.
Thank you, Senator. First, I can assure you that we are doing everything we can to accelerate the actual delivery of the assistance to the Ukrainians so that they have it in their hands and can use it to deal with the ongoing Russian aggression. Second, look, I have a different perspective on this than the one you just shared. Of course, the fact that well before the Russian aggression, President Biden made sure in presidential drawdowns in the fall before the aggression, Christmas before the aggression, that the Ukrainians had stingers, javelins, and other things in their hands. We did it quietly. We did it effectively. They were able to prevent the takeover of Kyiv and push back the Russian aggression. Every single step along the way, we have worked to get them what they need when they need it. But as you know, it's not just the weapon systems that count. You've got to make sure that people are trained on them, because if they're not trained on them, it doesn't do you any good to have an Abrams tank if you can't drive it. If you can't maintain it, which is particularly complicated with some of this technology, again, it doesn't do you much good to have it. So I think the way that the Department of Defense, for example, has looked at this is to make sure that if we are providing things, we do it in a comprehensive way so that it's actually usable and sustainable, because, again, otherwise it's not going to do you much good. And certainly that was the case with the Abrams tanks. F-16s, there are no pilots to actually fly them, so we're training, others are training the pilots. So all of these things do have a timeline to them. You're right, but I think it's not simply a matter of providing the tank or the plane or the missile. It's making sure that the entire infrastructure is there, from the ability to use them, the ability to maintain them, and then, of course, to have a concrete plan to make sure they're used effectively.
Well, from my perspective, there's been slow walking of certain weapons and munitions, which I hope we can overcome. I want to switch to a different issue, and that is that just yesterday, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction released a report that found that since August of 2021, at least $10.9 million in U.S. taxpayer dollars has been provided to the Taliban-controlled government by 38 implementing partners of the Department of Defense, USAID, and the U.S. Agency for Global Media. How does the department explain the Inspector General's assertion that U.S. assistance is going to the Taliban through taxes, fees, and duties?
Yeah. Well, two things, Senator. First, I haven't seen the report, but I promise you I'll look at it promptly. We're engaged with the Inspector General on this on a daily basis. We're responding to inquiries. We have, I think, dedicated something like 13,000 staff hours since we left Afghanistan to working with the Inspector General's office, and we're committed to doing that. I want to make sure that we're responsive in real time. So I'll look at this as soon as possible. Are there fees, taxes, and things that get collected by the Taliban? That sounds, unfortunately, logical. And maybe there is in this case, I don't know, I don't want to speak to it not having seen the report. Maybe there is, unfortunately, a cost of doing business by some of these organizations that are trying to provide desperately needed assistance to people in Afghanistan.
I hope you will get back to me on that. Finally, Mr. Secretary, illegal marijuana grows in Maine and elsewhere pose a significant national security and public health risk. According to the Drug Enforcement Administration's 2024 assessment, there's been a notable uptick in the number of illicit marijuana cultivation sites linked to Chinese and other Asian organized crime groups. That includes my state of Maine, where between 100 and 200 sites have been identified. Mr. Secretary, are these Chinese criminal syndicates operating these illegal marijuana grows in our country with the knowledge and consent of the government of China?
Senator, first of all, let me defer to DEA on this because they have the expertise about what's going on in the United States. But I would welcome working with you on this. Dealing with countering narcotics is a big part of our engagement with China
in the years ahead. With that, I thank you and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me ask first, we, as you know, have been conducting an investigation to the Afghanistan withdrawal, and we'll be releasing a report of that in September. Will you commit to appearing before this committee for a hearing on Afghanistan? We've had the top brass of the Pentagon do so, and I think the Gold Star families deserve that as well.
Mr. Chairman, for the Gold Star families, for the President, for me, for everyone involved, we grieve with them, the losses they suffered, including over 20 years in Afghanistan. We honor their sacrifice. And one of the ways we do that, of course, is by taking part in oversight, answering questions, giving the American people the answers they deserve. And we've engaged in very good faith in this. I think by our count, we facilitated transcribed interviews with 15 current or former officials.
Sir, my time's limited, but is that a yes?
Mr. Chairman, I've appeared before this committee 5 times, including one time dedicated solely to Afghanistan, but every time taking questions on Afghanistan. That's more than any of my recent predecessors have done. And
well, we look forward to your testimony in September.
Well, we can have our teams talk about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee yesterday that you denounced the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants against Israel's leaders and committed to working with Congress on a bipartisan basis to find an appropriate response. I've been working with the Speaker and the ranking member and others in the Senate on potential proposed legislation to address this issue. Will you commit to working with this committee to find a bipartisan bill that would place meaningful sanctions on the International Criminal Court?
Mr. Chairman, first, let me say again that decision was totally wrong-headed, and any equivalence that it implied between Hamas and Israel and its leaders was shameful. And we commit to engaging on a bipartisan basis and finding an appropriate response.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you on that. Earlier this month, the President stated on CNN that if Israel conducted a major military operation in Rafah, that, quote, we're not going to supply the weapons and artillery. Is this still the Biden administration's policy? And what specific weapons do you plan to withhold beyond the 2,500-pound bombs?
Well, first, Mr. Chairman, no one's done more than President Biden. No one will do more to make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. He was there days after the attack on October 7th, the first president to go to Israel when it was at war and under attack. In the time after that, he made sure that we deployed resources and assets to deter any further aggression against Israel from other quarters, which was very much a threat.
And we all know the history, but are you planning to withhold more weapons?
I'm happy to get to that. And of course,
it's
also important to note that when Iran conducted an unprecedented attack, a direct attack for the first time on Israel from Iran.
If Israel invades Rafah, will you withhold more weapons?
We actively took part for the first time ever in Israel's defense and rallied a coalition of countries. When it comes to Rafah,
that doesn't answer my question. Are you going to withhold more weapons?
Come to your question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. When it comes to Rafah, we've made known for a long time our concerns about a full-on military assault at Rafah, the damage that could do to the civilian population, absent a clear and credible plan to protect it, and also to achieve the results that we in Israel both want, which is to deal effectively and durably with Hamas. And so in that context, particularly with regard to 2,000-pound bombs, which in a dense urban environment can do terrible damage, we've been in discussions with Israel about that particular weapon, and those discussions continue. Those were private discussions. It's unfortunate that it leaked to the press. It did, but those discussions continue, and our concerns about a full-on military assault in Rafah remain. We have other ways of dealing with the challenge posed by Hamas that we believe can be more effective and more durable.
Okay, let me just ask you this. We didn't find out about the withholding of weapons until we saw the president's interview on CNN. Congress was never notified of this decision. We just marked up a bill out of committee that requires advance notification. If you decide to withhold more weapons from Israel, which I would say was the intent of Congress when we passed the supplemental and when I approved these weapons, will you at least give us advance notification?
Mr. Chairman, we've gone out of our way. We've gone well above and beyond in previewing for Congress.
I had no notification, nor did anyone in this committee or Congress until we saw the president on CNN. That's hardly an adequate way to notify Congress. Lastly, Ukraine. We have a really bad situation going on, as you know. This is a sanctuary zone that the Russians have created. And what they're doing is they're lining up all their artillery and rockets and missiles just across the Ukraine border that they then use to attack the Ukrainians. However, your administration and Jake Sullivan have restricted the arms use so that Ukraine cannot defend itself and fire back at Russia. That's why I mandated the ATACMS in the supplemental, the long range, short range, and the HIMARS, that your administration is tying their hands behind their back, not unlike what you're trying to do in Israel. Will you change this policy so Ukraine can fight without one hand tied behind its back?
Well, as you know, we've rallied 50 countries over the last 2 years to come to Ukraine's defense, to provide it with the weapons it needs to defend itself, to push back against Russian aggression. When it comes to enabling, endorsing attacks outside of Ukraine, that's not something we've done, but Ukraine will have to make and will make its own decisions, and I want to make sure it gets the equipment that it needs to effectively defend itself.
Congress got them the equipment, and thank you for implementing that, but Congress did not put restrictions on the use of these weapons. It's Jake Sullivan and your administration that has put the restrictions on these weapons, and I talked to them, and this is not, they cannot achieve victory with these restrictions that you, not the Congress, have placed on them. And I hope you'll take that back to the National Security Advisor and the National Security Council and change this policy decision that is very dangerous and damaging to the Ukrainian people. My time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Sherman.
Has expired.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to talk about a few different areas of spending. My colleague just brought up the Global Engagement Center. Now, whether we're talking about GEC or state officially or USAID or U.S. Agency for Global Media, the fact of the matter is you guys put out solicitations, grants, sub-grants to the agencies that, or to the entities that get grants, NGOs, you name it, dollars spread across the globe. And this is the statement of what I believe should be a statement of policy bipartisanly between Republicans, Democrats in the House, those in the Senate. Until state, USAID, all those agencies start giving us notice of every one of those grants, sub-grants, solicitations, start giving us notice of every single one of them, we should not be giving you one more dollar. And I think the proof for why that is the case is in how, in far too many circumstances, you all really have no idea where the money is going. And I'm not saying it's easy to figure out where it's going in every circumstance, but that can't be the situation. And I'm going to reference a few different places. You have Naz sitting behind you here. We had a hearing for a couple hours here in this very room where we discussed just a $500,000 grant to expand atheism in Nepal. It was denied for a couple hours until we held up the actual solicitation for the grant. And then, of course, it was acknowledged that it did actually take place. And then we got a call a couple weeks later saying, oh, and by the way, the agency that we gave it to, they didn't even give us all of the information on it in the slides. It's just one example. I'm not going to hash it all out. But it's one example of you all didn't know where the money that you sent out there from the U.S. taxpayer was going. I was reading over the last 24 hours the special investigation into Afghanistan reconstruction, the CIGAR report, and looking at the amount of money that has gone directly to the Taliban. It's not a mystery. It's not something to argue about. It is a fact, money going directly to the Taliban that's gone out through all of these agencies that state works with, and specifically 144 partners were referenced in this CIGAR report. And when it talks about the 144 partners and the questions that they were asked. But of those partners, only 65 of them actually chose to answer to the Inspector General about where the dollars were going. The other 79 didn't even feel like they had to answer questions about where the U.S. taxpayer dollars were being spent. We saw it from the Pentagon just in the last day that on this massive pier that was built, that was worked on by you all, that none of the aid has yet made it to the people of Gaza yet. It's sitting in warehouses and other places. And again, it's just to the point that there is not nearly enough accountability, and we should be receiving every grant, every sub-grant, every awardee, every solicitation that should be sent through this body for review, whether in a classified or unclassified setting. Now, I do have a couple of questions on that. I spoke about the 79 grantees in part that did not respond to the CGAR report, and I have a question about them. Since that time, have you frozen any of the bank accounts of those 79 entities?
Congressman, we've looked very hard at the CGAR report. I think it's important to note that money does not go directly to the Taliban. It goes to the UN, NGOs. We've dedicated about $2 billion. So the people in Afghanistan.
Now you're literally telling lies to the American people. These state dollars went directly to those that were solicited to do it, these implementing partners, as it's referred to, and they paid directly money to the Taliban. Sometimes they labeled it taxes. Sometimes they labeled it value-added taxes. Sometimes they labeled it a host of different things. But do not pretend that money did not go directly to the Taliban.
It did not go directly to the Taliban. Let me, again, if you'll give me one chance to just lay this out very quickly.
No.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm
because
here to answer questions.
Anybody can go out there and read the CGAR report.
I invite them to do that.
So
$2 billion dedicated to helping the Afghan people. $10 million.
The answer is no. Not looking to have you filibuster the time for this. I do have some more questions. Have you frozen any of the bank accounts of the 79 entities that just chose to say, piss off, America, we don't feel like answering your questions about where
We've just got the report, and we'll work on any consequences that need to follow from it.
So, no, though. But that's the answer. Nothing frozen yet. Any shuttered offices or deregistration from lists of partners that you would work with? Again, I think this report came forward just a few days ago. We were obviously working at it, and we'll see what steps need to be taken to deal with it. Do look at that and do work on that. One other question here, and I will read a statement here. From the CGAR, they did ask this question: to affirm the accuracy and completeness of the responses provided, they requested that state attest to the questionnaire that it was distributed to all implementing partners, that responses were not altered, and attempts were not made to influence the implementing partners, and state refused to answer if that was the case. Would you answer that?
I'm certainly not aware of that. I'm happy to look into it.
Thank you.
Time has expired. The chair now.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. Two of our allies have been attacked, unprovoked, right? Ukraine by Russia, Israel by Hamas. And I'm trying to juxtapose the situation here. I see that according to reports, the president wants Israel to outline what governance in Gaza will look like after an invasion, how Israel will reduce civilian harm in dense urban environments, and how to free as many hostages as possible prior to sending capability to Israel. On the other hand, I've got from the State Department here the integrated country strategy. And I went through it. What I see here is the mission and goal objective is to win the war, which I fully support. Nothing that I would like more than to see Vladimir Putin run out of Ukraine on a rail and worse. Restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And we've essentially given Ukraine over $100 billion and said, go fight Russia, go defeat Russia, regain your territory. It's fully supportive of Ukraine winning that war. But at the same time, we've established a set of conditions on Israel. How about this condition? We have built, at the cost of the American people, $320 million a port, right? Operations were started on Friday, halted on Sunday because Hamas attacked the port, right? Hamas attacks Karim Shalom, the crossing there, which would allow aid from Israel and from the United States. So Israel has to pay for the aid of the people that attacked it. And has to provide this information on a plan. Can you tell me what the difference is? What's the difference between Ukraine and Israel?
In a sense, there isn't. And as we've made clear from the start, these are both close partners.
Well,
of the
Mr.
United
Secretary,
States.
with all due respect, if there's no difference, why do we have these conditions? They have to come up with a plan of governance and the people that attack them. They've got to have a plan for the hostages. I mean, Russians have thousands of Ukrainian hostages, right? And has the United States government, has President Biden restricted Ukraine's use of weapons in urban areas to reduce civilian casualties? Has that happened?
So, first of all, Congressman, no one has done more, will do more.
I know you say that, but it seems like
I don't really say
look,
it.
I'm just reporting what I'm reading. I'm just going with the facts. You can say that all day long, but the fact is that others have done more. And we're doing more right now for Ukraine than we are for Israel. President Biden's doing more for Ukraine than Israel. We took roughly half of the money or more from the aid package passed for Israel and gave it to Hamas, who's taking it from the citizens in their country and using it to fight Israel. So please skip the narrative and just tell me what the difference is between Ukraine and Israel. How come conditions on one and no conditions on the other?
These are not conditions. We give to our close friends, our best partners, one of our obligations is to give them the best possible advice we can. And so when it comes to dealing with Hamas, we're committed to seeing that Hamas cannot govern Gaza again, cannot pose the threat that it did that led to the October 7th attack. We've been doing everything we can to support Israel's efforts to defend itself and make sure that can't happen. And when it comes to Rafah, the concern that we've had and that we've expressed, as friends do and have an obligation to do, is that the effort to go in full force into Rafah to remove
where the enemy is, where the enemy is just reported, as you know, Mr. Secretary, 600 tunnels into Egypt, into Israel, traversing weapons and military equipment to attack Israel. So when you say we're doing all we can, we're providing advice. With all due respect, sir, they need to win the war against Hamas and eliminate them, and anything that we're doing that stands in their way of that is unacceptable, including supporting Hamas, which is what we're doing. At the same time, you're saying no one has done more. Well, no one has done more for Hamas either.
I to say the least, don't follow that. Let me say this very quickly. One, we want to make sure that the defeat of Hamas is an enduring defeat. And even if they go into Rafah and remove the remaining battalions, there will be thousands of armed Hamas left. Absent a plan for what comes after, and this is not a condition, it's simply our advice. Then one of three things is going to happen.
What is Ukraine's plan for Russia once they kick Russia out of their country?
I actually laid that out just about a week ago in Ukraine, and I'm happy to share that with you.
It's not in here, sir.
I'm happy to. I'll share it with you.
Sir, there are two different standards. You must admit that, and we in Congress wonder why, and the American people wonder why. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Joan yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for being here and the hard work that you're doing.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Secretary Blinken, for testifying today. I first want to talk about Sudan, where conditions are getting more horrific by the day. The RSF and SAF continue to encircle al-Fashir, where more than 1.8 million displaced people are trapped in what has been described as, quote, hell on earth, and is at imminent risk of famine. The UAE, a top buyer of U.S. arms, has continued to fuel this war by providing material support to the RSF, despite repeating urgings from the Biden administration, including, I know, your own entreaties. It's time, in my opinion, to take stronger action, which is why I'm introducing legislation that prohibits the transfer of U.S. arms to the UAE until the president can certify to Congress that the UAE is no longer transferring arms to the RSF. Now I want to turn to Israel. Hamas's attack on October 7th was despicable and inexcusable. And I've also been horrified by the Israeli military's response, which has reportedly killed over 30,000 Palestinians. So while I support President Biden's pause on the 2,000-pound bomb sales, I was also disappointed by NSM 20 report that laid out compelling evidence of law of war violations, but stopped short of making a conclusive determination. Meanwhile, we're seeing in recent reporting that in Rafah, the IDF has intensified airstrikes, deployed ground troops, and closed the Rafah border crossing. The UN has reported that over 500 civilians have already been killed and 450,000 Palestinians have been displaced. President Biden rightly drew a red line for U.S. Support on a full-scale invasion of Rafah. But I think it's unclear to the public the difference between what we're seeing now and what would be crossing that red line. So could you explain the difference to us, please?
What we're seeing now is an operation principally designed to take control of the border area, or at least parts of the border area between Egypt and Gaza, in order that the smuggling, the tunnels that are there, are taken out of action. And I understand that objective. At the same time, because it's been near Rafah and around Rafah, it has disrupted operations at the Rafah crossing, which have been critical to getting aid into people who so desperately need it. It also, for a time, disrupted operations at Kerem Shalom, although those have resumed. So we're working intensely with Israel and Egypt right now to try to get Rafah up and running again so that more can get in. It's more challenging in a combat environment.
Yeah, well, thank you for that clarification, and I hope we hold firm to the red line that President Biden has enumerated. As you know, I'm the ranking member of the Africa Subcommittee. I frequently travel to the continent and talk about human rights issues, and I'll be honest, I've been hearing a lot from our African partners that the U.S. is not consistent in living up to our values, that they don't feel like we're a good partner because they perceive we're not holding Israel to the same standards that we're holding them to. In the NSM 20 report, our own intelligence community assessed that Israel could do more to avoid civilian harm. Could you talk about specifically what we are urging Israel to do to mitigate and avoid civilian harm that they aren't already doing?
There are very detailed processes, procedures, lawyers who engage, for example, in the targeting decisions. And we've looked at over many months at the details of what on paper they're doing, but we see a gap between the stated intent of the policy and the actual results. Now, it's also a fact that is not always recognized that they're dealing in an environment, in a terrain that is almost unique because you have an enemy that hides behind and hides underneath civilians in apartment buildings, in hospitals, in mosques, in schools. And that makes what they're doing incredibly challenging. But from our perspective, we think it's imperative that a priority be placed on civilian protection and on making every possible effort to try to ensure that even in that usually challenged environment, civilians are not harmed and, relatedly, get the assistance they need to survive.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and I would hope the department is leveraging the intel community's assessment to urge Israel to do more because, frankly, not only human lives, but our international reputation depends on it. Lastly, the NSM 20 report said that they didn't reach an affirmative conclusion about Israel's use of U.S. weapons because Israel's failure to share complete information. How are we addressing this lack of transparency?
Well, there are two things in the report. One goes to the use of any weapons provided by the United States, and there, as the report noted, based on the totality of the damage done, and the use of weapons, it's reasonable to assess that in some instances they acted in ways that were inconsistent with international humanitarian law. Those instances are all under investigation by us, but also critically by Israel itself. Separate from that is the provision of humanitarian assistance. And there it's been important to get as much cooperation as possible on getting more access.
Thank you. Yield back.
Young lady yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, appreciate you being here. But I do have to express.
I just have a simple question for you. Is the world safer under your tenure as Secretary?
I think the world is an incredibly dangerous place, but we're able to deal with it more effectively and in a more secure manner because we've rebuilt our alliances, created new ones. We have more partners.
How's our alliance with our Afghan partners and allies? How's that going?
The ones that, the many that we've brought to the United States since withdrawing from Afghanistan.
Did deterrence fail Putin from invading Ukraine?
Putin was prevented because of our leadership in not preventing from erasing Ukraine from the map.
Should the invasion have happened?
I'm sorry.
Did deterrence fail? We had a whole panoply of threatened sanctions, isolation, diplomatic isolation. But at the end of the day, he still invaded.
He did indeed.
Failed.
And no.
Has deterrence failed? Iran supporting terrorism and its terrorist organizations and attacking Israel?
Unfortunately, horrifically, Iran has supported terrorism for decades.
Mr. Secretary, I have here the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, the invasion of Ukraine, the unholy alliance between Russia and China, Hamas and Hezbollah attacks on Israel, Houthi attacking international shipping, hostages in Gaza, Iran flush with cash, the reemergence of ISIS-K now, 6 thwarted attacks in Europe, increased Chinese aggression, and the collapse of our influence in Central Africa and the Sahel. And we get 5 minutes for the million people I represent in a public hearing, and you're going to tell the American people with this list they're safer?
Let's go down that list. We ended America's longest war. We're better off for that. Russian invasion of Ukraine. We repelled it by bringing 50 countries together, getting the Ukrainians what they need to make sure that it couldn't be erased from the map. The cooperation between Russia and China.
Mr. Secretary, you're a smart man. You cannot, I mean, at some point you have to look back, take a step back, look in the mirror and say, our policies are failing.
No, I think
deterrence is crumbling.
I fully disagree.
The American people do not feel safer
totally disagree.
Around the world. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you agree with the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who said publicly in October of 2023, the Middle East is quieter than it has been for decades?
In that moment, it was.
And then he stated it again, except you then stated just a few months later, would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region. What did you get wrong? What did he get wrong?
I'd have to look at this. Well, first of all, again, in that moment, that was an accurate statement. Second, we've been.
Did you have your head in the sand?
We've been very.
Did Jake Sullivan have his head in the sand?
Again,
I mean, like literally, did he have his head in the sand to say the region was the most, really a braggadocious moment? It's pretty amazing then when you have to retract your own kind of treaties in foreign affairs and change the language after the entire region blows up. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
On the contrary, I think what we've seen as well is a very effective effort to prevent the conflict that we've seen in Gaza from spreading as a result of American leadership.
But it's spreading. Hundreds of attacks on our bases. Tell that to the 3 American Gold Star families. Let me ask you this. Did the Iranian government offer condolences to our Gold Star families on their death? Did they?
I sincerely doubt it.
I doubt it. But we offer it to the man behind their murder, Raisi, right? Okay. Let me ask you one more, and this one is near and dear to my heart, and I've engaged you privately. I've engaged you publicly. I've asked you about a particular SIV that is literally hiding day in and day out, being hunted by the Taliban. And I've gotten no response, Mr. Secretary, and that man is being hunted down as we speak, who stood and fought with us.
Can I come back? Let's take that up. Can I come back to you on that?
Please.
I want to make sure.
I mean, I'm begging you in public for this man because I'm waiting for the moment when his family tells me he's
let me make
dead.
sure I come back to you on that.
But more broadly, your department has testified they're processing 1,000 a month, 1,000 SIVs a month. Yeah. At that rate, with the 125,000 that we're looking at 12 years. Is that acceptable? As these people are being hunted down by the Taliban?
We've issued, since withdrawing from Afghanistan, we've issued 45,000 SIVs.
Is 12 years acceptable to get our allies out?
I want to do it faster.
It's a yes or no question. Is 12 years acceptable?
No, we ought to be able to do it faster, but the part of that is
I would just think that would be a simple no.
Well, no, of course. We want to make sure that I'd like to get everyone
10
here
years?
tomorrow, but you've got to get people out of the country.
5 years?
It's not a question of our processing ability. It's the ability to get them out of
the
the country.
veterans groups that are literally exhausting their own savings as the Taliban receives aid, portions of our aid, by the way. For these veterans groups, some of which have exhausted their kids' 529 plans, their savings plans, still trying to get these people out. What expectation can we give them?
Gentleman's time
The expectation is that we are working every single day to do that. I hope the program, by the way, it gets extended through 26 because we desperately need it.
We'll get them more numbers, but if it takes 10 years to
Gentleman's time
to get there.
And if you can increase the cap too,
We'll get it for you.
The chair now recognizes
and we'll
the
follow up on
Chair Lady. Mr. Secretary, what do you think of Code Pink?
I think that there are very passionate people who are expressing deep felt feelings. I may disagree with their views. I respect the right of people to make known their views. That's what this country is all about. Of course, to do it in a peaceful way, to do it in ways that don't disrupt the ability to have a conversation, an engagement. But I know that people are, for the most part, motivated by deep felt feelings, beliefs, and passions.
Well, I disagree with them when I'm crossing the street and a lady tells me they're going to kill my wife and daughter. So I think y'all need to rethink your supporter groups like that. Do you believe the Afghanistan withdrawal was a success?
I believe that the President did the right thing in ending America's longest war.
You know, Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals, his family's a constituent of mine, was killed there, and we were given testimony, and this has been told many times, but the Marine sniper had the suicide bomber in his sights twice, and we're told that leadership, State Department both canceled that his ability to take out that suicide bomber and 13 brave Americans, I believe.
State Department has nothing to do with that. We don't give orders to the military. I know that.
You advise the military?
We don't advise the military. We don't give orders to the military.
Are you in contact with the military?
Of course, yes, absolutely.
All right. Should we be paying taxes to the Taliban?
We don't pay taxes to the Taliban, as I think we were discussing with your
Mr. Secretary, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction has found at least $10.9 million of U.S. taxpayer money was paid to the Taliban in the form of taxes since the withdrawal of 2021. Are you saying that they're not telling the truth?
Yeah, what happens is this, Congressman. We provided life-saving, desperately needed assistance to NGOs and the United Nations, which is spent in Afghanistan, $2 billion. Of that, according to the report, about $10 million, or 0.5%.
Yes, well, $10 million maybe not a lot to you, sir, but I can guarantee the people in Tennessee that's a heck of a lot of money. That's a heck of a lot of money. And to brush it off as a minuscule amount, I think just shows how out of touch you are with the American people. That was a statement. That wasn't a question. You provided aid to Gaza, which was then stolen by Hamas. How many terrorist groups are we funding or supplying with aid?
None.
None. You're here to tell me that none of this money is flowing into.
We are not funding them. We're not supplying them. When it comes to humanitarian assistance in Gaza, there have been instances where Hamas has seized the assistance, but it's not being done, and ask the Israelis, in a systematic way. To the extent that assistance is being diverted, typically it's because people are so desperate that they self-distribute the convoys. There have been incidents where it's been Hamas.
Self-distribute? You mean you mean Hamas stops the convoy and steals it, and then it gets
desperate people.
And the people in their leadership in Qatar or Qatar, whichever the case may be.
Yes, and that was actually Israel's policy for a decade. In fact, the Minister.
Let me ask you this: Why are you allowing?
Made clear that was a big mistake.
I'm going to be a jerk here and
please go ahead.
Reclaim my time. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Why are you allowing Iran to sell so much dadgum oil?
We're working every day to cut that off. I mentioned earlier that we've sanctioned more than 200 entities and individuals. We blocked more than 50 ships. We continue to look for others. We're working to deflag the ships, and it's an effort that we're making.
President Biden has lessened the sanctions on Iraq oil sales in February of 2021. Since then, it's been estimated Iran has made an additional $100 billion from selling oil. They were a bankrupt country, basically, when you all took over, and now they're literally rolling in it, and they're exporting that terror with the
if you look at their economic situation, I don't think that accords with the facts. And the fact of the matter is we haven't lifted a single sanction against Iran, and we continue to work to cut off the oil, the petrochemicals.
Well, how can Iran be selling 1 million more barrels of oil per day than in 2020?
Well, they're determined to do whatever they can, and we're working to make sure that wherever we can deal with that.
Well, I appreciate that, but the time for Iranian appeasement is over, Mr. Secretary. The administration's policy towards the Middle East have not only made our allies in the Middle East less safe, but it also has made the U.S. homeland less safe. Iran is far richer now than it was 4 years ago. Nobody can argue with that. You can say all the statistics don't lie, just statisticians, and I believe you're following in their footsteps. And they are using this money to sponsor terrorism. Look around you, Mr. Secretary. Your plan is not working. Again, I go back to my original statement about Afghanistan. A young man lost his life. Every day at my farm, I drive out on the street named after Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals. His life was life was taken short. 13 brave Americans should be here today by a failure on your all's part. I yield back, Lady Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Mrs. Salazar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Wonderful to have you here. You know, I just want to make the observation of what a great republic we have. You, the foreign minister of the most important country in the world, you have to come to talk to the representatives of the people and have to go through this very tortuous process. You know, and I'm sure that that is agony for you, but my constituents in Miami would love to have the foreign minister of Venezuela or Cuba, right, or Nicaragua right in front of us, sitting in the same chair you are. So once again, thank you for being here, for your service. And long live the United States for that beautiful system. I just mentioned Cuba. A week ago, your State Department took Cuba out of a semi-blacklist for countries that support terrorism. Not the main one, but the second one. On Monday, Cuban officials were at the Miami International Airport that I represent reviewing how we do counterterrorism. Cuba? Those two facts are a clear indication, sir, that you have all the intentions in the world to take Cuba out of the list of terrorist countries, even though Cuba supports Hamas and harbors American fugitives. So my question is simple. Have you begun the 6 months process required by the export controls law to remove the island from the list?
Very quickly, first, just to clear up a couple of things, if I can, although I will come to your question as quickly as I can.
Yeah, but remember that my time is running and I have 4 more countries.
Okay.
So tell me, did you start the process required by the export controls to remove Cuba? It's 6 months and you need to start the process by July 21st.
We have an annual requirement to review the not fully cooperating list. We did that, and there were changed circumstances, including the fact that Colombia was no longer seeking the extradition of the ELN members who were in Cuba.
But that's a little excuse, sir. Cuba has fugitives from the United States. It supports, come on.
They do, for sure.
All right,
but
so then, but my question is, are you going to take them off the main blacklist, which is the terrorist list for sponsor of terrorism?
In the near term, no, there's no intent to do that. But as necessary, we'll review, and we always have to.
But you have to review up until July 21st, according to the law. So are you planning to do that?
I do not see anything happening by July 21st.
So will you commit, like you did last year, and you fulfilled your promise not to remove it from the list this time from now until November 5th, the election time?
Right now,
and you commit to that?
All I can tell you is that right now, in terms of July, that is
July 21st.
Yeah, July 21st.
Colombia. Let's go to President Petro, who has threatened to change the Colombian constitution without going through the Colombian Congress, similar to what Hugo Chavez did 25 years ago. Last month, Petro broke relations with Israel, and you know that President Biden loves President Petro. And my question to you is this. If Petro dares to break the Colombian constitution, just like Chavez did, do you think that President Biden will change the perception he has on President Petro?
I'm not going to comment on President Biden's
will
views.
Will you change what you think of Colombia?
Let's see what actions are taken. We look to see in any country, partner, ally, adversary.
Mr. Secretary, President Petro has said that he is going to change the Constitution. He said it himself.
I appreciate, but let's see what actions are taken. I don't want to engage in hypotheticals.
And if he were to take that action of changing the Constitution and becoming another Chavez?
I am not expert enough in Colombia's Constitution or its laws to know exactly what he is contemplating and what that would do or not do.
Contemplating on perpetuating, of staying in power forever and ever, amen, just like Chavez did. That's what he's planning to do.
Presumably, that would be something we would object to, but again, I don't want to get into a hypothetical because I just don't know the.
But by your answer, you're giving him a green light to do that. You know that.
Hardly.
All right. Well, at least send the message that the United States is going to be very aware of what he's doing. Let's go to Venezuela. You know that Maduro will steal the presidential election July 28th, 2 months from now. He's going to steal it. You and I know it. I salute you and the White House for having reimposed oil sanctions under Maduro regime. We both want democracy in Venezuela. What can we do from this chair to help you, sir?
I think actually doing what you've been doing, which is to keep the pressure on to make clear that the things that Venezuela and Maduro may want, they cannot and he cannot achieve absent actually moving down the path to free and fair elections and doing what's necessary. The unitary platform, as you know, reached an agreement with Maduro. We've looked to see whether that agreement's being implemented, and in critical aspects, it's not being implemented.
Maduro is going like that on us. So let's go to Argentina. Javier Milei is the most pro-American president in the history of Argentina. He supports your agenda. Ukraine, Israel, anti-China, Venezuela, Cuba, Taiwan, open markets. I just sent to President Biden a letter asking for Argentina to be asked to be joined or to be put in the APEP. Would you consider putting them in that signature economic plan for Latin America?
In short, yes. I was in Argentina just a couple of months ago with President Milei. I think...
Gentlelady's time is
and we've
We need more Malays in Latin America, don't you think, sir?
And I'm happy to look at your letter and certainly happy to consider that.
Wonderful.
The gentlelady's time's expired, and I know she's got other countries to get through, Mr. Secretary, so she's going to send you those in writing. Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for your very dedicated service to our country and your tireless efforts to find a path forward in the Middle East. Secretary Blinken, what in the world happened with the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Egypt? We were told first that Israel put a very, very good offer on the table with the approval of the U.S. Next, Hamas claimed that they accepted that offer. They blamed Israel for walking away. Then we recently met with the Egyptian ambassador who blamed the failure of those talks on Israel. And today we heard reports that the Egyptians actually changed the terms of the Israeli offer before relaying that offer to Hamas. We have hostage families desperate to see their loved ones. We have no proof of life for the majority of hostages. We have American families desperate for an agreement that will release their loved ones. And now we learn that Egypt, a country we give millions of dollars in aid every year, failed to accurately and honestly convey a good ceasefire offer and then put the blame on Israel when the talks failed. What's really going on there?
First of all, like you, I've met with so many of the hostage families repeatedly over these 7 or 8 months, and I am determined that we continue to do everything we possibly can to get them home with their loved ones. I know these people, and it's personal. Beyond that, what I can tell you is this. Both Egypt and Qatar have been intensely involved in the efforts to get a ceasefire hostage agreement. The last proposal that was put forward, and as I said, yes, it was a strong proposal by Israel that was put forward. Hamas said it agreed to it, but Hamas, made changes to the agreement that were unacceptable.
So the Egyptians did not make changes to the agreement?
All I can tell you is the Egyptians have been an important partner in this effort, along with the Qataris, and we're continuing to try to get this agreement. I think it's the fastest way, of course, to get people home. And to change the equation.
But the Israelis did not walk away from that agreement.
No, the Israelis did not walk away. And again, Hamas is responsible for not. Again, it shouldn't have taken a negotiation to get to this point. Okay. Hamas could have and should have given up the hostages, put down its weapons, come out of hiding, surrendered. All of this would have been over on day one.
Thank you. I have heard repeatedly that the U.S. wants to ensure that October 7th never happens again, and that we will do everything necessary to make sure that Israel can defend itself. And that's the term I keep hearing over and over. Do you consider Israel's war against Hamas to be a defensive war?
Yes, in the sense that it needs to ensure that Hamas cannot do what it did on October 7th again.
Okay, and do you consider Israel's fight against Hezbollah to be a defensive fight?
In terms of deterring it from attacking Israel, in terms of making sure that people who've been forced from their homes in northern Israel, and Israel's lost sovereignty over its own territory because people have been forced from their homes, yes, dealing with that threat is important.
Okay. In contrast to my colleague, I was surprised that the NSM 20 report clearly stated that there was no direct evidence that Israel has violated international law, and yet the report suggested that the high number of casualties reported by Hamas are akin to circumstantial evidence of violations. And I was particularly surprised by that because our own military experts have described Gaza as the most difficult battle space any military has faced in modern warfare. And isn't it reasonable to assume that that is a significant factor for the high level of casualties?
It's certainly a contributing factor, and the report makes that very clear. But I think we also have to hold ourselves, and Israel has to hold itself to the highest possible standards when it comes to preventing
But there was no
civilian
clear
casualties.
evidence of violation found, as
Again,
reported in that report.
individual instances, many of them are being reviewed both by us
And they're being
and by
reviewed
Israel.
by the Israelis, correct?
By the Israelis, that's also
Okay, I want to move on to another subject. I was recently in Israel. I visited Kfar Aza and the site of the Hamas massacre at the Nova Music Festival. I last night saw the important film created by Sheryl Sandberg documenting once again the horrific sexual violence that was used by Hamas as a weapon of war against Israeli women and girls of all ages. Do you have any reason to doubt that Hamas used sexual violence, rape, mutilation, barbaric humiliation against Israelis as a weapon of war?
No.
Why do you think so many international organizations have been so slow to condemn that sexual violence, and so many people continue to deny that that sexual violence against Israelis took place?
It's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you.
Could it be anti-Semitism?
Again, I don't want to speculate, but it's a good question.
Gentlelady's
Thank you. I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, here. I just have a simple question for you. Is the world safer under your tenure?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're working with your department to increase investments in energy security, digital security, economic growth, strategic infrastructure, and your workforce. Given the difficult cut of FY24, a 5% cut, and that FY25 will likely again be a very challenging overall budget environment, any increased investments you will have the chance to do will likely come at the expense of other efforts. What are some examples of what you'll have to scale back and the impact of doing so if your budget is not increased?
Look, first and fundamentally, there are some huge trade-offs that we'd have to bring to bear on some of the big strategic issues that we're working on. So if we have to look at how do we do the trade-off between funding for strategic ports and transportation projects that we're engaged in, for example, the Luzon corridor in the Philippines, for example, the Libido corridor in Africa, that's critical. But at the same time, can we do that and then continue to fund the necessary programs to counter Russian aggression against Ukraine? What about our ability to meet all of the global challenges that, again, are going to have inevitably an impact back home: irregular migration, fentanyl, pandemic preparedness, food security? As we've looked at it, we would have to make fundamental trade-offs among these big-ticket items. But let me be even a little bit more parochial. What does it actually mean if we're dealing with a world in which we have a 5% cut, or as some in the House have proposed, an 11% cut? We are going to have to reduce passport and consular services that we've managed to build back after COVID. We have plans to open new passport centers in this country. They would stall out, and that would be to the detriment of the ability of Americans to travel around the world, see family, do business, get an education. We would have to decrease the embassy security programs that we have. We're trying to add new posts so that we're present around the world. Not only would we have trouble adding those posts, we'd also have to look at cutbacks to security for existing posts. And even if we were to insulate that particular program, well, those reductions would get passed on to everything else.
You were recently in Ukraine, and you forcefully underscored the message that the United States continues to stand with Ukraine. And as I said, I'm grateful for the leadership of the chair and vice chair, and finally delivering on critical and needed assistance. That additional security and economic and humanitarian assistance needs to be delivered as soon as possible. You mentioned in your opening statement, for every dollar that we've delivered in terms of economic and development assistance, our partners have delivered 3. I'd just be interested in how you're continuing to engage partners and allies in ensuring that they're continuing to contribute, in fact, exceeding our contributions, and what you see as the prospects for the year ahead in Ukraine.
Well, first, I have to tell you that thanks to leadership here in getting the supplemental done, that was the biggest difference maker, practically speaking, in Ukraine, as that assistance is now getting delivered, but also in making sure that we keep our allies and partners moving forward with us in making the necessary investments for Ukraine to continue to defend against the Russian aggression, but also this, to set Ukraine up in a way that, as I believe strongly, it will be a success. Militarily, economically, democratically, able to stand strongly on its own feet without the same level of investment that we've had to make in these few years. We have programs underway in each of those areas, and you can see the single best rebuke to Putin is a strong, successful, thriving Ukraine. We have the means now to make the necessary investments to do that. Our partners remain fully on board, but again, the supplemental was a big shot in the arm, both for Ukraine and European and other partners on this.
Thank you. Since the horrific attacks by Hamas on October 7th, I've strongly supported Israel's right to defend itself. Like many of my colleagues, I am also deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, which has become more dire in recent weeks given operations and the threat of further operations in Rafah. What are you seeing in terms of assistance and the delivery of humanitarian relief? What impact is the new pier having in Gaza that's been constructed by the United States? What diversion are you seeing by Hamas of assistance we're delivering? What diversion are you seeing by Israeli settlers and other protesters? And what do you think is the prospects for some positive path forward for a day after in Gaza?
People of Gaza, children, women, and men are experiencing a humanitarian crisis. Food, water, medicine, shelter, all remain in far too short supply. We've been working on this from day one to try to get the necessary access to Gaza so that supplies could get in, to try to get adequate distribution within Gaza, to try to get proper deconfliction so the humanitarians can go about their work safely and securely. And this remains absolutely essential work that we're at every single day. In recent weeks, we've made important progress because of openings of access points in the north, because North Gaza was particularly aggrieved. But now we see the situation to some extent reversed because of the conflict taking place in and around Rafah. Those access points, Rafah itself, as well as to some extent Kerem Shalom, have either been shut down or not operating at full capacity. So we have that challenge, and it's imperative that those access points be fully operational. At the same time, even as we've seen progress in getting Erez open, in getting the route from Jordan moving with trucks, those trucks have been disrupted in Israel by protesters, and that it's imperative that stop and be brought to order so the trucks can move freely. We did have a convoy yesterday that went through without impediment. In Gaza itself, there remain problems of deconfliction with the humanitarians. It's better at a sort of strategic level. There are good procedures in place, but we continue to see some problems at the operational level, at the tactical level, where a given unit may not know in real time that a convoy is supposed to go through. So we're working on significantly improving that, finally fixing that to make sure that humanitarians can proceed safely. Getting designated corridors, if necessary, designated times, getting real-time communication between those providing the assistance and those on the ground who are engaged in military activities. All of this is a day-in, day-out work in progress, but we have to do better by the people of Gaza.
Thank you. I want to thank Senator Graham and Senator Cardin, led, as you know, a bipartisan delegation of 10 of us to the region right after October 7th. You've been working tirelessly to try and move forward some sort of reconciliation between the Saudis and Israelis, and I hope we'll get a chance to turn to that. Senator Murray, Chair Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair Coons, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for joining us. As I think every member of this committee would agree, this is an extremely challenging moment across the world, and amid these challenges, your department's work couldn't be more important. Our strength at home and across the world isn't just measured by the strength of our military, it is measured by our diplomacy, our influence abroad, and our strategic investments like supporting our allies, building partnerships, strengthening trade and supply chains, and protecting civilians. That's why these types of investments were a key part of the National Security Supplemental that I worked so hard to pass earlier this year. We proved Congress can still come together to stand by our allies, like in Ukraine, and show American leadership is still strong, we know there's a lot more work to do. So when it comes to America's national security, it is absolutely critical we ensure that your department has the resources needed to fulfill its essential mission. After all, Vladimir Putin is not operating his brutal invasion by a CR. And President Xi certainly is not cutting investments in diplomacy or military or economic assistance or international development. The lesson should be clear. When we fail to properly invest in the State Department and the powerful diplomatic tools we have, our adversaries fill the gap. So I'm delighted you're here today and look forward to the conversation. Mr. Secretary, U.S. foreign policy should reflect our interests, and that means being consistent with our values. That includes protecting human rights and upholding the rule of law. We have to stand by our allies in time of need, and at the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure weapons we provide do not contribute to violations of international humanitarian law, which exists to limit suffering caused by warfare, even when the war itself is justified. In May, the administration transmitted its first report under National Security Memorandum 20 to Congress. This report found it was reasonable to assess some partner countries are using U.S.-provided weapons in a manner that is inconsistent with international law. Clearly, more needs to be done to ensure human rights and the rule of law are central in our decisions regarding to what extent and under what conditions we provide security assistance to partner countries. What steps are you taking to ensure security, assistance, legal requirements, and policies are being fully implemented?
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me first say I fully agree with you. And it is imperative that as we provide security assistance, defense support to other countries, to allies and partners, that it be used in a way that upholds international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, et cetera. And we have processes in place, in fact, newly established in this administration, to try to make sure that we're doing that, particularly when it comes to the conventional arms transfer policy, something we call the CHIRG process, which tries to assess whether in any given incident involving civilian casualties, American weapons were used. And those processes are actually underway. We have multiple inquiries going on with regard to specific incidents. I'm referring here to Gaza. The challenge, and I think it's reflected in the NSM report that you referred to, the challenge is making final determinations in the midst of a war, in the midst of conflict. It's very hard to get all of the dispositive information. We're not on the ground. We don't have access. In the case of Gaza, you have an extraordinarily complicated battlefield where Hamas, a terrorist organization, hides behind and underneath civilians in apartment buildings and hospitals and mosques, making it very, very difficult to make final real-time assessments. But as you noted, and as the report concluded, given the totality of the damage that's been done to civilians in Gaza, and given the fact that there's American weaponry is there, it was reasonable to assess that in some instances it had been used in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. These instances are under investigation. They're under investigation by us. They're also under investigation by Israel. There are hundreds of open inquiries in Israel. There are criminal investigations that are underway in Israel. And our own process I take very seriously. We can't have double standards, whether it's Israel or any other country that we provide weapons to, in making sure, to the best of our ability, that they're used consistent with the requirements of international humanitarian law.
Do you have sufficient staff and resources to meet that objective?
It's a very good question, and it's something that we're looking very hard at, because I think in order to do something like this in real time, the answer is probably no. It's incredibly labor-intensive, and even with that, not having access in the midst of a war makes it even more difficult. We're looking at ways that we can better resource what we're doing, and that's certainly something we'll come to you with, because I want to make sure that we do it as thoroughly, as effectively as possible, even given the conditions in which we're doing it.
Okay, thank you. And let me turn to Ukraine. I really appreciated your update on where you are deploying new weapons and non-military aid to Ukraine. But despite our tireless efforts here in the Senate, the National Security Supplemental was significantly delayed, and I'm very worried about the window that has now given Putin and Russia to build up their forces and make the advances that we have seen in the last few weeks. I'm also really concerned about reports of Russia's increased weapons production and the challenges the U.S., our European partners, and Ukraine will have in keeping up with them. You were just in Kyiv. Given the recent gains on the battlefield by Russia, what is your assessment of how quickly the aid and support alongside our allies could translate to the Ukrainians holding the line or, in fact, regaining territory?
So I think it's translating into that right now. Items that were funded or supported by the supplemental are already there, and much more is flowing. But we've already seen that arrive. I think it's had two impacts. Clearly a psychological impact, which Ukraine very much needed in this moment. It really bucked them up to know that all of this was on the way. But we're also starting to see a practical impact in terms of these necessary pieces of equipment, arms getting into the hands of Ukrainians when they need it most. Now, what's going on in the Northeast? You primarily have a challenge of making sure that in the first instance, Ukrainians have effective defenses against the attempt by the Russians to create a buffer zone and to challenge Kharkiv. But I think we're getting to a point where that's starting to come into effect. So my hope and expectation, based on what we've seen, is you will see a stronger and stronger resilience to what Russia is trying to do as a result of the supplemental, as a result of things that Europeans are providing. But I have to tell you, there was real damage done over the last 8 months, and that gap, unfortunately, was filled to some extent by the Russians pushing forward. Now I think the Ukrainians have the means to more effectively deal with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
I thank the chairman, and I thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your service. I know this is tough time for all of us. But, sir, this administration is waffling. First in Afghanistan, and today, shockingly to me, in Israel, and has created instability on a massive scale. Secretary Blinken, the world, as we've all discussed here, is on fire, and conflicts have engulfed Europe and the Middle East, emboldening every single dictator from Putin to Xi to Khamenei to attack U.S. allies and interests. The administration's decision to withhold weapons sales and deliveries to Israel during a time of war, sir, just weeks after Iran launched unprecedented missiles, upwards of 350 cruise ballistic missiles, drones, attacked on Israel directly from Iranian soil, is nothing less than a betrayal of our ally. It is foreign policy malpractice, and I guarantee you that Iran and Russia and China are watching the United States turn its back on its most important Middle Eastern ally. Secretary Blinken, on May 7th, I sent you a letter asking for a full accounting of the weapons sales and deliveries to Israel. The administration is delaying. And I want to focus right now very specifically, sir, in particular on the delay of the sale of 6,500 JDAMs. I'm sure you're familiar with them. These are the high-precision, GPS-oriented. If you want the least amount of collateral damage in an urban area, you want a JDAM, and we have sent out tons of them to Israel and everywhere else. They also just happen to be made in the St. Louis metropolitan area, in St. Charles, in my district. And since I have not yet received a response to this letter, let me ask you why. Why has the administration failed to move forward with the notification process for the sale of 6,500 JDAMs to Israel? And when will the administration resume the notification process?
First, and I'll respond to your question directly. First, when Iran launched that unprecedented attack that you referred to on Israel, for the first time ever, the United States actively participated in Israel's defense.
And so did Jordan and so Saudi. We know
yes,
this.
That's right.
I don't need history. I want answers.
Iran noticed, and Israel
Limited
noticed.
time, sir, please.
Yes.
My JDAMs.
So, there are a number of different sale proposals that are in different places at different points in the process.
This has been months and months and months, sirs, and we sent them to them in the past.
Congress right now is still reviewing a JDAM sale that we sent forward.
What specific issues remain outstanding for the review?
We follow the process, and we've gone out of our way to pre-notify Congress.
What bureaus object to the sale?
It's not a question of objecting. We want to follow the process
and
make sure that we move forward.
Please, because it has truly been months and months and months. Will you commit to bringing your personal engagement to ensure the process for this specific case moves expeditiously?
We're going to make sure that all of the cases move appropriately.
Well, this one sure is not.
Including this one.
Have any divisions within state conducted and any economic analysis to the measure and the impact of potential even job losses and furloughs because of your decision to pause this pending arms sale? And if not, why not? Because you know what, sir? My constituents in St. Louis greater metropolitan area, this whole region, they rely on these jobs to pay for their mortgages, their car payments, the daycare costs, and they can't afford to lose their jobs to support this partisan stall tactic. They're sitting in a warehouse, 6,500 of them.
There is no pause, and as I said, in many cases, including this one, we have previewed with Congress, which we're not at all obligated to do, sales that we were contemplating and had
you
not
have
yet
not come to us
on.
to tell us this.
So,
we read about this in Axios, the Wall Street Journal, and CNN. Arms sales to trusted partners like Israel, Taiwan, and NATO allies are a critical component of our national security.
They are.
Are you concerned that delaying sales to Israel will diminish our credibility as the arsenal of democracy?
Again, we're following the process, and I invite you to look.
Well, the process has taken too darn long, and they've been sitting there for months, and no one's explaining what's holding them up. But you all, they've been signed off on. I mean, the United States, sir, has obligations to our friends and allies, including Israel, and our unshakable commitment to Israel's security is clearly laid out in the 2016 MOU that Congress has fully funded every year since it was signed.
And Joe Biden was the one who got
And
that
when
MOU.
we honor our obligations, the world is a safer place. But when the United States fails to keep its promises, and the commitments to the U.S. is now failing to keep its promise to Israel, we are telling our enemies that we are unreliable and irresolute partners. That is incredibly damaging to global security, and the administration needs to right this ship and fully restore U.S. security assistance to Israel. My time has expired, and I yield back.
General yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Titus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Senator Schatz, and good to see you again, Mr. Secretary. I do want to follow up here where we left off earlier in this morning's Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, and I did hear your exchange with Senator Murray, where you indicated that in the middle of a conflict, it would be difficult to reach any final conclusions about whether or not U.S. weapons were used in violation of international humanitarian law. I would just point out that there are many other conflicts where we are able to quickly make and do issue those kind of judgments. But what I don't think is complicated at all is if you look at the period of time from October 7th, the terrible Hamas October 7th attacks, to the present, I don't think it's complicated to conclude that the Netanyahu government has complied with international norms with respect to the delivery of humanitarian assistance along that continuum of time. Is it your testimony today that the Netanyahu government has complied with international norms when it comes to delivering humanitarian assistance to desperate people in Gaza since October 7th till today?
I think there's been a huge gap between stated intent and actual results, and that's a gap that we've been trying to close every single day. And I think that's what we've been seeing for many months.
Mr. Secretary, I get that. Obviously my question was whether or not there's been a violation of international norms, which I think to any person with eyes to see and ears to hear, there have been. And as you know, there are many people in the U.S. government who have reached similar conclusions, and actually it's been well reported on. So I think that does hurt our credibility when we're not able to make that clear call. Let me move on to the issue where we were in agreement, I think, this morning, which is that it's in our national security interest to have a durable end to the conflict in Gaza and to the larger Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that we can only achieve security and self-determination and dignity and justice for Israelis and Palestinians alike by securing a normalization of relations with Israel and Saudi Arabia and other states, as well as a clear plan, I think you said time-bound plan, to establish a Palestinian state. Am I paraphrasing that fairly?
That's correct.
And you agree that it's not possible to achieve a secure and just end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict by jumping over the equities of the Palestinian people. Is that right?
Absolutely not. That's impossible. It would be self-defeating.
I want to emphasize that point because you know, Mr. Secretary, you've been around Washington for a long time, because it has been fashionable in some foreign policy circles to believe that you could do that you could somehow achieve peace and stability and security by jumping over the Palestinian issue. So, and I want to emphasize this because you have said that the Saudis are insistent on a clear path to a Palestinian state and time-bound path, but it's also in our national security interest. So are we also insistent on that?
Yes, we are. And again, it's interesting and I think instructive to note that perhaps the two most vicious and vociferous enemies of a two-state solution are Hamas and Iran. That should tell you something, and it also should tell you what a rebuke to both Hamas and Iran it would be if we could finally get on this pathway in a credible and time-bound way. And I think certainly everything we've heard from the Saudis in the context of having these normalization discussions makes it clear that they feel the same way.
Well, I'm glad you raised that because there is one other party, right, in addition to the two that you mentioned, that has been dead set against a Palestinian state and a two-state solution. In December of 2022, just the day before the new Netanyahu government was sworn in, Netanyahu issued a list of priorities for this new, very extreme government. And I'm quoting one of his guiding principles was, the Jewish people have an exclusive and inalienable right to all parts of the land of Israel, meaning including all the West Bank. So I want to read to you something else that now Prime Minister Netanyahu said back in 2019 at a Likud meeting, and this has been well reported, and I quote, "Anyone who wants to prevent the creation of a Palestinian state needs to support strengthening Hamas. This is part of our strategy to divide the Palestinians between those in Gaza and those in Judea and Samaria," end quote. So, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned some of the other opponents of a two-state solution. And it's absolutely true that Hamas believes in one state, right? Their despicable endgame is one state where they wipe out the state of Israel, right? And so can you be really clear as to why Prime Minister Netanyahu is simply misrepresenting the case when he says that a Palestinian state and a two-state solution would be, quote, a reward for Hamas? Isn't it exactly the opposite?
I believe it's exactly the opposite. Now, of course, a Palestinian state has to come with the necessary security guarantees for Israel. No one wants to see a state emerge that would become a threat to Israel. And I think there are effective ways to make sure that that doesn't happen. But yes, to your point, again, I think the biggest rebuke to Hamas and to Iran would be the realization of a Palestinian state alongside a Jewish and democratic Israel.
And I agree with you 100%, Mr. Secretary. I just want us to be clear-eyed about all the forces that are arrayed against us. Part of the effort to undermine the PA, or the two-state solution, has been undermining the Palestinian Authority. As you know, Finance Minister Smotrich has been withholding funds for the PA, which is weakening the PA and creating an even more unstable security situation on the West Bank. Today, Ben-Gvir talked about reoccupying Gaza. He said he'd like to live in Gaza. So this is today reported. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is what are we willing to do when people like Finance Minister Smotrich hold up funds for the PA, weakening security? And at what point do we say that our continued support is contingent on more cooperation?
I think if you ask the Israeli security forces, whether it's the intelligence forces, Shin Bet, whether it's the IDF, they will tell you that the PA plays an absolutely critical, essential role in trying to preserve security and stability in the West Bank. They do it in an incredibly difficult environment precisely because they're constantly being starved for funds. They're doing work that's actually vital to Israel's security. And so it's manifestly against the interests of Israel, and it's against our own interests to see the PA undermined in the fashion that some are attempting to undermine it. Second, in terms of governance going forward, it's imperative that not only the conflict in Gaza end as soon as possible, but that Israel come forward with a clear plan for how Gaza is going to be governed, secured, redeveloped, because the trajectory we're on right now, in the absence of such a plan, is either Israel stays and occupies Gaza, which is unacceptable to us and should be unacceptable to them because they'll be inheriting an insurgency that will bleed them for a long time. Or if they're not going to do it, then Hamas will come back, and we've seen already in areas that have been cleared, in quotation marks, by Israel, the return in some cases of Hamas. Or you'll simply have anarchy, lawlessness, which we see in most parts of Gaza right now. And that eventually will be filled almost certainly by something bad, even worse than the lawlessness. So there's an imperative, an absolute imperative for that. We believe strongly that, of course, Palestinians must be governing themselves, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's the West Bank, and whether it's ultimately, of course, in a Palestinian state. And right now, for all of its deficiencies and challenges, the Palestinian Authority is the best vehicle for that. They have a new prime minister, they have a new government, they have a reform plan which needs to be implemented. In our own engagements with the prime minister, he struck us as someone who is serious and focused on actually trying to reform the PA so it's responsive to the needs of people and that it roots out corruption. But of course, if it has no resources to work with, it's going to be impossible to do the job. So we are at this constantly, including trying to make sure that the revenues that the PA is entitled to actually get to the PA.
Thank you, and I do think this is sort of the last gasp the coming year for a two-state solution, and it's going to require strong U.S. leadership. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
All right, let's shift. The Washington Post on May 11th wrote an article. I'm going to read the opening paragraph. The Biden administration, working urgently to stave off a full-scale Israeli invasion of Rafah, is offering Israel valuable assistance in an effort to persuade it to hold back, including sensitive intelligence to help the Israeli military pinpoint the location of Hamas leaders and find the group's hidden tunnels, according to 4 people familiar with the U.S. offers. Is that paragraph accurate?
Exactly the opposite. First of all, no one has done more to defend Israel than Joe Biden.
Is that paragraph accurate?
Let me finish, if I may, please. He was there right after.
I'm not interested in a campaign speech. I have limited time. Is the paragraph in the Washington Post accurate?
As you read it, no. To the contrary, we're providing everything we possibly can to Israel to help them find.
So the 4 sources that briefed the Post, and by the way, briefed multiple other media outlets, they were lying?
Absolutely.
So, all right, so that, did the administration offer to provide the locations of senior Hamas leaders to Israel if they didn't invade Rafah?
That's, again, totally misleading and wrong. Here's what we've said, and here's what we're doing. We have said that there is a better way to deal with the challenge that...
I'm not interested in the speech.
If you don't want to hear my answer...
Did you offer the location of senior Hamas officials if they didn't invade Rafah? That's a yes or no.
If we had the locations, of course we'd provide them, irrespective.
So this statement, you're saying the Post got it totally wrong, it is utterly false, and anyone who said to the contrary was lying and perjuring themselves if they were under oath.
That statement is incorrect. We have done and will continue to do everything we can to, if we can do it, develop the information and share the information. I wish we had it.
Does the administration have intelligence on the locations of Hamas officials that you have not shared with Israel?
No.
Does the administration have the locations of Hamas terror tunnels that you have not shared with Israel?
No.
Okay, so then your position is that this story is an utter and complete lie.
As you've read it to me, Senator, it's not. It is not accurate.
And we're not interested in playing word games. I've asked you very directly.
I have
so
not.
you're saying there's not a single Hamas leader that you know about that you or the administration has offered will tell you where they are if you don't invade
That is correct.
Rafah. What have you offered them not to invade Rafah?
We've offered them nothing not to invade Rafah except a plan to deal more effectively with Rafah.
Okay, so
to
your
deal with their
testimony
enduring
under oath is you've offered them nothing not to invade Rafah. I find that very hard to believe, but I just want to understand what your testimony is.
I'll be very clear. We have told them, we've been engaged in a long conversation with them about the most effective way to deal with the problem we agree must be dealt with.
They
That
are
is
quite
Hamas
aware
and
you
Rafah.
disagree with their plan to kill the Hamas terrorists because
That's
you and the
absolutely-
president have vocally
that is
said it. And to be
absolutely
clear,
wrong.
your State Department on the morning of October 7th sent out a tweet telling Israel not to engage in military retaliation. I called you out at 3 in the morning and you deleted that tweet. The next day, you personally on October 8th sent a tweet saying you'd spoken with the Turkish foreign minister and Israel should not retaliate. From the very beginning, the Biden administration has consistently at every stage told Israel, and by the way, when I called your tweet out, you deleted it again. At every stage, you have been telling Israel, do not kill the terrorist, and that has been from day one.
Senator, I was in Israel 5 days after October 7th. I've been there 7 times since. No one, starting with President Biden, has done more to make sure they have what they need to defend themselves from Hamas, to deal with the threat that Hamas poses.
With all due respect, that is
simply wrong.
ludicrous. That is ludicrous. Why have you cut off weapons to Israel then?
We have not cut off weapons to Israel. In fact, as you know well, starting many years ago, President Biden was at the heart of the MOU that led to Israel having a 10-year guaranteed supply of assistance. When
you became
very
Secretary of
State,
America is less free, less safe, more burdened by debt under, frankly, your leadership in this administration's. That's really, unfortunately, the macro trend since the end of the Cold War. We really haven't managed it well. And part of the reason is China has really responded to the end of the Cold War just fine. They've really focused on China's national security, and they've managed to be at peace. The United States has focused everywhere else in the world but China. I think a lot of my other colleagues have addressed Pacific concerns, but I want to focus right here in our own hemisphere. Do you still believe that the Monroe Doctrine has any relevance for the direction of security in our own hemisphere?
I'll have to come back to you on that in terms of refreshing my memory on the details of the Monroe Doctrine. What I can tell you is 2 things. One, in terms of China, we're in a much stronger position than we were 3 years ago.
Let me focus not on China, like I said, on our own hemisphere. So here's the cliff notes. Should we pay more attention to our own hemisphere than to other parts of the world?
We're paying intense.
Does the border with the United States and Mexico matter?
It does, and I hope
does the border with Guatemala and Mexico matter?
Congress now will be voted on because that would improve.
Does China's expansion into South America matter to the United States? Because we used to care. We used to care when other countries came in to this sphere more than we cared where they went over in their own parts of the world.
We've been more focused on this hemisphere than any previous administration I can think of, including, by the way, administrations I participated in.
Look, I will commend you on using fishing rights off of Ecuador to push China out of that region. I can say, hey, there's been a win, maybe not much more than that, but we haven't done much to counter China's influence all over this hemisphere. And notably with cartel, is there any illicit finance going into Mexico?
Oh, certainly. Illicit finance going to Mexico, yes.
What are we doing about it?
We're engaged with the Mexicans virtually every single day.
We sanctioned any financial institution?
We've sanctioned people, and we've also, beyond sanctioning people, we've worked to give Mexico the assets, the authorities, the capacities they need to help take down these cartels, to disrupt the financing.
How's that turning out? Are we taking down the cartels?
We've seen significant progress over the last 3 years, yes, in taking down cartels, disrupting drug supply, seizing more fentanyl. The last couple of years.
Okay, so here's the thing: the cartels under the Trump administration were trafficking humans across the border, and the New York Times say that Trump administration they were making around $500 million a year. 1.5 years in, so that's at the midway point from here back. The Biden administration they said that the cartels are making over $13 billion a year smuggling people across the border. Is that helping rein in the cartels by what you're doing to stop the cartels? Why wouldn't you reverse the Remain in Mexico policy?
Well, again, I would commend to the Congress the bill that is before it. I think
no, that doesn't reverse the policy. That just funds more illegals everywhere in the country and actually puts a cap on the future administration for getting them out. Let me turn to the influence that is going on in Guatemala. You were recently there, and just before your visit, members of the Guatemalan Congress were threatened by our embassy there that they would lose their U.S. visas, and their kids who are studying here would lose their visas to study in America if they didn't support removal of Guatemala's Attorney General. Do you think the United States should be manipulating members of a foreign Congress in this manner?
Not a question of manipulating members of foreign Congress. It's the fact that in the recent election in Guatemala, there was a very strong attempt made to prevent the democratically elected president of Guatemala from taking office. There was an attempt to disrupt the inauguration of that president. And if we stand for democracy anywhere, we have to stand for it everywhere, including in Guatemala.
So is the State Department's opposition to the Attorney General at all related to her recent investigations to determine if the Biden administration's complicit in the trafficking of children into the United States? Nothing to do with that? Correlation, not causation?
That is absurd.
Good to hear. One question about NATO. NATO's front and center for the war in Ukraine. Back when CIA Director Burns said this in February of 2008, quote, Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red lines for the Russian elite, not just Putin. In my more than 2.5 years of conversations with key Russian players, from knuckle draggers in the dark recesses of the Kremlin to Putin's sharpest liberal critics, I have yet to find anyone who views Ukraine and NATO as anything other than a direct challenge to Russia's interest. Today's Russia will respond. Do you believe Mr. Burns' assessment was accurate?
What year was that? I'm sorry?
2008.
It may have been at the time. I think we've seen everything we've seen since from Russia and from Mr. Putin certainly argues in the other direction.
No, it says that it's really important to them. They're literally invaded. I mean, if you look, you left Afghanistan on August 31st of 2021, and on September 1st, you entered into a strategic partnership with Ukraine to support their membership in NATO. And then you continued to escalate, and Vladimir Putin invaded there. That doesn't excuse his invasion, but it's clearly a red line. I wish I had more time. I yield my time back, and I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to retread.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, since 2021, Iran has generated roughly $80 billion in revenue from its illicit oil sales, in part due to the administration's policy to chase another nuclear deal and relaxed sanctions against the Iranian government. The administration's gamble enabled Iranian oil exports to hit a 5-year high, and according to multiple reports, Iran's funding to Hamas ballooned to $350 million in the months leading up to October 7th. Does the administration, do you now admit that reversing the maximum pressure campaign, the sanctions relief, was a mistake?
Yeah, there really hasn't been sanctions relief. All of the sanctions programs are in effect. We've applied sanctions more than 600 times against Iranian entities, against Iranian individuals.
Let me read from a
sector.
report of the Associated Press, February 18th, 2021. Now, you say there was no sanctions relief, and I'm quoting the article. The Biden administration on Thursday rescinded former President Donald Trump's restoration of UN sanctions on Iran, an announcement that could help Washington move toward rejoining the 2015 nuclear agreement aimed at reining in the Islamic Republic's nuclear program. Are you suggesting that that report was false?
Our own sanctions, those programs, none of them have been lifted. And again, when it comes to the nuclear agreement, it was one of the worst mistakes that was made to get out of that agreement, because at least we had Iran's nuclear program in a box. The breakout time to develop fissile material was over 1 year. It's now come down to 2 or 3 weeks.
We can all see
that's a real problem.
I think that we can all see that allowing Iran to renew its oil exports was a colossal error that helped finance this terrible attack against our key ally on October 7th. Let me move to the ICC prosecutor's decision to submit an arrest warrant for Israel's prime minister and defense minister. Obviously, that decision is as absurd as it is outrageous, and I credit the president for calling it outrageous. The problem, though, Mr. Secretary, that I have is that on May 12th, you stated that the civilian casualty numbers reported by Hamas make it, quote, reasonable to conclude that there are instances where Israel has acted in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
That's what the report says, yes.
Well, so here's my concern, is that your words may very well have contributed to the ICC's attempt to prosecute Prime Minister Netanyahu. Do you not see how your words could very well be used against our own policy?
No, because the report goes on to say that those incidents, which Israel itself acknowledges, is actually investigating. And the court, the international court, the reason this is so wrongheaded, among other things, is that it is engaging in a way that it was not supposed to do, which is to be a court of last resort where another country is either unwilling or unable to investigate itself. And the report makes clear that not only are we investigating instances where arms may have been misused, so is Israel.
So do you disavow Hamas's own statistics? Do you disavow those? Do you disavow the idea that Israel has acted in a manner inconsistent with international law?
As I said, given the totality of the damage that's been done, given the fact that American weapons have been used, it is reasonable to assess that there are instances in which international humanitarian law was not followed. And indeed,
well, this is the problem that we have, and maybe this is why you all are making this is why maybe the administration is holding arms from our ally that would enable them to finish the job as they did. You did not put a hold, and the administration did not put a hold on bombs when the IDF went into Gaza City, correct?
Correct.
And Gaza City is a dense urban environment, just as you described Rafah, correct?
That's correct.
So what's the difference?
We've seen and we've had concerns about the way these large yield munitions have been used in dense urban environments. Well, what I'm concerned about is that the difference is that the domestic political environment in the United States has changed. No,
but withholding these weapons from Israel is sending a terrible signal to our enemies. Is the administration's view that the only acceptable response is air defense rather than preventing attacks before they happen?
No, absolutely not. And in fact, we have a better way to get at the enduring problem of Hamas, and that's what we've been discussing with Israel for many weeks now, including in Rafah.
Well, as Israel is facing threats from Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Iranian terrorist proxies, they need these weapons to deter further attacks, and we need to come to their defense and not accuse them of violating international law. My time has expired, but I hope that the administration will reverse course and give our ally everything they need to finally de-radicalize Gaza, including in Rafah. I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Allred from Texas for 5 minutes questioning.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I want to killed Americans. They meet more than all the standards.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Smith for 5 minutes. Then we will recess for 10 minutes. We have 2 votes on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Friday, Mr. Secretary, I chaired my 4th congressional hearing within the year on UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency, and its decades-long complicity in the most vicious forms of anti-Semitic hate, with a focus on the so-called independent UN review by Ms. Catherine Colonna. I've read her report very carefully, and our witnesses, including the former General Counsel, James Lindsay. He was the General Counsel for UNRWA, and he admonished us in the strongest terms, do not give money to UNRWA. He used to be their guy. Now he's not. Hillel Neuer, who's the Executive Director of UN Watch, testified and said the Colonna review was not independent. The verdict was determined in advance. And he pointed out all of the conflicts of interest of the people, the players. It was very narrowly focused, too focused, just on October 7th. And even there, it whitewashed. In fact, the only thing that came out of it that was any good was to say that UNRWA does not vet employees for connections or sympathies with Hamas or Islamic Jihad, quote, unquote. 21 years ago, in 2003, I offered an amendment to redirect the money away from UNRWA to other entities that could be vetted to ensure non-anti-Semitism. This year, my legislation, the Stop UNRWA Act, Stop Support for UNRWA Act of 2024, was passed by this committee. It completely prohibits any U.S. contributions to UNRWA. It made clear, however, that nothing in the act may be construed to preclude the provision of humanitarian assistance through any agency or entity, as long as you certify, Mr. Secretary, that it doesn't promote, espouse, or affiliate with entities or individuals that promote violence or terrorism or anti-Semitism, and does not employ individuals who promote, espouse, or affiliated with such entities or individuals. Then, in March, the bipartisan foreign aid bill made it absolutely clear no funds for UNRWA. Both sides of the aisle, both House and Senate, and that's until March 25th, 2025. My question is, are U.S. taxpayer funds to UNRWA still paused? Secondly, that's the other funds that were already in the pipeline or may be coming in from other spigots. Secondly, can you assure the committee that the Biden administration's investigation will be in-depth, a top-to-bottom review? From the moment your administration announced it and when the UN announced it, they said they do such a narrow look, they're not going to see much. They'll know that 12 to 18 people committed atrocities, but unfortunately, UNRWA has been a child abuse factory, turning little wonderful kids who happen to be Palestinian into child soldiers by inculcating in them hatred towards Jews and to Jerusalem and to the Jewish state. So please, about your report, when's that coming? And hopefully it will be very comprehensive.
Thank you. Just a few things on this. First of all, we do support the implementation of the recommendations in the Colonna report. We think those are important and important to move forward with them. Second, there is a separate investigation that's going on. This is a UN internal report on the specific allegations, as you know, about the participation of UNRWA employees in the horrific events of October 7th. We await those results, and we will pull all of that together along with our own hard look at this. Second, we, of course, are abiding by the law in making sure that funds...
So no other funds are finding their way into...
No other funds can or should be
going to UNRWA. Is it planned
in
the near future?
No. Okay, and we'll abide by it. Now, I will tell you, we do have a difference in view because for all of the manifest problems and deficiencies with UNRWA, it's also been playing an absolutely critical and in many ways, at least in the near term, irreplaceable role in terms of being able to provide assistance for people who desperately need it. It has an infrastructure that no one else has. It has people that no one else has. So there needs to be a way to make sure, one way or another, that assistance gets to people who desperately need it. And so we can look at what can be done for the future. But in the near term, I've got to tell you, we still see that as essential. But no, we are not and will not provide the funding pursuant to the law.
Let me ask you if I could on child abduction, international child abduction, and I've written a major law on it named after David Goldman. When the president of Japan was here, I gave him a letter asking him to get engaged. I would ask the administration, I would ask the president, you know, we all speak out on behalf, and he met with people, Japanese who have been abducted to North Korea, but the big concern is, what about our own children who have been abducted, 500 of them to Japan? And finally, the World Health Assembly is meeting. They're violating their own rules about procedure. Are you going to submit the WHO pandemic treaty, which is rife with problems, to the Senate for ratification?
Thank you. On child abduction, I am, like you, seized with this. And for a long time, I applaud what you're doing and your leadership on this. And when we have countries that are not abiding by the Hague Convention or are otherwise engaging in practices that are keeping children away from their parents, this is something we take action on, and I always welcome working with you on that. Second, and very quickly, on the pandemic agreement, the way things stand right now, I don't see that coming to a conclusion in the near term. There's just not consensus on it. It's something we continue to work on, but continue to work on making sure that we uphold our own interests and values, including on, for example, intellectual property.
To our friends and allies, this administration has consistently undermined, weakened, and attacked them. And to our enemies, this administration has shown constant appeasement and indeed has flowed billions of dollars to the enemies of America who want to kill us. Senator Barrasso asked you about Ibrahim Raisi. Your State Department put out a statement sending condolences for his death. Mr. Secretary, is the world better today now that Raisi is dead?
Given the horrible acts that he engaged in, both as a judge and as president, to the extent he can no longer engage in them, yes, the Iranian people are probably better off.
You didn't say that in your statement, did you?
I believe that we did. And certainly our spokesperson...
Today, the United Nations is flying their flag at half-staff to mourn the death. Would you agree that it is utterly disgraceful for the United Nations to be mourning the deaths of the butcher of Tehran?
We're certainly not mourning his death. As I said, we expressed.
Would you agree it's disgraceful for the UN to be?
I'll look at what they've done. We certainly would not do that.
That what they've done is flown the flag at half-staff. Is that disgraceful?
We wouldn't do that, and we would certainly find that.
And I would note that's the absence of America.
The people of Mexico will head to the polls to elect a new president. The outcome will have wide-ranging impacts in my home state of Arizona and the entire United States. Arizona, America, and Mexico's fates are intertwined, not just as geographic neighbors, but as strategic partners in tackling increased global migration, illicit fentanyl trafficking, and water scarcity on both sides of the border. There are incredible opportunities before us. Mexico recently overtook China to become America's largest trading partner as President Biden and congressional leaders work to bring advanced manufacturing back to the U.S. Nearshoring supply chain components in Mexico and Latin America becomes all the more critical, particularly for national security. Secretary Blinken, I have a few questions about the outcome of the Mexican elections and how they might impact U.S.-Mexico relationship, and I ask you to keep your answers brief for timeliness. First, a record number of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border has severely strained Arizona's state and local resources. We have to reestablish operational control of the southern border, and Mexico needs to do a lot more to manage U.S.-bound migration. Mr. Secretary, how does the department intend to work with the new Mexican government to limit migrants transiting through the country?
We're already working intensely with the current government. That will continue under the next government, whatever it is. We've seen a decrease in migrant encounters from Mexico since December, going down from about 11 or 12,000 to 4,000 or 5,000. We want to do even more. And by the way, I think the bill that currently before Congress would be an important step in that direction.
We hope that bill gets a hearing on our side of the Capitol. Illicit fentanyl is devastating American communities, almost all of it produced by Mexican drug cartels with precursor chemicals imported from China. A fact the current president of Mexico has repeatedly refused to acknowledge. Tough diplomacy brought China back to the negotiating table last year on this critical issue. How will the department work with the incoming Mexican administration to halt the import of Chinese precursor chemicals?
Again, we've been working intensely with the current Mexican government on that. We've seen increased collaboration in terms of trying to bust up the criminal cartels, the enterprises on the Mexican side of the border. We've seen enhancements to the border itself in terms of screening technology to try to catch the fentanyl before it gets across the border. We have a whole-of-government approach. We're not only engaging the Mexican law enforcement authorities, but the regulatory authorities and others to make sure that their own companies are not engaged in the illicit diversion of these chemical precursors. And I have to say, I think the cooperation has increased significantly, and of course we want to do even more, and that will continue, that needs to continue, irrespective of the new government.
A secure global semiconductor supply chain is essential to the success of domestic investments made under the CHIPS Act. I've introduced H.R. 8414, the Bipartisan Semiconductor Supply Chain Security and Diversification Act, to promote investment in a regional semiconductor ecosystem in Latin America. There are ample opportunities for the United States and other foreign companies to nearshore operations in Mexico, particularly in the semiconductor supply chain. However, I've heard from CEOs of major corporations concerned about the threat of violence and extortion from Mexican drug cartels, which President López Obrador has not adequately confronted. How will the State Department encourage the new Mexican administration to counter the drug cartel's violent crime and reassure American businesses evaluating the viability of Mexico as a nearshoring destination?
We've made exactly that argument to the current government, which is there's a tremendous opportunity, exactly as you've described, to nearshore, to have Mexico be a critical part of the supply chain. But the business environment itself, including the regulatory environment, and making sure that the private sector can do what it needs to do is critical. And yes, the security environment is critical as well.
Finally, water security is critical to the desert Southwest, and Mexico has been a key partner on the Colorado River. While Mexico's recent commitment to additional water conservation is helpful, we simply cannot solve this crisis without a long-term solution that ensures cuts are shared among all basin users, including our friends in Mexico. Mr. Secretary, what steps is the U.S. taking to make sure Mexico will share in the pain and conserve the water necessary to protect the system in the long term?
Yeah, I fully agree with you on that, and we've been very much engaged on that. They're not meeting their water delivery commitments to the United States under the 1944 treaty that we have, as you know well and have been very engaged on. Delivering right now the amount of water at the 3-year mark of their 5-year commitment is way below where it needs to be, and it's unlikely they can meet what they need to do by the end of the 5 years. We've engaged intensely on this, including recently with President López Obrador, with the foreign minister. I saw her just a couple of weeks ago on this. The officials, the state officials in Tamaulipas and Chihuahua, and we want to see this get done. It's imperative that it happen. They also, I think, have told us that their own elections may be what's an impediment to getting this done. The elections are June the 2nd, so let's see where we are after June the 2nd.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize my
ally everything they need to finally de-radicalize Gaza, including in Rafah. I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Allred from Texas for 5 minutes questioning.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I want to take the conversation back to Haiti, the first post-colonial black republic, and what was once a beacon of abolition and self-determination, racial equality, has unfortunately fallen into tragic times. What was once a proud country that had the strength and determination to break free from French colonial rule over 2 centuries ago now remains in a limbo of political and economic turmoil compounded by natural disasters. I bring this up because for my constituents in Texas and the folks that I represent, we are seeing this also show up in our backyard. Since 2023, our law enforcement authorities have encountered Haitian migrants nearly 146,000 times on the southwest border seeking asylum. Homeland Security has actually had to revise the CBP-1 app to include Haitian Creole since its launch to deal with the volume. I've seen this myself in my visits to our border. And with the arrival of President Ruto and the Kenyan command staff arriving in Haiti ahead of their multinational security support force effort, can you share how you see that Kenyan-led effort going? What's their mission? How are we supporting them? And can we support them as we continue to keep our other commitments around the globe?
Thank you. I think this is a vital mission precisely because Haiti is really on a precipice of becoming a failed state. But we've seen positive developments in the last weeks that we need to build on. One, we have a transitional presidential council, which is starting to enable Haiti to get back on the democratic track and to get to elections in which it will have a properly mandated government. Second, we've actually seen the Haitian National Police, which is outmanned and outgunned by these gangs, stand up in more effective ways, including regaining control of the airport. Commercial flights have resumed. We expect American carriers to start moving very soon, as well as other critical infrastructure. But this is critical to get back security control, to take it away from the gangs. The police are trying. They need more help. The purpose of this mission, which Kenya and a number of other countries have stood up and volunteered to do, is basically to provide operational as well as static support to the Haitian National Police to counter the gangs, to reestablish security, to create the conditions for elections, to create the conditions for aid and development assistance to actually get into Haiti. It's time-bound, it's focused on police, and it's really focused on strengthening and bolstering the capacity of the Haitian National Police to take this on for themselves and to get that handoff. But they need some near-term support. That's what the mission would do. For us, this is not us policing the world because there are no Americans involved in this. Yes, the financing, the funding, it's critical that we play a lead role in that, but we have a number of other countries that have contributed significant sums to this. And now we really need to make the decision to be able to go forward with that funding.
And it's your belief that we can support this multinational effort while also keeping our commitments to Ukraine and Taiwan or other allies?
Yes, given the sums involved, absolutely.
Yeah.
And DOD is providing some in-kind support, but we also need some direct assistance that we're prepared to move forward with.
Yeah. Well, I also wanted to ask you about recent reports of Russia's Wagner forces working to expand their operations in Haiti. Can you discuss that in this setting?
In Haiti, did you say?
Yes, sir.
So let me come back to you on that.
Okay.
I haven't seen myself reports of Wagner. Unfortunately, we've seen reports of Wagner or its successors in too many parts of Africa, making terrible trouble for people in those countries. But I'll come back to you on Haiti.
Well, I'm sure they're looking to take advantage of every spot where they can. And we've seen reports of international crime syndicates like the Colombian cartel that are providing automatic weapons to the gangs, which are now becoming more militias in Haiti. How can we counteract that, and what are we doing to address that?
So I think that's critical. It's critical not only in Haiti, but it's critical in other parts of our hemisphere, including in Mexico. And we want to make sure that these gangs do not get guns, including guns coming from the United States. It's one reason why it was important that Congress federalized the crime of gun trafficking, so that we have better authorities to get at guns that are being illegally trafficked in our own hemisphere, including to Haiti. And the point you made I want to come back to earlier is that the challenging, more than challenging situation in Haiti is a driver of irregular migration. And it's clearly in our interest to make sure that we're doing what we can to give Haiti a better way forward so that we don't have that driver of irregular migration.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I wanted to make sure that my constituents and folks in Texas and here in the country understand that we have a stake in what happens in Haiti as well, and that our efforts to stabilize Haiti benefit us.
That's right.
And that this Kenyan-led effort deserves our support and that we can do it consistent with our other commitments. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Kim from California for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Secretary for his extraordinary efforts, the travel, the stress, everything that's been involved, not just with yourself, but your staff and the other members of the Cabinet. They've been extraordinary. I want to center on Ukraine for the focus of my attention. A war that began in 2014, 6 years before Joe Biden became President of the United States, and one that, as that war escalated while he was President, he put together a coalition, unprecedented coalition of 56 different countries dealing with a contact defense group, working to, in conjunction with all our allies and the NATO allies in particular, 32 NATO allies that expanded under his watch as well. I would like to talk about, recently I was, just a few weeks ago, in Ukraine, spoke with President Zelensky, spoke with the Minister of Defense there, among others, and saw the impact of the 6-month delay that occurred in this Congress. As grateful as we are that we finally had a vote on it, the Speaker held this up for 6 months, in spite of the fact there were 311 members of Congress in bipartisan fashion that voted for that. And it did have an effect. That's the one thing that became clear from that visit, and it became clear afterwards. That also is a concern that people had. Our NATO allies that I'm in contact with all the time are concerned not about our current president, but our former president, who, in spite of the fact that about 2/3 of our NATO countries and NATO allies have reached their threshold, has said that if all of them aren't by that time, including a country like Luxembourg, then they'll be on their own. That's where the concern rests today. But the war has taken terrible toll and taken terrible concerns. There's somewhere in the vicinity of 120,000 documented war crimes by Russia. The kidnapping of children still remains a very difficult issue, and chemical weapons have been documented as being used as well. And the attacks on the infrastructure are enormous, particularly in major city, the second biggest city of Kharkiv. And along those lines, Mr. Secretary, I just want to see what you can say in an open hearing in this regard. I know some things will be classified, but if you could give us some indication, even if there's an openness and general discussion on the issue, I do believe when you look at what's happening in Kharkiv, myself, that just something that's maybe 5 miles away where they're lobbing these weapons, destroying the infrastructure of the second biggest city, that there should be more of a clear message from the United States with U.S. weapons that at least they can retaliate in a defensive position in that kind of proximity to go back at the source of that. So could you share with us what you can? Is there an openness to that discussion with the United States and with the coalition that we have so that that can be more clear? Because President Zelensky, members of their parliament, other officials that I've spoken with are concerned that they won't be able to do that.
Well, first of all, we are grateful that the supplemental was approved and is not only approved, but the materials that are being paid for by the supplemental are now getting there. I wish it hadn't taken 6 months, really just in the nick of time. I was just there as well. I was in Ukraine about a week ago, 10 days ago. And I also want to applaud the chairman of the committee for the work that he did to make sure that we got the supplemental through. We are determined to make sure that not only does Ukraine have what it needs to defend itself, but we obviously constantly have to look at what those needs are in any given moment and how it can most effectively do it.
Are there
So
just
we're
at least
always-
an openness to that
we're always
discussion?
open to-
Because
we're always open to
had another question.
We're always open to conversations with our allies and partners
Yeah.
about what their needs are. We want to make sure that they have what
I'll
they
convey
need
to
when
you
they
at
need
least
it.
my feeling that they should be able to do that, and I hope that that discussion can occur quickly. Just quickly, and I've got a few seconds left, and it's tough. I just wanted to deal with Georgia, for instance. There's a real concern in Georgia now about backsliding that's going on now, the controversy about the foreign agents press bill in Georgia. Could you just comment on our efforts to try and deal with that issue?
Yeah, we're very concerned about the foreign agents law that was passed. I think it's right out of Moscow's playbook, unfortunately, and I think it clearly counters the desire of the overwhelming majority of Georgians to move toward the EU and EU integration. So we are looking very hard at what we can do in response to that, and I anticipate we will take actions. The EU is looking at the impact on the accession process for Georgia, so I would anticipate that there'll be things to come because of the impact that this law may have.
Due to the constraints of this time, I'll have to follow up with some written questions.
Be happy.
Again, I thank you for extraordinary service, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
I want to start off by talking about action that you took that was very commendable. You eliminated the majority of assignment restrictions, and on a going forward basis, you are eliminating all of them. So I just want to say thank you for trusting State Department employees, and thank you for taking that courageous action, and thank you for your leadership. I'd like to now ask some questions about Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine for the second time in February 2022. And you were one of the folks that, in my view, made a decision to win. You went out there and tried to get air power to Ukraine. You were fighting to get fighter jets to Ukraine. As we saw things play out, unfortunately, the Pentagon appeared to have opposed that. Turned out you were right, because now the Pentagon is, guess what, getting air power to Ukraine. What I'd like to know is, does, in your view, the Pentagon and the National Security Council support Ukraine pushing Russia back to pre-invasion lines of 2022? Do they support that?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that the challenge is this, and it goes with every weapon system that's come up over the last 2 years. It's not sufficient to provide an F-16 or an Abrams tank. We also have to make sure that the Ukrainians have the training they need to operate them. We also need to make sure they have the ability to maintain them. So I think when the Pentagon is looking at these things, it wants to make sure that we can do it in a comprehensive way. So, for example, F-16s, yes, I very much support that, and have supported that. But there also have to be pilots to fly them. So we've engaged in a training program with other countries to make sure that the pilots were there. I say that only because I think it's we can't look at these decisions just solely through the prism of, do we provide a tank, do we provide a plane, do we provide a particular weapon? We need to know that they can be used with the proper training and maintained.
I totally agree with you. It's just that had the Pentagon started earlier, it would have been far better. And by the way, the Pentagon actually didn't quite say that. They actually said F-16s were unnecessary. And I think they realized that they were just wrong on that. Now, in terms of not allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with U.S. weapons, I've heard what other people have asked. I'm not going to ask you to restate what you've already said. I listened very carefully to what you said. What I'm trying to understand is, in the mix of weapons, because the United Kingdom has clearly said Ukraine could use UK weapons to strike inside of Russia. How much of these weapons are U.S. and how much are supplied by other countries? Is there a general percentage?
I think it really depends on the category of weapons. So you'd have to distinguish between munitions, between missiles, between tanks, between armored vehicles. I can get you a breakdown, but it varies according to the category.
Thank you. Are you convenient if you could do that? And I just urge you personally to get the Pentagon and SC to do what you did, which is to make the decision to win. Now, I'd like to ask something about an action completely within the State Department's control, and just trying to understand the reasons why it hasn't happened yet. Russia has supported terrorist groups, and I believe when we looked at it, they meet the technical definition of a state sponsor of terrorism. What is their policy reason or reasons for why that designation has not happened yet?
So I think there are a few things. First, of course, we have unprecedented and a variety of sanctions, export controls, you name it, on Russia. War crimes, atrocities, and I think that frame that they're committing war crimes and atrocities is the most accurate one, and using the authorities that we have in those areas we think is most appropriate. Aggression is not terrorism. These are distinct things. Second, the concern, I think, with the SST designation, besides we don't think it actually fits what Russia is doing, is it does run the risk of undercutting some of the multilateral cooperation and coordination we've had on sanctions. It would be extremely difficult to reverse if we ever got to the place where there were peace negotiations and that was something that you wanted to put in play in order to get over the goal line. But the other real problem is it could interfere with the efforts that we're making, very vigorous efforts we're getting, to make sure that Russia pays for the terrible damage it's done in Ukraine, including the use of its sovereign assets, because those could be tied up in litigation if we have a state-sponsored terrorism designation. So there are a number of practical reasons why, again, we don't think it's the best way to go forward. We think we have the necessary authorities. We're using them. They're more accurate in terms of describing what Russia is doing, and we don't want to have unintended consequences, second or third order effects that could actually make things more complicated in achieving what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Mrs. Salazar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Wonderful to have you here. You know, I just...
Mr. Secretary, the steep increase that we have seen in migrant encounters during the last 3 years has not only to do with our domestic and asylum policies and enforcement, but also can be linked to the signals we're sending our neighboring countries and around the world. I hear and see consistently the impact of the porous border policies are having in my communities. Now, when the Biden administration began, you all swiftly suspended the asylum cooperative agreements that we had with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Additionally, you all ended the migrant protection protocols, also known as Remain in Mexico, that we had a cooperative agreement with Mexico on that, both that had been working. In the statement you wrote, you said the Biden administration believes there are more suitable ways to work with our partner governments to manage migration across the region. That was your statement. Mr. Secretary, I would note that while we vehemently disagree over the value of these agreements, I would be pleased if we had seen a positive result from the end of these agreements. However, we have not. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. Numbers show it. So do you believe that ending these agreements has yielded a net positive result as it relates to U.S. interest?
Well, I think we are seeing positive, necessary, but still insufficient results. We've seen, for example, as a result of the work that we were doing with Mexico, encounters decrease significantly from where they were in December by about half. The different things that we're putting into play.
Secretary, I'm sorry to interrupt on that, but December was the record-breaking all-time high.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
No,
I agree with
better
you.
than that I wouldn't call that the bar of success.
Well, of course, there's a bill before Congress right now. Again, a bill that unfortunately wasn't passed a few months ago that I believe is back before Congress. That would, we believe, that the President strongly supports, would make a very meaningful difference in dealing with the challenges at our border, and hopefully it will pass. I think that would give us important additional tools that could be very effective on top of what we're doing. But I think there are other things, Congressman, that are important, including, of course, the enforcement piece, of course, expanding legal pathways so that people can come here if they qualify legally, but also one of the initiatives that we have, these safe mobility offices. This is a critical tool because in the countries where they have been established, it allows people to determine without leaving their countries whether they're actually lawfully eligible to come to the United States, and so they don't come to the border. We've established these now in half a dozen countries. We've seen actually very positive results from that in terms of people using it as a means of determining whether they have a legal basis to come to the United States. So I think we have to do everything across the board. It's, of course, the enforcement, making sure that migration is both orderly, humane, and safe.
These actions, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to have to jump in here, sir. But these efforts, as I look at the numbers, you can compare it to December, and any month in the existence of the United States will look better compared to December of 2023. So again, that's not the proper standard that I would like to go by. Still, numbers are on the rise once again. They're much higher than they were 3 years ago. So all these measures, compared to the measures that were in place in 19 and even 20, are not working as well, because we see the numbers that have gone up by 200, 300%. They're not going down significantly in the way that if we are approaching and applying an all the above approach, it's simply not working. My constituents are feeling it every single day. I'm someone that was born in Mexico, went through the process, became a citizen in 2006, and a member of Congress in 2022. I believe in the American dream and that the opportunities this country offers. However, what we're seeing on the border and the abuse in our system, the rule of law, is not the way that we want to be welcoming people. It's endangering them, creating a humanitarian crisis as well as a national security crisis. So I would challenge the premise that this is working. It's not, Mr. Secretary, and we need to take serious action on this. And one more item, we talk about legislation that has been passed this Congress on Republican majority. We passed the H.R. 2, the border security bill. It went to go sit in the Senate. That bill alone would have dealt with this issue immediately. So I call on my colleagues to do the right thing here, but also on you, sir, to make sure that this works. And what we're seeing right now is not working.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If you want a few seconds to.
No, just to say, look, I think there's important legislation before the Congress now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass the House a couple of months ago. It's back up. I think that could, added to the efforts that we've already made, make a real difference. So I would think that bill would be a good proof point for whether we can take further effective steps.
We're going to recognize, Mr. Secretary, I would also remind you, as Mr. Siscomani said, that H.R. 2 has been passed. It's not in consideration. It passed a long time ago. And I would hope that you would look at that as a great option.
I like Mr. Burkett, but I don't think I've heard such a radical alternative expression of reality in a long time. With respect with respect to Afghanistan, Mr. Secretary, remind us who negotiated a deal with the Taliban and excluded the Afghan government from those negotiations and agreed to the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners, many of whom then took to the battlefield that led to the fall of Kabul. Would you remind us who negotiated that agreement and under whose presidency that occurred?
That was the previous administration.
Again, Mr. Secretary, we've done this before. Did that previous administration have a name?
The Trump administration, yes.
The Trump administration. Thank you. And with respect to Gaza, the idea that Hamas, and I have no truck for Hamas, they are a terrorist organization that committed repugnant acts and atrocities on October 7th. But with respect to the blockage of or interference with truckloads of food, fuel, medicine coming into Gaza, who has blocked the entrances into Gaza? Was it Hamas or was it the IDF?
I don't think either has blocked the entrances into Gaza. The issue has been making sure that there were more entrances so more aid could get in, and we've been working every single month with Israel.
Mr. Secretary, in the previous 10 days, 350 truckloads were allowed into Gaza. That's 35 a day. They need 600. It isn't Hamas or Palestinian Authority that is blocking those trucks. It's somebody else.
Well, I'll give you an example. In the last, just in the last couple of weeks, because of the operations around Rafah, the Rafah gate, one of the essential gates, was closed down. And we want to see that reopened.
Right.
Now, as it happens right now, the Egyptians are not moving forward with some assistance to go through Rafah because they're concerned about the ability to distribute the aid once it's on the other side of the gate because of the combat operations. So we're working to find a way to do that. Doing this in a combat environment is incredibly challenging.
Yes. Speaking of that, we now have sort of a floating port that you promised.
That's right.
And that is now up and operable. But it was reported that none of the food that was offloaded has been distributed to the Palestinians in need. Can you enlighten us as to why not, and what are we doing to correct that?
So two things. That port was designed to be a complement to, not a substitute for, these land access points. We have new ones in the north, in Erez and Zakim. We have the critical ones in the south, but they've been challenged by the recent operations. And when it comes to the port, we began to move things through the dock just a few days ago. there was an initial attempt to deliver some of the things that had been come in through the port. Trucks went out, and then, as I mentioned in another conversation, desperate people went at the trucks in an effort to get at the food before it could get to where it was supposed to go in order to be distributed. This is one of the reasons why it's so imperative that we surge assistance, because when people are so desperate and they believe their only chance to get some food may be to go at that one truck that they see, that's what they'll do. If you get a lot of assistance in, people won't have that worry anymore. And by the way, those who divert the assistance, who steal it and then resell it, that won't be a profitable business, because the prices will come down if more assistance is in.
And for the record, Mr. Secretary, how would you characterize communications between your office and the White House and the Israeli government with respect to Rafah and with respect to humanitarian aid?
Virtually daily is how I would describe it.
No, how would you characterize those communications?
It is an ongoing, constant discussion, and that's been from day one. And our purpose has been to try to maximize the assistance that gets to people, and also to maximize the protection of civilians who find themselves in a horrific crossfire of Hamas's making.
I think it's really important to emphasize that, because I think sometimes the President and you have been subject to criticism as if you were not making those daily communications, and presumably they're pretty emphatic.
Well, I won't characterize diplomatic conversations except to say that we have intense discussions, conversations, and as I said, for us, it's imperative that we see as much done as possible to protect and help civilians who are being harmed.
Thank you, and thanks for doing that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, since 2021...
Ms. Lee, correct.
Thank you very much. First of all, very quickly, the United Nations. In the House bill last year, no funding was included for the United Nations regular budget. Zero to pay our treaty dues to the organization, and yet we keep hearing a lot from our House colleagues about the threat of the PRC and strategic competition. So, Mr. Secretary, how does the United States' participation and leadership at the United Nations relate to countering China's influence? And what would be the impact of the United States being absent from the United Nations, as last year's bill proposed? And then secondly, if we have time, if not, you can give us the response in writing. With regard to the Caribbean, okay, I'm pleased to see, and you mentioned the request to include the addition of 2 missions in the Caribbean. These are our closest neighbors, yet the United States has very little presence. Barbados, for example, has to cover the ambassador's 6 countries in the Eastern Caribbean with little means to access them. Now, I heard and understand that it's going to take about 5 years to gear up and to ramp up for these 2 new diplomatic missions. So what happens in the meantime? We don't have any time to waste, and so I want to know what plan is in place to ramp up these engagements in the Caribbean until we get the 2 new embassies open.
So thank you very much, and I'll try to be quick. Look, on the United Nations, we've seen a very concerted effort by China in recent years to engage, and more than engage, to try to seek positions in the United Nations so that it could have real influence over the direction that the UN takes on virtually every issue under the sun, because whether we like it or not, the United Nations is engaged in pretty much everything. It's engaged in ways that are profoundly helpful to the United States, because if the United Nations were not doing things like feeding children, vaccinating people, looking out for maternal health, making sure that people had access to electricity, et cetera, then either we'd have to be doing it on our own or no one would be doing it, and the world would be a much worse place, and that would inevitably come back to bite us. So in so many ways, it provides absolutely vital functions. One of the strange positions we're in is, if you look at program across program at the United Nations, the United States is typically the leading funder, and it's producing really important results, again, for us, because absent those results, you're going to have people who, even more people on the move, more conflict, more economic deprivation. All of this gets spun up in ways that inevitably bite us. So we're often the leading funder, and yet when we have an inability to pay our dues on time, or we get arrears on various accounts, that's a wonderful talking point for our competitors, including China or Russia, that spend far less in the United Nations, but then point to us as being the laggards. So it just doesn't make any sense, and it actually has practical implications for our ability to sustain programs that are vital to our own national interest. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we have a seat at every table where decisions are being made about norms, rules, standards that often the UN is a part of setting. So if that's taken away, we're out of the room. It's not a good thing for the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And I'll follow up with you later if I can on the Caribbean.
The distinguished Chief Deputy.
And we have an economy that's pretty uniquely dependent on tourism. Just last year, we had 359,000 jobs in tourism, $20 billion in wages, and almost $80 billion in overall economic input. But the excessive wait times for visas are really hurting communities like mine, at the different U.S. consular posts around the world. And just to put this in perspective, the World Cup is coming to the Americas in 2026. It's expected to attract 8 million international visitors. Some we think will come to Las Vegas from Southern California. Tickets go on sale December 2025. But in many countries, the wait time for getting a visa may make it already too late. In Mumbai, the next available interview is October 2025, just 2 months before tickets go on sale. In Bogota, it's February 2026, nearly 2 months after they go on sale. And in Mexico City, it's already too late. The available interview is in August 2026, which is a month after the World Cup is over. Now, I know y'all have been making progress lowering wait times. You have an expanded interview waiver authority. But what about the people who haven't been here before? And I think this problem is not only hurting us economically, but it's part of our soft power and our cultural diplomacy. So could you talk a little bit about how we can address this problem?
Yeah,
if you need additional resources, what the situation is?
Thank you. No, I very much agree with you. We're intensely focused on this. In FY23, we issued more non-immigrant visas by over 20% than we did before the pandemic, which is when we started to have real challenges with both visas outside of the country, passports inside of the country. And we have reduced now interview times, the wait times for interviews, to pre-pandemic levels in every category except one, and the one is first-time visitors to the United States who are from non-visa waiver countries. So that's what we're intensely focused on now, making sure that those wait times come down along with every other wait time. The wait times that have come down, again, to pre-pandemic levels include the categories that are most impactful on the United States economy: students, temporary workers, maritime crew renewals, et cetera. But the focus now is on making sure that those who are coming for the first time and are not coming from a visa waiver country, that those times come down.
Are you keeping in mind the World Cup is coming rapidly?
Very much so.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. My other question has to do with the Global Engagement Center. The Republicans on this committee seem to be confused about what that does, or maybe more importantly, what it doesn't do. And that's been made pretty manifest in this flawed so-called investigation that they're conducting. Would you talk about the national security consequences of failing to reauthorize the GEC?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, it's the only part of the United States government that is singularly dedicated to directing and coordinating our efforts to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation abroad. And I think if it were to be terminated, that is, if the sunset was allowed to happen without being reauthorized, we would have policy and operational incoherence. We'd have degraded public response to information manipulation by China, by Russia, by Iran, by other foreign actors, and a growing number of allies who rely on the GEC to help them develop the tools to expose and to deal with misinformation and disinformation also would be let down. We've seen time and again now the effectiveness of this organization in exposing that disinformation in other parts of the world,
Could you
including
give
in
us
our
an
hemisphere.
example of something
Sure.
so that it's really clear what the GEC does?
For example, we've seen that Russian websites that were producing and disseminating disinformation, misinformation in the Western Hemisphere, in Africa, they were exposed, they were removed. We revealed a campaign by Russia targeting U.S. and Western health initiatives in Africa, trying
to undermine the credibility of those initiatives. They were exposed, and we were able to deal with that. We revealed a campaign to launder Kremlin disinformation through local media in the Western Hemisphere, trying to gin up arguments against Ukraine, against NATO in our own hemisphere. Exposed, and we were able to more effectively deal with that. Similarly with China. We've seen Chinese disinformation in third countries about elections. We've done open source mapping through the GEC of their efforts to use surveillance and data collection in Xinjiang, which we've made available to people. So in a whole variety of ways, we've been able to not only expose this, but also working with countries. We now have 29 countries that use the GEC platform and hundreds of users to not only expose, but also help develop the tools themselves to take action to remove and deal with disinformation. But I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with the United States.
Time's
it's not
expired.
focused on it.
I'm sorry, you took a little more extra time.
Not focused
so
on
could
this,
you finish?
on this country at all. It is entirely about misinformation and disinformation abroad being perpetrated by adversaries.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Those that aren't able to ask questions, we'll figure that out.
Of course.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Mr. Secretary, during your recent visit to Ukraine, you said, quote, "We have not encouraged or enabled strikes outside of Ukraine, but ultimately Ukraine has to make decisions for itself about how it's going to conduct this war," end of quote. When I met with President Zelensky here in the Capitol last year, when I was in Ukraine earlier this year, a couple weeks back on a bipartisan trip that I led to Kyiv, in both instances and throughout this course of this entire war, President Zelensky has been pushing for more longer-range ATACMS, for the Repo Act, and at every single time the Biden administration, in these instances and many others, delayed and did not support those endeavors. I agree with you that Ukraine has a sovereign right to conduct this war as they see fit. However, they will not be able to do so if they are worried that this administration will publicly rebuke them afterwards, as you did when Ukraine struck Russian oil refineries earlier this year. They must know that America truly supports their need to fight this war as they see fit. Will this administration explicitly allow Ukraine to strike targets in Russian territory and Russian airspace?
Congressman, as you may know, I was just there about 10 days ago, spent a lot of time with President Zelensky, other leaders, and I'm determined to make sure that they have what they need to effectively defend themselves. And we're in an ongoing conversation about them in terms of what that requires at any given time. We have, to date, not endorsed or enabled strikes outside of Ukrainian territory. We're always open to conversations with them to see what they need and the decisions that they make, what we can do to support them throughout this 2 years, more than 2 years now. We've worked to get them what they need, when they need it, to be as effective as possible in repelling the Russians.
Respectfully, this administration has with frequency delayed the weapons that President Zelensky has needed in a timely fashion to actually accomplish the mission of defeating Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I urge you to reverse this dangerous policy. Russia has fought this war with gloves off since day one, and we cannot continue to tie Ukraine's hands. Has the administration indicated to Israel any limitations on its use of U.S. origin weapons against Hezbollah, as it has with Hamas and Rafah?
Against Hezbollah? No.
Okay. Well, the administration has made it clear that they do not want Israel to decisively win its war against Hamas. Which
we do. We do. I think
Hamas started
very much do.
Because they do not want Israel to undertake a significant operation.
The question is whether that will be effective and whether that will be enduring. We believe we have a better way to deal with a problem we both agree has to be dealt with, and that is Hamas.
If I may,
please.
What is the administration's current policy regarding the acceptable end state that is the evil that is Hamas, at the end of this war if you do not support a Rafah operation?
We do not want to see Hamas governing Gaza. We do not want to see Hamas representing an ongoing threat to Israel, the ability to repeat what happened on October 7th. And we're united in that goal. The question is how most effectively to achieve it in a way that's enduring.
By delaying Israel the weaponry necessary to defeat the evil threat that is Hamas, you are hurting the situation, not helping it. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for 5 minutes.
Through some of them fairly quickly. We talked a little bit earlier. Currently, at my border, my 100 miles of the Mexican border, we have a massive amount of immigrants coming, not from South or Central America, but from disparate places. And I'll just take one example. The people coming there from China, over 20,000 of them in the last month, they flew typically to Turkey, then to Mexico, and then came into the United States. Turkey does not allow Chinese to enter Turkey without a visa. Mexico does not allow people to enter, including Chinese, without a visa. However, they are currently entering because they say, oh, just let us off the plane and we'll go to America. As our head diplomat with these two allies, one of them a NATO ally, can you or will you attempt to tell them that under international law, if they don't have a visa to the United States, you do not want them to come to make a claim that they could have or should have made before they got to our border?
Yeah. In short, yes. I think you've identified a very important problem. You mentioned the case of China. We have a record increase in the number of Chinese who are seeking to get into the United States, who presented themselves in one way or another. And there are other nationalities, too, that are far afield from our own hemisphere.
I mentioned China mostly because, as we both know, they won't take them back once they get here.
So you identified an important problem, and we've been acting on it. We've been working with countries in the region to get requirements for visas so that people can't simply come to those countries without a visa and then use that as a platform to come into the United States. We've reached agreements in a variety of ways with Colombia, with Ecuador, with El Salvador, with Guatemala, with Mexico, actually, as well as with Panama. And we continue to make sure that, to the best of our ability, those countries put in place what's needed so that people from far afield can't avail themselves of the opportunity to use it.
Excellent. Thank you, Secretary. As I said, I've got a bunch here.
Please.
Hopefully, what we passed out of the committee this morning, giving export controls for AI, will be a tool that will be used heavily out of commerce and will benefit our war against a number of countries. And I'm going to just deal with one for a moment. When President Biden entered office, there were about 300,000 barrels a day leaving Iran. Today, there are reported to be over 2 million barrels a day leaving Iran. They had about 70 ships. They now have about 400 ships. They're called ghost ships. I know that you do not run a military force, but as our chief diplomat and a member of the National Security Council, couldn't or shouldn't we be able to essentially capture those ships on the high sea and take them out of commission to ultimately enforce sanctions? You're our number one sanction supporter, but your sanctions, now that they've circumvented SWIFT and the other economic trades, have become somewhat muted. What should we do in combination with the other entities?
Yeah, so I think there are a few things, Congressman. First, we have sanctioned in the oil, petroleum product sector more than 200 Iranian entities or individuals who've been engaged in that trade. We've done it across multiple jurisdictions. Anyone who has a role in the production, the sale, the shipment of these petrochemicals. Or
but, Mr. Secretary, the limited time, can you get to the ships?
Yeah, so on the ships, we've identified to date, through our laws, 50 vessels that we've determined are blocked property. In other words, people can't deal with them. They can't go to a port. They can't get serviced. And we'll continue on that effort to identify those vessels, block them. We're also looking at getting countries to deflag these vessels so, again, they won't be able to move around, travel around, get the services they need. The sanctions that we have imposed have made all of this a lot more expensive for the Iranians as they try to evade them, get around them. They're not getting the revenues that they anticipated getting from their massive efforts to sell oil.
Mr. Secretary, as I run out of time, let me just ask one final follow-up on that. I believe if Ronald Reagan were president or someone like him, those ships would not be on the high sea. Do you have, or would you accept the authority from Congress, if you don't have it, to, in fact, seize those clandestine ships as Ronald Reagan would have? Remember, Ronald Reagan sunk 2 Iranian ships because of what they were doing. I believe strongly that if you don't have the authority, that Congress, on a bipartisan basis, would give you the authority to intervene, to capture those ships, to work with the flagged nations, to put all 400 out of commission. Will you commit to work with us on that effort?
Well, as I think you mentioned, or one of our colleagues mentioned, we don't actually have a military at the State Department, so that's not our business. Our focus is on working with other countries and using our own authorities in the areas that we can to go after anyone who's engaged in shipping, supplying, transporting these products, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes.
Expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Let me start by defending you, the overwhelming majority of those of us on this committee, in this entire Congress, Americans, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, agnostics around the world, even Israelis and Palestinians, which is to say, we're all disgusted. We all want peace. We do not want war. We want prosperity, not misery. And to accuse any of us, including you, of being butchers or ignorant is shameful. And I want to remind those protesting, you have that right, because this is America, but you can't make peace with terrorists. And we probably can't make peace as long as Benjamin Netanyahu is the Prime Minister of Israel. I think those two things can be true at once, but I want to remind everybody here that we're in this business to make peace, not war, and that's what I want to focus on, not bombs, but peace. And say, too, that one child being murdered is too many, whether that's in a school here in the United States because of sickening gun violence, whether it's a terrorist attack in Tel Aviv, or whether it is a bomb in Gaza. One is too many. Mr. Secretary, where do we go from here? A lot of the questions have been retrospective about holds and bombs and missiles and support. Where do we go from here? 75 years of misery. You have one of the hardest jobs in the world. I know where your heart is. What happens next, and what do we need to do to finally end this nonsense, identify a path to peace and prosperity and mutual security?
I appreciate your comments, Congressman, and I would say that I think there is a clear path.
Good.
And the clear path goes with the following. One is there's an extraordinary opportunity for Israel to achieve what it has sought from the day of its founding, and that is acceptance by its neighbors, to have normal relations with all the countries in the region, starting with Saudi Arabia. And we've been working intensely on that normalization process. And we are very close to being able to complete the agreements necessary between us and Saudi Arabia. But then it will require Israel to make decisions about Gaza and ending the conflict there, as well as creating a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. If that happens, then Israel will get what it has long sought, which is, again, acceptance in the region. It will have partners who will be looking out for it, as we saw on April 13th and April 14th, when countries in the region, because of the United States, came to its defense against this unprecedented attack by Iran. Its number one threat, and one that we face as well, Iran will be isolated. And, of course, the resolution, finally, of the Palestinian problem can be achieved in ways that guarantee Israel's security. The bottom line is you have roughly 5 million Palestinians between the West Bank and Gaza, roughly 7 million Jews in Israel. Neither is going away. The Palestinians aren't going anywhere. The Jews are not going anywhere. There has to be an accommodation. Absent that accommodation, we are in for an endless repeat of this cycle. We will always do everything we can to make sure that Israel can defend itself and defend Israel as necessary.
Good.
But this path forward is clear, it's compelling, and it answers Israel's most profound needs. So I hope we can move down it.
Is it fair to say that, based on your experience and the basic human condition, that when humans have something to protect, they act defensively, not offensively? Is one of the paths to peace that Israelis, we Americans, Palestinians, the Arab world should understand and recognize, the Gulf states, that people need something to protect?
Yes, when you have something to protect, when you have something that you take pride in, then of course that's what you want to do.
I'm the ranking member of the Middle East Subcommittee, of course, with my dear friend Chairman Wilson. We traveled to the Middle East in August. Of course, a lot has changed since then. Been to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Israel twice. A lot has changed, of course, but my question is relative to the PA. You know, why is this not more of a focal point right now? We can't make peace with Hamas. What do we need to do? What does Israel need to do? What can we do to at least identify a potentially principled leadership group to represent Palestinians at a table, knowing, absent that, there is no path?
Well, look, I agree with that. In the category of you can't beat something with nothing, one of the answers to durably getting rid of Hamas and making sure it can never come back again is to have a real alternative, one that can actually advance the interests of the Palestinian people, not destroy them as Hamas has done.
And I only have a few seconds left.
Please.
Quick, is Abu Mazen the man, or are there other able, competent, next-generation Palestinians?
There's a new prime minister. There's a new government. There's a new program to get it reformed, to deal with corruption. We've engaged with the new prime minister. He's a serious individual who's trying, but he also needs the resources necessary so that the PA can deliver more effectively for the people it represents.
Thank you for sharing my sentiment. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Gentleman has yielded back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Secretary. It's good to see you. When you came before the subcommittee last year, we spoke about the administration's goals in Central America to help stem the number of migrants, specifically the young people at our southern border, by ensuring that they have safety and opportunity to thrive within their own countries. Since that hearing, I'm very happy to see the steps that you have taken in the Northern Triangle, including progress on diplomatic appointments, as well as publicly naming corrupt and undemocratic actors. I want to encourage you to continue to work with U.S. Treasury to not only remove their visas, but freeze their assets so that we can make some real change in the region for those young people to be able to see a future that includes democracy and improve their lives in the region. Guatemala, in particular, faced a coup attempt last year, and now a step toward building an independent judiciary. The appointment process for many key judicial posts this year. Mr. Secretary, we must prioritize those governments who are our true partners, committed to democracy and investing in their own people to help build a better future for all of the Americas. Mr. Secretary, you have asked this committee for increased funding for the Western Hemisphere. It's a tough request, given, from my point of view, that we continue to see Russia continuing to run a mine in El Astor. Right now, there are hundreds of military and police officers that are seeking to, once again, commit brutal crimes against 29 families that remain there. 29 families of the families that were burned out of their community. Most of them are indigenous people. These are the young people that we see at our southern border. You know, the last time they unleashed violence on this group, they utilized our own military equipment, JA Jeeps, that I had specifically requested that we remove from the region. So how will this funding be used responsibly to address the root cause of migration from Central America and continue to support the young people, but not continue to support old regimes like Giammattei, like Jimmy Morales, you know, the past ghosts of, you know, of violence, and give this new administration an opportunity to thrive and make the change that is necessary.
Thank you very much. As it happens, I was in Guatemala just a few weeks ago.
Thank you for that.
And had a very good visit there. I'm impressed by the work that President Arevalo and his administration are doing, and it's something that we strongly support and will continue to do. Second, I think we've seen when it comes to tackling root causes, because primarily, not exclusively, drivers of irregular migration, which is at historic levels around the world, and of course in our own hemisphere as well, one of the main drivers is a lack of basic economic opportunity. And if people can't put food on the table for their kids to eat, they will do anything and go anywhere to try to make sure that they can do that. One way at getting at this is actually creating greater opportunity. Vice President Harris has led a very significant effort over the last few years to generate significantly more private sector investment in the so-called Northern Triangle countries, in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. And we've seen an increase of about $4.5 billion of such investment. That is going to create, and is already creating, new opportunities, new jobs, so that people actually have the choice to remain in their own countries. Of course, at the same time, we're doing other things to include expanding legal pathways to this country to take pressure off the border. We have safe mobility offices so that people can make determinations in their own country whether they are legally entitled to come to the United States instead of coming to the border to do that. But I think the root causes piece, it takes time, but it is fundamentally the best way to get at it because, again, if people are experiencing conditions.
I want to interrupt you for a
please go
moment
ahead.
because I cannot let you walk out of here without mentioning Jose Ruben Zamora and the fact that he continues to be in prison, in a Guatemalan prison, simply for speaking truth to power about the corruption and these corrupt actors. The Attorney General continues to thrive in the region, and I'm not sure how much more we can do to ensure that this action from the Attorney General is reversed. Angelica Coy Chuck, she's a Mayan elder. She was recently sentenced to 75 years in prison. She still has multiple shrapnel on her leg. She has been refused medical attention. This is a woman from El Astor, where, again, the government continues to work against indigenous people that are simply trying to farm and live another day in their own country. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Mr. Siscomani, this subcommittee has amazing members, but I'll tell you what, for me, it's always a special honor to be able to recognize not only the Chairman Emeritus, the former Chairman of the subcommittee, but the Dean of the House, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for arranging this hearing with the Secretary and running it. And Ms. Secretary, we're delighted to see you. We thank you for your service. We pray for your safety. Fentanyl overdose is now the #1 killer of adults ages 18 to 45, destroying families, ruining lives. We've got to find a way to stop it. We know China and the Mexican cartels are the primary drivers of the problem. The Chinese ship the precursor chemicals to the Mexican cartels, who are then producing the pills and trafficking them through our borders. It seems that despite Beijing enacting new laws in 2019 to outlaw the export of fentanyl and its precursors, these efforts have not actually been enforced. Has China taken any sort of meaningful action to try to stop the export of these deadly drugs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very good to see you here as well. And two things. First, I wholeheartedly agree with you on the urgency, the priority that we have to place and we are placing on synthetic opioids and fentanyl. We see it devastating community after community in this country. 40% of Americans know someone who died of an opioid overdose. And as you point out, it's the #1 killer of Americans age 18 to 49. It has a domestic component, and the President has put more money into dealing with the domestic side of this in terms of prevention, in terms of treatment, in terms of recovery, in terms of public awareness than ever, and that money is getting to the communities that need it. I've seen it firsthand in Denver and Tucson and other places I visited. But for us at the State Department, we're working hard on the international side. And with regard to China, in December of last year, late November of last year, the President met with President Xi Jinping in San Francisco at the APEC Summit. And a big part of that meeting and a big part of the work that we had done in the lead up to that meeting was to get an agreement from China to take more effective action against fentanyl, and particularly against the chemical precursors that are made in many cases in China, then, as you said, get shipped over to Mexico, synthesized into fentanyl, and then into our country where Americans are killed. China has taken important but not yet sufficient steps to make a real difference in curbing the flows. It promulgated new regulations. It took down some companies that were engaged in this practice. It established a regular working group with us so that we can track progress. I was just in China a few weeks ago, and among others, I met with the Minister of Public Security on this question. And there are steps that we believe China can and should take now to really make a dent in the flow of these chemical precursors. Very public law enforcement actions, particularly to arrest, prosecute, and convict those who are engaged in this illegal transfer of the precursors. That would, I think, send a very strong deterrent message. Actually scheduling certain precursors that they've agreed to schedule and thus restrict, but have not yet done. And then there's a nexus that we've seen between some enterprises in China, a financial nexus between them and the criminal enterprises in, for example, Mexico, that needs to be cut. And there, we believe that China needs to take action to do exactly that. So we are tracking this very closely, very carefully. I think we've seen progress, real progress, but it is not yet sufficient. And we want to see that the flow of the precursors continues to come down.
Well, we're all keeping an eye on China and what they're doing, or more importantly, what they're not doing to keep the fentanyl from reaching our kids and our adults in the U.S. I'm not sure that they're doing all that they can. In fact, I know that's the case. Your budget proposal, you're asking $1.56 billion for international narcotics control and law enforcement. That's a $166 million increase over the fiscal 24 enacted level. How do you plan to use those funds to help end this ongoing tragedy?
One of the most critical things is continuing to build the capacity of partner countries, as well as to strengthen our cooperation with them. I think Mexico is a good example of that. We've significantly increased our collaborative efforts over the last few years with Mexico to try to disrupt, dismantle, take down these transnational criminal organizations that are engaged in trafficking, as well as to deal with the financial networks. We have worked with them, for example, with information and support that's produced dozens of arrests of first and second tier operatives in these criminal enterprises. They've seized a record amount of fentanyl. They've disrupted production facilities, but all of that comes with our assistance, our support. So this is just one example of where the additional funds would allow us to further strengthen their own capacity to deal there. Second, the border itself. Very important that we deploy the most modern and effective technology in detecting efforts to smuggle fentanyl or other synthetic opioids into the United States. We have the technology. It's both the old kind, things like canines can be very effective, but also actual technology, screening technology. And we've seen that based on our best assessments, the overwhelming majority of the fentanyl that's coming into this country is coming through our ports of entry. And so deploying that technology on both sides, the Mexican side and our side, that can make a big difference.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I hate cutting off the dean, but I apologize, but I feel obligated to do so, Mr. Chairman.
If you insist.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Kim from California for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Thank you very much for coming to our committee today. I want to switch gear to Indo-Pacific. Last month, CCP orchestrated the passage of the draconian Article 23 legislation in Hong Kong that is part of, as you said, intensifying repression and could be applied outside of its borders as part of China's ongoing campaign of transnational repression. Despite the State Department's determination and actions taken to impose some visa restrictions, there have been no Hong Kong officials that were sanctioned since 2021. And it should be noted that in 2020, it took the administration only 5 weeks after passage of Hong Kong's national security law to issue sanctions. And Article 23 is much worse by all accounts. So could you tell us why the administration hasn't sanctioned officials in Hong Kong since 2021, despite intensifying repression in the last year?
So we've designated, first and foremost, 7 officials from the PRC for the actions that are being taken in Hong Kong, including exactly what you've just cited. And as well, we are imposing visa restrictions on Hong Kong officials for the actions that they've taken to undermine freedom, to undermine autonomy.
Secretary, I want you to know that I have introduced Hong Kong Sanctions Act that lists 49 Hong Kong judges, prosecutors, officials playing an active role in persecuting dissidents in Hong Kong. So if my office transmits the list of these individuals to you, can you assure me that you will evaluate whether these individuals can be sanctioned under existing authorities?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I also want to ask you if you have any plans to impose targeted sanctions on perpetrator of that repression based on Article 23 that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, we're looking across the board at taking necessary actions, including sanctions against individuals who are undermining Hong Kong's basic autonomy.
Okay.
And we'll continue to do that, but I'm happy to look at the list that you have.
Thank you. Let me turn to Korean Peninsula issue. Special Envoy Julie Turner was finally sworn in by the State Department last October, but as you know, she was confirmed by the Senate, and it took months before she was finally sworn in by your department. So while I'm pleased that she's in the position and carrying out the mandates as noted by the legislation that we passed, I'm concerned that the Special Envoy Office is not given the proper attention by the State Department leadership. I've also heard some concerns from outside stakeholders that the office relies on staff from the Korea desk and other offices to carry out its mandate. So can you tell us what you are doing to ensure that the Special Envoy and the office of Special Envoy in Human Rights in North Korea is given all the tools it needs to fulfill that mandate based on that legislation?
Well, in fact, I think as we speak, Special Envoy Turner is in Korea right now, in South Korea, working on this critical portfolio. And yes, I'm going to make sure that she continues to have the resources, the support that she needs. And in all of our engagements with...
Does she have a separate staff just dedicated to that, so she doesn't have to outsource staffing and support from other offices?
We want to make sure that she has what she needs, but of course it would help if we got our budget passed and we were able to actually resource the department, including with the staff that we need across the department.
Let me talk to you about Taiwan. As you know, Taiwan is a critical public health partner to the U.S. and plays an important role in the global health community. And you know, I passed the legislation, Taiwan WHO Act, that was signed into law 2 years ago. And it directs the administration to support Taiwan's observer status in the World Health Assembly. As you know, WHO is convening next week. And as of today, Taiwan has not been invited to be the observer at the 77th World Health Assembly. So what is the status of the State Department and your plan to implement this legislation and ensure Taiwan has a seat at the table?
I fully agree with the legislation, and we've been working to achieve the results that it seeks, including Taiwan's participation in the World Health Assembly and organization, as well as in a whole host of other international organizations.
Why not this year? Is there still time to invite Taiwan?
We're going to work on it till the last second if necessary. We've been going around trying to lobby other countries to engage on this, and of course we've taken this to Beijing directly. It denies to people around the world the benefits of the extraordinary knowledge and expertise that Taiwan has and Taiwanese have.
Right. Seeing Taiwan has been time and time again how reliable a health partner it is, I think it's critically important that you do more to make sure Taiwan has a seat there.
Yeah, I agree
Thank
with
you very much. My time's up. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Secretary Blinken. I'm sure you're aware of the growing problem throughout Southeast Asia of scam compounds, often run by Chinese organized crime groups that are targeting more and more Americans every year. These fraud factories, which are increasingly prevalent in Burma, Cambodia, Thailand, can contain thousands of individuals who are trafficked, held against their will inside these compounds, and then forced to help perpetrate online scams referred to as pig butchering, where they develop a relationship with their victim and then push them into investing in fraudulent cryptocurrency apps or platforms. A recent estimate found that global losses from this type of activity have exceeded $64 billion. Can you share what the State Department is doing to combat not just this ongoing fraud, but also the human trafficking that contributes to it?
Thank you, and thank you for putting a spotlight on that, because it's something that is of deep concern to us. We have a comprehensive whole-of-government effort to combat trafficking persons and to combat different manifestations of that, including these scam factories. Literally, and this is something that the State Department helps lead, we have every relevant department in the government coming together, using its resources and doing it in a coordinated way to combat trafficking and to combat these different manifestations of it. And there are significant resources that go into that. There is a very significant effort to help countries develop the capacity themselves to push back against trafficking, to bring traffickers to justice, to help the victims of trafficking. And so building their capacity is critical. Law enforcement collaboration and cooperation is vital to this. Sharing information, of course, we have an annual trafficking in persons report that we put out that looks at countries, country by country, to see what they're doing or not doing, and what more needs to be done to get at the heart of this. But there's a very significant effort underway to deal with that.
Are you seeing the needle move on this particular issue?
We see it move in individual countries. I think, you know, it's there are a number of countries, and the report makes this clear, where we've seen genuine, effective progress. There are other countries where we've seen backsliding or no progress, and the report lays all of this out.
Right. Recently, Amnesty International in Nigeria stated that over 1,300 people have been killed just in Plateau State alone since December, when the horrible Christmas massacres killed over 200 people, mostly Christians. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, in its recently released annual report, noted a study saying over 8,000 Christians have been targeted and murdered for their faith in Nigeria, most of them in the North and Middle Belt. These targeted killings have been increasing year over year, and especially now at such an alarming rate that it's hard to see how these militants are not operating with some degree of impunity. Secretary Blinken, since you removed Nigeria from the country of particular concern list in 2021, the USCIRF has recommended Nigeria be placed back on the list, and every year since, and has condemned its removal. The USCIRF has affirmed that government toleration of egregious, systematic, and ongoing violations of religious freedom is the standard for CPC status, and they make it very clear that Nigeria meets at least that standard. Given the horrendous targeted violence in the country that is at least in significant part motivated by religious factors, given these factors, why has the State Department for every year failed to follow the USCIRF's recommendations regarding a CPC designation?
First, let me say this. For us, defending religious freedom around the world is a foreign policy priority. And we are leveraging the global footprint that we have, our presence around the world that we want to sustain, to focus on cases of concern, to push back against repressive discriminatory laws, policies, and practices. Much of this is highlighted, as you mentioned, in the annual report that we do, and this is at the heart of our efforts. We have in the law designation criteria that we take very, very seriously. We listen carefully to experts in civil society, experts on the ground. Our embassies are doing a tremendous amount of work in each of these countries, including Nigeria. And we listen very carefully to the independent U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom.
But they're wrong. They're wrong in this case.
So in this case, and we have I think we have a different perspective in this particular case about whether, there's no doubt, it is clear that people of Christian faith in Nigeria have been on the receiving end of terrible abuses, oppression. But whether that is because of their religion or because they're part of a particular ethnic group in a particular region, that's a different question.
And what we have not seen is the government of Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria, engaging in these practices in terms of targeting Christians. Having said that, I was in Nigeria, I'm trying to remember exactly when, but I think it was within the last 6 or 7 months. And I brought together experts from civil society, from the religious communities, including a leader of the Christian community in Nigeria, to hear directly from them. We talked to the government about the imperative that even if things were not being done at its behest or its acquiescence, that it take stronger action to protect people, and notably Christians who were, whether or not it was because of their religious status, being persecuted. And so this is something we're very focused on, irrespective of the designation.
I'm out of time, but I would hope we could find common ground at least on the special watch list designation. But I look forward to talking more about this. I yield
Thank you,
back.
sir. Thank you.